Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support the show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Salutations, everybody. It is Matty here today, and welcome to episode 243 of Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast. Today, I am joined, as always, by the true shinobi himself, Lord Cognito, having the best damn week of his life. Excited to talk to you a little bit about video games later today. How are you, sir?
I am good. Busy as hell. I don't know how you do this content creator stuff. I don't know how you do it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how you do it, bro. It is one thing to the next thing to the next thing. There is no breaks. I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah.
Not that I'm complaining. Not that I'm complaining. You know, so obviously we work hard and we're very appreciative of things and opportunities and stuff. But it's just like, man, like when stuff happens, you got to be selective. You just can't do everything.
Oh, it's a tough window right now, dude. There's just so much. I mean, one of our write-ins is about that. We'll talk about it in a moment. There's just so much. And
it's so much.
Like, I'm catching up on KCD2 while I'm looking at what I'm reviewing right now, and I'm trying to balance the two because I'm doing it a little bit differently. I normally I'm like, review all in, but I'm trying to actually balance the backlog with what I'm reviewing, and it's been a challenge. I've never had to do this, but it just speaks to how much content's there and stuff that's interesting to cover. It's funny because, like, right now, I was talking to a friend about it last night. I was like, I don't really have a game I've attached my channel to since Oblivion remastered. Right now, there's nothing that like my audience and I are like collectively heavily anticipating that we're excited about, at least. So it's just like this weird lull where I'm just kind of floating from game to game. I'm like a free agent right now. And I'm sure you feel the same way. It's like we can just kind of do whatever, wherever, and it's fun. But I feel you on it.
It's been that
fun but tough time.
Fun but tough, because it's like also with me, I've been very convention heavy, and very independent game scene heavy. And just came back from Anime NYC. That was interesting. I saw some things and trends that blew my mind. Besides
bro, I've been there once.
Yeah,
they got some sick figures there, though. I
hell
don't want to pull it off the shelf, but I got a X statue that it's beautiful.
Sick.
Oh, I love it. But yeah, you see some characters there, bro.
Oh, I saw characters. I saw a lot of that. And then
the Checkerboard Gang was out.
Checkerboard Gang was outside.
Yeah.
They was coming for me. But gaming, man. Matty, man. I was thinking about you. I was like, I don't know how you gonna feel about these trends I'm seeing. Like, on one hand, like more people playing and you're seeing, cool. I saw like this one of the animes, Kaiju number something, whatever, right?
Kaiju number 8, I think.
Right. So I'm seeing it and I'm like, man, this game, the fidelity, it looked crazy. I'm like, this gotta be like Unreal Engine 5. So, bro, I scroll down at the booth, bro, why the whole game is this? And I
hate that.
Bro, I'm like, that's a mobile game? Yeah. I was like, bro, this looks like the most highest fidelity PC. And it was multiple of them joints. And I'm seeing the kids all like this. And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. Then there was another joint. You can find a lot of stuff online. Just give it that plug. But there was another joint. It's called like Blue Protocol or something. And it looked like some Genshin Impact kind of joint. Now, they was playing it on high-end PC. And then she's like, in the mobile thing. And I'm like, oh, it's like a companion app. She's like, no, full game. You can do everything that you can do here. And I'm like, this is crazy, bro.
Yeah, and mobile's been pushing it. I think like Resident Evil has like a full game. I forgot which one it was. It might have been 8 that you could just play on your phone. Like, it's pretty crazy.
I'm used to the era where it's always like a lesser fidelity and it's just some companion app stuff. Not, me and you playing this. We gonna go online on Borderlands together. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's that. I'm like, this is different. But other than that, it's just like I said, it's been a lot of conventions and content and stuff like that. And then obviously, like I was telling you before, like I got a little trip. I got to get to VA because the best homie, you know what I'm saying, is my best friend is moving, which is a little interesting for me because we've never really been apart. And I could tell we're feeling like it's getting real now because he got a job at the, I could talk about that. He got a job at the Coast Guard. So he's been doing the thing, playing for the servicing. And I got to head out there. I was like, bro, I ain't going to let you move. You always know who your friends are when you got to move.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
When you got to move and you make the call and then people ain't getting back.
Busy, you know.
Busy. Oh, man. That's the week you got to go. That's the week I can't go. Yeah. You know you got that friend. Yeah. You be like, oh, which day? Yeah, it ain't gonna work. So
I mean, you're going above and beyond. You're boarding a plane to help look for a place. That's incredible.
Yeah, because look, I know how it is when you move to a city and it's a whole new thing. You're trying to find your bearings. And you want to go out your people. You don't want your people to go out there alone and feel like they by themselves or whatever. And I was like, look, bro, nothing ain't changed. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing but an hour flight to get out there. So whatever. So I'm going to be out there for a couple of days doing my little thing and then seeing, maybe I might have to hit up Colin, man. Let's see what's going on.
In the area, right?
Up. Yeah, he might be in the area. So I might hit up Colin, Cobra Command, and see what's going on. But I got to settle in with the apartment and stuff. But yeah, that's going to be fun. So actually, it's going to be like a little bit of a break for these 2 days because prior to that, I've been on like a 2-week streak of straight content, event, review, first look. It's been something all the time. Access. So So anyway, enough about me. What's been going on with you?
Oh man.
Besides blockbuster interviews, aside from breaking the internet, what have you been up to?
Oh yeah, so we'll talk about my Guillaume Broche interview a little bit later. Got the creative director of Expedition 33 on board. Very, very nice gentleman. And we broke some news, did a little dance together, broke some news. So we'll talk a bit about that a little bit later. Couldn't get the budget question out of him though. I think my prediction is he's holding the budget until the Game Awards. I think he's going to win Game of the Year and be like, it cost us $3 million to make, or he's going to let some crazy fucking number rip on the biggest stage like that. So I'm like, he's had every opportunity. He said he could do it whenever. I'm like, he's waiting for like Game of the Year. Yeah. I'm telling you, bro. That's my prediction. Bro,
that would be special. I'll tell you right now, if they pull that off, it could be a moment.
Yeah,
it'll be a moment
100%. Sure. Like because that is the call out, right? Yeah. Like, where else would he do it if not then? Like you're going to do it through like say IGN now. No, like you're not going to do it through me, of course. That's fine. Yeah, come on.
Look, it was big. He gave you a lot of bars though.
Yeah, no, I'm teasing. Yeah, I'm saying like he's got to have a big plan for it because he's had so many chances to, and he seems like he has free reign to do it when he wants. And I think that's my prediction. I'm like, I think deep down they're like, we have this shit on lock, and we are gonna on the biggest stage be like, it costs this much, and AAA is a shit show.
Hey, it would be the perfect call out to the industry on the perfect stage on what they
all the peers there.
Yeah, bro, it'd be crazy. France is on the ride, man. French development, man. And I got something cooking. I give you a little bar, like I got something cooking with what you call it, Ben Fouquet and Fouquet. I always put it Fouquet. It's French. And when that discussion came out, it was funny is we're both doing interviews with French development and we both mentioned the other one. And he was just like, yeah, man, the quality, the talent is there, but about the spending and what's going on and how they can see a shift and stuff. So it's really cool to see what's going on in this space. Yeah.
So that was a part of my week. And then just a lot of meetings. That's been a lot of, it's worked out well, but a lot of meetings of just, getting the game development thing right, just spending that time with the team, making sure we have plans in place and all that good stuff. So that's exciting. We're turning some corners that I'm pretty pumped about. Okay. And one conversation I'm having tomorrow that I'm like, I can't believe we're having. So I'm very excited about that. So again, there's a lot that we're at the point now where there's a lot that's happened where I'm like, when I can pull the lid on this, I'm thinking people are going to be really fucking surprised. So I can't wait for that moment. I don't know when it'll be, but it's like one of those things where I'm following the Todd Howard philosophy. Like when we're ready, we've got everything we want to show you. That's when we'll strike.
There we go.
So excited about that. But yeah, just reviewing some stuff. Lots of games to play. I went thrifting the other day, picked up this.
Oh, bro, that's clean.
Yeah. I scored. This was like one of my best hauls. Like I got this. We were talking a little bit earlier. Found the Chicago Bulls baseball jersey. That was really, really weird find. But I was like, I absolutely am buying this. So that was an easy pickup. But yeah, I love going thrifting. I had to throw out my whole. It's crazy, bro. This. I'll go a little health as wealth for y'all.
Let's go.
I've been inspired to actually. I'm not like overweight, but I've been inspired to lose a little bit of weight, bro. Like I used to wear medium shorts, and I'm up to large now, and I'm like, And then I had this moment. We went out for our brother-in-law's birthday. And I passed a mirror.
Oh,
I just had that. I had that moment.
You saw the physical. Like
I saw the titties, and I was like, no, sir.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah, it was that humbling moment of like, yo, what the fuck?
It'd be that mirror, son. Yeah,
it was that because it was a genuine. Like I've had moments where like you're a little bloated after eating food. You just look at the mirror at the wrong. But this was like a sincere. Like you walk by, you're like, no. Not like this.
I like this.
Yeah. So it was a good wake up call. So we got to meal prepping yesterday, Laylee and I, and just going outside more, prioritizing the exercise. Even if it's like I'm trying to get the little wins in. Like today, had a pretty jams, morning, afternoon, but found like a little half hour. Go on a walk. Just get some movement in, right?
Yeah,
like it's not everything that's not going to get you where you want to go completely, but get a little bit up. And then maybe hit that second half later or do a little bit later. Like I've been trying to make sure it's not just like if I can't go all in that I just don't do it at all. But it's grown extremely important to me. So I want to start dieting and like we both agreed like let's just have boring fucking diets. Like let's just again eating healthy doesn't have to be boring, but I'm saying like we find a food that works for us. Like we like stocked like 14 egg burritos that we made and just like nice 400 calories and macros, all that stuff. I'm like, perfect. Like that's breakfast for 2 weeks. And then we're going to do it again. That's breakfast for my next, like till the end of the year, at least, that's how we're thinking about it. That's how seriously I'm trying to take it. Cause like, I used to be like very rigid with my diet, too rigid at a certain point, like very almost unhealthy about it, but it kept me in shape. So I then went to the other side where I loosened up too much. Yeah. And now I'm at the point where, okay, find the balance, right? Like you could treat yourself sometimes, but you treat yourself like every week. Multiple times a week, Matty.
I'm guilty. Yeah.
So I just need to get hard into the meal prep, hard into more cardio, that sort of stuff. And so I'm trying, but I had that sincere moment of just like looking in the mirror and be like, nah, like I don't need to be a supermodel, but like, nah, bro, like you're not.
That ain't it.
That is not you. That has never been you. It's not like anyone will see it and be like, Jesus, bro. But like, it was enough for me to look and go, Jesus, bro, and be like, I need to be happy with myself. Like,
100%.
We're in the right spot, doing it for ourselves. And I'm also one thing that's always held me back is I want to turn our garage into like a full gym. So I keep waiting until like we've cleaned this out and we have this whole like we epoxy the floors and shit. Bro, I'm just buying a bench and some free weights. Like, I'm
just do it.
Get started. Like, that's the thing. I've been holding off on plans, and I'm just like, I need to just go right now.
It's funny you said this right
now. So that's kind of where my head's been at. Just a couple of personal shifts in the life of Mr. Matty.
I'm glad you said that because I ain't gonna put this person business out, but he the homie. But I was scolding the homie, one of the homies on that, and I was like, bro, you always say you're gonna do it. Do X, Y, and Z about your health and your fitness, when everything is perfect, I got to do that. And then when this happens and this happened with that, and then I'm going to do it, Cog. And I'm like, bro, just put something in there and get going. Because you always going to come up with an excuse for the ideal time to do something.
Exactly.
You got to get going. And I know what it is. A lot of people, it's it's complacency and the fear of change, right? And it's just, I get it. I used to be like that. And then you start with something and then now you expound. Got it. So I love that you made that self-recognition and not waiting for this perfect scenario because we'll never do it. We'll always make an excuse.
Like, I know I would, but it's like, dude, that's like thousands of dollars and like you're spending on the game every month and like you have enough money for the mortgage and the people you hire and then like you're done. Like you have no money beyond that. So like, you kind of need, I have money for like the games I need, but like, it's like, you got to be very selective. So I can't just do like a thousands of dollars overhaul to my garage. Like I should spend a couple hundred on a little bench, free weights, figure it out from there. Like I need to start building muscle and just like getting to it. Because the thing I don't want to do is go back to like the gyms near me suck. Like I've tried those and that's what kind of put me out into that mindset.
Got it.
So it's like, let me start at home.
Yeah.
And then get built, because then the natural desire kicks in of like, you want to do the other exercises.
That's
and
it.
then maybe I find another gym, maybe a little bit further, but build the habit, right? So
Smart. Love
that's
it.
the Mr. Matty experience for the last 7 days. You know,
Love
that's
it,
where the
love it,
head's
love
at.
it. No doubt.
Got a couple of write-ins here, Cog. No real health is wealth, but you know, in the health is wealth section, as it usually is, Derek Beek writes in. This one's a quick one for Cog. I know you're a big Wu-Tang fan. I was wondering if you had the chance to listen to the new Ghostface Killah album and what you thought of it. I know old heads are jumping with joy, or at least as high as their old joints will let them. How are we feeling, Cog? Have you listened to this?
Yeah, shout out to Ghost, man. It's a free clientele too. Yeah, I'm a fan of Ghost. He actually wasn't my first favorite member of the Wu-Tang. My first favorite member was the Jizza. Genius. Everybody liked Meth, but I like Meth was the man, but I like Genius. But I came across Ghost late, and then King is a huge fan of Ghost. And I was like, let me see. And yeah, Supreme Clientele is a classic. He basically, the fans are asking, you know, for him to always do part 2. And this is the one. He was like, all right, I felt like I got the right amount of songs that fits that vibe, that theme of the first one that everyone loves. And so far I heard about 4 or 5 joints. So yeah, it's a vibe. He's got a Park Jam joint. He got a joint with Nas that I heard. And yeah, I've been on some Wu joint. Him and shout out to Young Dirty Bastard, Old Dirty Bastard, son.
Oh.
One of the feature tracks or a promo track with Sega on Shinobi. And I was like, oh, this is a nice collab. The beat go hard. And it was, I was feeling the vibe. I was like, shout out to Sega for including it. I was like, wow. Okay. So I copped the merch. Shout out to, I think it's Dirty Batch Records or whatever it is. I was talking to them and I was like, this is how I supported the merch for them. And they actually tweeted me because I put it up when I was in the gym.
Nice.
And they was like, yo, we see you on your path, King. We like that, King. I was like, appreciate you. But nah, shout out. I always loved the Wu, man. So yeah, Wu is back. We got a little old head resurgence hip hop going on right now.
Yeah,
shout out to Nas, shout out to Mass Appeal. All the old heads are showing like, yo, we still nice. We can still rhyme. People want to hear the music. The music's quality. And we starting to see a little, I don't want to get too crazy. It's still a young man's game. But we're starting to see a shift in terms of the stigma in hip hop was like, yo, bro, you too old. You know what I'm saying? But now they like, nah, man, we nice though. We still nice. You know what I'm saying? Like we still can do this. And the music is fire. So yeah, so far. So shout out to Derby. I did pick up that Ghost and I'm like 4 or 5 joints in.
Yeah, we're kind of at the beginning of the cycle once more. Like I feel we've come around. People were embracing the new, and now we're like in that phase where so much new has been really bad, or I mean, this is across all entertainment that it's like we want the old stuff back. And so when our old heroes are coming back around, they're showing they still got it. It's like exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
We got another write in here from Luke Bernard. This is one I was referencing earlier. It says, "What's up, Big Boss Matty and Shinobi Cog? As we enter what any sane person would consider an all-time stacked week for game releases, I have but one question. How the hell are we supposed to decide what to play? Metal Gear Solid Delta, Shinobi, Hollow Knight Silksong, Indiana Jones DLC, Hell Is Us, Chronos The New Dawn. All this plus Gears for PS5 gamers and Managed Democracy for Xbox gamers. 8 titles in 10 days. We are eating too well, friends. What business decisions will you be making? Personally, I'll be switch hitting. I like that term. I like that term a lot. That's a good one. I'll be switch hitting Delta and Shinobi depending on my mood and saving the spooky games for October. Much love from Des Moines, Iowa, and have a sure am glad I don't have to wear a diaper on this 13-hour flight to Tokyo on like one of my favorite podcast hosts kind of day. Luke, shout out to you. Hard to catch up with you, bro.
It is. Listen, I'm paying for it. For it. Depends. You better send me a bag or something because I'm suffering out here for you, bro.
I mean, they'll send you the wrong bag, bro. They'll send you a bag to poop in. You know, they'll
send me the colostomy bag. No, but this is a good question from Luke, man. I mean, he's right. It's so much, bro. It is so much right now. Now, luckily, you know, I've been fortunate that obviously you played Shinobi earlier. I'll talk about that. You got Delta, but Delta gave me a little pause with what's been going on, what I've been seeing as far as performance-y stuff.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm gonna wait on that. And then, you know what it is? That big Hollow Knight outside. Got everybody scared. People pushing the dates back.
Yeah, I did see. There was like one indie developer that was like,
yeah, they're like,
we're not looking to go up against. I think they called it the Elden Ring of indies or something like that. I was like,
they were like, we're good. And
Yeah.
got that. And then I'm a huge indie fan, so I've been looking for an excuse to go back into so now that the DLC, I think weren't you on the Hell Is Us train, or someone else I know?
Yeah,
yeah.
Interested in Hell Is Us.
Mhm.
I'm playing a little Metal Gear Solid Delta. I'll talk about that in a little bit. My plans for the future of that. Hollow Knight, I've decided to sit out. I got to be real with myself. I've not finished the first one. As much as I want to be part of the hype moment and the zeitgeist, I'm going to have that FOMO. I know it's a Game Pass game too. I just there's too much. I had all the time in the world to play the first one, so I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
But, I just haven't gotten to the first one. Silksong's everyone else's moment, but I can't be part of it.
No, I feel
Chronos: The New Dawn, though, I gotta say that's
you.
Top priority. I'm seeing great things from the Gamescom previews. I'm hearing a lot of Dead Space, and that is what I have wanted for a while. Someone to try to fill the void for Dead Space. Callisto Protocol got so much hype for that reason. I mean, after that tremendous turnaround with Silent Hill 2 remake, I'm a Bloober believer, man. Like, I want them to thrive, and Chronos looks incredible. So that's probably, out of this batch here, highest priority for me. But it's just, that's my business decision. But it's like what I said before. I don't want to sound too whiny, but just too much.
It's a lot, bro.
Too much.
So many games.
No one's got time for this.
Yeah.
Anyway, Luke, shout out for the writing.
Salute.
S-Fish616 writes in, hey, Dukes. There hasn't been a lot of big news about Saber Interactive, but a ton of small stories. It seems like Saber is truly becoming the king of AA. I know they have their small indie publishing arm and their vehicle games, but elsewhere, they're killing it with licensed IP. Hellraiser previews, while demented, have been pretty good. Toxic Commando previewed pretty well, and it seems like a proper World War Z successor. And now Turok Origins has been announced that it'll have a first-person mode. They also are publishing Painkiller this fall. All of this in addition to Space Marine 3, an Avatar Last Airbender game, and a Hasbro IP. All in addition to the KOTOR remake. I want your guys' opinion on what is Saber able to do differently from other teams that allows them to have so many projects in the oven. And while not all of them are 10 out of 10s, most of them seem to be quality at least. Do you think they have what it takes for the KOTOR remake? Ultimate question there. Thanks to keep up the good work, Steven. Appreciate your write-in, Steven. Yeah, dude, look, I've been singing the praises of Saber Interactive, I think, since World War Z. That's when I really started to say in my videos and in my podcast, I was like, watch these guys. They're always doing something a little interesting, and they've become not like it's perfectly described. They're not making 10 out of 10s, but there is a quality mark that they typically hit. Some of their Warhammer tie-in spin-off stuff can be a little hit or miss, but for the most part, they've really set a good standard for themselves. And with Space Marine 2 being as tremendous of a success as it is, means that they are flush with a lot of cash. I think Space Marine 3 is going to be absolutely insane. But yeah, they have handled IP really well in the past, whether it was porting with The Witcher 3, that's not included on this list. But when they did The Witcher 3 Switch port, like that was considered wizardry, and they were heavily involved in that. So they got good tech over there. That's for damn sure. I think it really comes down to this was one of the teams who understood outsourcing really well before many, because it's not like they were developing all of these games in-house. Many of these were partnerships. Like when they did Bolt Gun, I don't think that was I could be wrong, I'm going off the top of my head, but Bolt Gun was a different team that they did not own, but they like struck a deal with them. So I think they're just good at seeing talent and knowing how to deploy it. So my hopes for the KOTOR remake is that they're doing the same thing there. It helps that KOTOR remakes in-house. I think it's with one of their teams there. Was it like Portugal or something like that? It was one of their teams though, in-house. And I think that's good because they can kind of control their own destiny a little bit more. As I've said a million times though, like when we're going down the list and we're picking the KOTOR remake developer, I don't have Saber Interactive on my list anywhere close to my top 10, like even like they're not my pick, but they end up being the guy. They end up getting the ball. Star player gets injured on the field. Here comes the sub. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. Like, can the sub step up? Can the rookie step up? They're not a rookie, but you get the idea. The analogy. Can they step in and throw the pigskin for the final quarter and get us the win for the big game?
Yes.
I hope so, man. Like, I have no reason to really doubt or fear they've been responsible, but I've also, like, the game that I always think back to is Platinum Games with TMNT, Mutants in Manhattan. I always said, oh man, if Platinum got their hands on the TMNT license, this would be incredible. And I remember before launch, it was a match made in heaven. They didn't do any of these whack turtle designs. They're like, here comes the IDW comic turtle design, mature. We're doing some throwbacks. We're doing some open zones. It's the Platinum combat you know and love. And this shit is a fucking mess when it comes out. Like, it's broken. It's busted. The first couple of levels are all right, but like the progression's bad. The mission objectives are so, like, it's just a soulless game in so many ways. Like, it's almost there in every way. And that's what makes me have this love-hate relationship with it. So it just, like, it breaks me, man. And you know, like, I think about that moment where, like, it should have gone well for me. So again, like, it even when you get your ideal pick, it doesn't mean that it's guaranteed to go well. Because that's when I learned Platinum does have, we had the A team, the B team, and then there was the C team. And the C team worked on a lot of the Nickelodeon stuff, like TMNT, like Legend of Korra.
Yeah.
So with KOTOR Remake, man, it's like I'm really just hoping for the best here. You know, the fact that they've stayed quiet on it gives me anxiety, because I'm just like, they could talk at any time and just drop a trailer. They could be at any showcase. And you know what's funny?
What?
You'd think, as this is my favorite game of all time getting remade, I'm like thinking about every showcase. I'm never thinking about it. I'm never predicting it for any show. So they literally can surprise the fuck out of me. And I'm really hoping it's come along, and is next year the year? I don't know, but I'll just say I've been in Tim Willett's inbox, Saber Interactive. He is their CEO. You know, I was able to connect with him when he was at ID.
Nice.
But I've been in his inbox just saying, hey, Tim, whenever you want to talk, I am your man. Like, there is no one who has covered KOTOR on this platform more often than me, and has done so successfully. Like, I'm here, dude. So I'm trying to get involved. I'm trying to see if we can work something, extract some answers. I'm trying my best, but yeah, man, I want to know what's going on with KOTOR Remake more than anybody. But given that they've set a quality bar for themselves, I don't have a real reason to worry. But they also don't have, like, this tremendous RPG pedigree. However, I think what a lot of people want is for KOTOR to turn into an action RPG. Like, I want it to be more hardcore RPG, but I think a lot of people want, with the way the combat is, it's this D&D focused thing. I feel like a lot of people wanted to kind of get away from that and more to what Aspire was reportedly developing. By reportedly, I mean what I reported, which is like this kind of Neo God of War mixture. Sounds sick. Sounds right to me, but we'll see, bro. We'll see. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I know. It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. Listen, my thoughts pretty much exactly like, I feel like they've picked a lot of good IP. They've done really well for the most part, especially in Space Marines 3. I love that stuff. And I actually like the Hellraiser trailer. So I'm just like, look, they seem to be making the right calls and for the most part delivering. Now, yes, I'm with you. KOTOR is a huge undertaking and a huge direction on where they go with it. But, you know, if the track record speaks for itself right now, we have to give them the benefit of the doubt right now, I feel, you know, until proven otherwise. But yes, there's a lot of pressure coming in that one. If they nail that one, it's up. It's up for them.
I'd argue, I mean, some people will be like, it's Space Marine 3, but I'd argue KOTOR Remake is the most important project next to Avatar they have to nail. Yeah. They have to. Like, I think for a lot of Avatar fans, KOTOR being done well will give them hope. Like, I think so. To me, KOTOR Remake is like the most important thing, because it's just going to do so much for them, and then people will be reminded what the greatest era of Star Wars is.
Ooh,
which that's not even debated. I'm just saying though, like I think Disney forgets, and I'm glad they forget, because I'm so terrified of them being like, "Oh, y'all like that? Okay." We got 8 shows for you then. I'm like, no, dude, that part of Star Wars is so guarded. There's a reason there's no spin-offs. There's a reason why there's this new show coming out. I think it's called like Lego Rebuild the Galaxy or something like that. For a brief second in the trailer, here comes Revan with both lightsabers. And everyone's like, yo, like, Disney knows not to touch this, because they know when they deploy the old Republic, it's a great contingency plan. It's a great excitement plan. A great glass in case of emergency. Like, y'all want hype? Here's Revan. But, you know, here he comes. So,
facts.
Yeah, man. Give me some of that whenever it's ready. I'm excited to see more. Peter Grease, last write-in until we get into the news here. What up, Dukes? Intrigued by the ROG Xbox Ally X. However, after hearing your discussion last week, I am concerned about being a console gamer in the Play Anywhere library. My main goal with the handheld would be to dip into my backlog of big titles I've put off, like Red Dead Redemption 2, Cyberpunk, The Witcher 3. However, none are Play Anywhere. I own all on an Xbox console, but not PC. Would I have to stream these titles? Would I have to purchase them on PC? Would I even be able to play them at all in an offline mode? I appreciate the help, as this would be my first jump into the handheld console space, and it could be a little intimidating with compatibility. All I want to do is chip away at a 100-hour RPG while I manage night shift at a liquor distributor kind of day. That sounds beautiful, bro.
I love
all right,
that.
I see. Let's help Peter out here, because I imagine there's a little bit of confusion surrounding this device.
Yes.
I think the first thing is it's a PC. It's not, the Xbox marketing team, Phil, like even the name itself suggests this is the Ally, this is the companion device to your Xbox. In some ways, maybe, but this is a PC first. And think of it that way, Peter, and I think a lot will click into place for you. Would you have to stream these titles? According to Sarabond, at this point in time, yes. Unless they are in the Play Anywhere program, you would have to stream these. That means that if you have to stream them, then you can't be offline. Catch my drift? Right. So for the games that are Play Anywhere or on PC that you own or on Game Pass that you could install, you could play those offline.
Correct.
But if you own it on your console, it's not part of the Play Anywhere package. You're not playing it, man. Then you have to stream it. And Xbox streaming tech has come a long way.
It has, or in his case with Cyberpunk and very specific titles like Cyberpunk, Baldur's Gate, which have their own in-house cross progression, then you can play Cyberpunk offline and continue your progression with it. So you just got to set up the account. Basically, those games are one of the few that I champion because they have their own Xbox Play Anywhere that allows you to do cross progression once you create an account with them, guys. I just want to shout out Cyberpunk and Baldur's Gate. Those are my MVPs on how you do it if you're not going to participate in any type of Play Anywhere program. But I'm sorry.
100%. No. That was it. I just want to make sure it was clear for Peter that this is how it goes, and this is why, for me, $900 for that is it's a lot, bro. That's a big spendy for a handheld PC, and that's valuable to some. But when you already have a couple of those, I'm out. I'm bailing out.
Yeah, for me, I'm in. Yes, because this is for me, and 100% because of the fact I want the highest fidelity. And the fact that I want native experiences playing on the go, right? And as a person who loves the initial one, I'm saying, this is just an extension. Now, I will say it's a harder sell for a guy who has the Ally X, like myself, right? If you came from not being in the ROG ecosystem or the first one, then this is a big jump. And I feel it's worth it if you're ready. If you're like me, I technically don't need it, right? This is just me being extra, you know what I'm saying? Right. But I just want the fact that I don't want that Windows 11 nonsense. I want that out of there. Sure, it makes sense. I like the compatibility stuff that they have done. And I don't know if you saw they've got almost like this feature, kind of almost like a Steam Deck ready kind of thing, right? Where it's these are Steam Deck titles and stuff like that. These are the ones that are already optimized for you. We got the best settings. And then already hey, one thing with handheld gaming is, I'm being honest because I'm older, fonts tend, it's funny. I used to laugh at my
accessibility options.
Bro, I used to laugh at my grandpas back in the day but now I'll be like, yo, where the fonts? People see run up on my phone and they be like, Unc, what's up with your fonts? Oh, no. That's what I knew I was getting on. I was like, damn, you're supposed to call me out like that. You know what I'm saying? No. So yeah, accessibility has become a thing for me. So I do appreciate the games that support those kind of features, and it seems like they're going in there. But Matty, I 100% agree with what you're talking about. For you, if you're a person who all you are is an Xbox console guy, and you're worrying about 60, 70% of your lineup or 80% of your library could be played as a 30% that's not, then this not going to be a device for you. You know what I'm saying? And that's the part Matty is being very clear about, because they're saying that those titles, right, need to be streamed. And where I have been very animate about them, and I've talked to many people internally, is that you can't launch a Play Anywhere initiative, right? And it's not 100% or at least 95% of the way there. And that's the thing I'm always going to get on, because one of my favorite games is not there. Shinobi is not Play Anywhere. I'm furious. There, to me, is no excuse for that, because the precedent has showed me other Sega titles have been, right? And I've had this issue with them before. I remember when SoClap brought Sifu over to Xbox. I'm like, all right, cool. What's funny is it literally said it was going to be a Play Anywhere game, and I went searching for it on the outline. I'm like, where is it? Oh, I'm filing a complaint. Who I got to go to? Again, we can't have this. So I want to be clear to the realm of the Dukes. I have always been consistently setting the fire that they behind, that you have a lot of holes in this initiative, and in my opinion, you don't launch it unless it's fully realized. You know what I'm saying? And I want them to improve, because the feature is so dope. When it works, it's the great. And that's why I'm with Pete. Like, I'm the guy that I want to play more of these 100-hour games, but it's just impossible by schedule. But how does Cog chip away? Boom. On the Ally. Boom. On the PC. Okay, now I'm back home. That's how I got Kingdom Come Deliverance done. Yeah. Bro, like you need that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think that's something that you're 100% right, and they've got to work on that part. I'm never gonna put the foot off my neck on their neck on that one. I'm sorry, because the feature's too dope
for their business if they can figure it out. I mean, I'm an easy sale. To be fair, it's like I could access my Steam library through it, which
that was the other question.
Which will be,
you can.
Yeah, right. Like if you have a Steam library, which I have a pretty big one, it's like that's where a lot of the value lies. But again, that's where it's like I'm addressing something I already have an answer to.
Correct.
So,
I feel you.
Ultimately, it's not looking like it's fully for me, but again, I'd be happy to check it out and see if I'd feel differently with my hands on the new OS. Because that's the thing, is like a Xbox dude. I want to see like this. This uncompromised version of Windows that's got to go head to head with Steam OS. I was talking to our man Jimmy Champagne. He's like, I have like a whole rig set up that's just like Steam OS, and it's amazing. Like,
it's sick.
Sick. Like I gotta dive deep into that and do some research, because it just looks like it's the next big thing. And
that's why they didn't do their handheld Xbox themselves. They saw what Jimmy got, and they was like, oh, we're not ready. We're not ready to compete with that. We got to go in the dojo, go back to the drawing board, and figure out how. Dojo. We got to go in the dojo for the OS for that, man. Because that Steam OS had everyone shaking in their boots. 100%, that's accurate.
All right, next up here, Cog. Let's get into the news. I set this one up for you first. Bungie's Pete Parsons is leaving the company after 23 years. And nearly 10 as CEO. I'd like to read what he put on the blog post via Bungie.net. He says, to the Bungie community, after more than 2 decades of helping build this incredible studio, establishing the Bungie Foundation and growing, inspiring communities around our work, I've decided to pass the torch. This journey has been the honor of a lifetime. I am deeply proud of the worlds we've built together and the millions of players who call them home. And most of all, I am privileged by the opportunity to work alongside the incredible minds at Bungie. When I was asked to lead Bungie in 2015, my goal was to grow us into a studio capable of creating and sustaining iconic, generation-spanning entertainment. We've been through so much together. We launched a bold new chapter for Destiny, built in an enviable, independent live ops organization capable of creating and publishing its own games, and joined the incredible family at Sony Interactive Entertainment. I see that smile. This is already comedy to you. Today marks the right time for a new beginning. The future of Bungie will be in the hands of a new generation of leaders, and I'm thrilled to announce that Justin Truman will be stepping into the leadership at Bungie as Bungie's new studio head. I've worked alongside Justin for many years. His passion for our games, our team, and our players is unmatched. As a leader in engineering, production, and design, and most recently as the general manager for Destiny 2 and our chief development officer, he has been instrumental in bringing some of the most memorable moments in Bungie's history to life. He lives and breathes this studio, and I have full confidence that he is the right person to lead Bungie forward. Thank you for being the best, most passionate community in gaming. It's been a privilege to serve you. As for me, I'll be second star to the right and straight on till morning. Then Justin Truman writes, in the 15 years I've been a developer at Bungie, I've worn a lot of different hats. As an engineer, I wrote some code I'm really proud of for our original weapons, abilities, and networking in Destiny 1. As a designer, I helped craft many of Destiny 2's systems, including some of the endgame systems I got terribly wrong at Destiny 2's launch. As a producer, I helped our team build and roll out Destiny's first seasons. More recently, I've helped the overall talent strategy as chief development officer and have been helping with the marathon team as we build our next world. Across all these different roles, Bungie's purpose has stayed clear. We create worlds that inspire friendship. When we're at our best, we create these worlds alongside you, our player community, and build something that matters, something that's worth your time, your passion, and your investment in us, something that I've learned, hopefully, over-delivers. I've also been part of these efforts at Bungie when we maybe have not been at our best, when we stumbled and realized through listening to our community that we have missed the mark. I know I've personally learned a lot over the years, as have all of us here from those conversations. I'm committed to supporting and working alongside every member of the team here as we continue pouring our hearts and souls into these worlds that we love and that we hope will be worth your time and your passion, because ultimately those worlds only exist and thrive with you in them. We are hard at work right now doing that, both with Destiny and Marathon. We're currently heads down, but we'll have more to show you in both these worlds later this year. In closing, I know I can speak for all of Bungie when I say I appreciate your patience, your perspective, and the time you spend with us. Okay, Cog, fill me in. Are we back?
I don't know where we are, but I will say, internally, my mom always told me, if you don't got nothing nice to say, it's not to say nothing too crazy. I will just say this. There are a lot of people internally in that building that are not going to shed any tears that Pete Parsons has left. Mm-hmm. As far as, I don't know the man personally. I never met the man personally, seen him in passing, but, look, all I will say is what I've learned with Bungie, and I've said before, independent showed me that they were their worst enemy all along. It didn't matter what suitor they had. And I just felt they got too big, their eyes got too big, and they turned away from their moneymaker. That was Destiny, right? They turned away from their moneymaker to expand on all these numerous projects. And the only one that may bear fruit is honestly Destiny Rising, the mobile game through NetEase. As far as Marathon, obviously we know that's yet to be determined. As far as the Sony acquisition, to me, it's one of the, as me and Colin talk about, one of the greatest fleeces, lemons in the history of right now of gaming. They completely over projected their books, the spending, and the main thing is the arrogance. What we continue to hear is we know what we're doing, developers. Get in there, monetize, over monetize the same community. And Matty, what's sad about it is that this is the most abusive relationship as a community. Like, this community loves this game.
Yeah. And
for you to now break it, for it to be broken the way it is right, it is apathetic. Like, people do not care anymore. People are so done. Like, the latest, I've been tuning in here and there because I played Edge of Fate and I was like, okay, I got out what I got of it. I'll be back for the next.
Last we talked, you were kind of like, I think I might be out,
bro. I made the smartest decision to fade because people, the hardcore, are like, bro, they've made the grind harder. Then they say, hey, we've heard the feedback, and then triple down and make it even more harder. And people are like, bro, what the hell are we doing? So with the solo ops playlist, the fire teams ops playlist, basically what they're doing is any way for you to be efficient and to maximize your experience to get in and out. Mm-hmm. You know what? That gun's too good that Matty, like, let's nerf that. That's what they do. They're like, anything that you do to be efficient and to get through the content, no, we want this to be a slog. Mm-hmm. So people are like, nah, we're good. So you got that. Numbers are horrific. Mm-hmm. Horrific, bro. Someone told me, I think it was E. Shout out to E. I was supposed to eat a little bit. I've been so busy, bro. I got to get back to you. E hit me, was like, bro, the numbers for Destiny 2, I don't know, as of recording maybe 2 days ago, he said Battlefield 2048 had higher numbers than Destiny 2. I was like, you can't be serious. Not Battlefield 6.
Yeah.
The resurgence in 6 has led people to give 2048 a little run while they waiting for 6. Bro, That's bad. Like, this is where we at right now. I told you the mobile game, people are like, yo, that joint looks way more interesting and exciting than Destiny. It's like, so that's where they are. So with Pete stepping down, I don't know Justin Truman. I want to be respectful. I don't know.
Wow, it's like, by the way, I just looked. It's like Battlefield is like double Destiny 2's player.
Wow, give me the numbers. What's the split? What's it looking like?
All right, so Destiny is right now at 27,600.
Surprised
2042 is at 47,000.
Wow, you see? Then we're in a world where Borderlands is coming. We're in a world where Helldivers just dropped. I think
Borderlands will be the backbreaker.
Bro, it's suplex after suplex. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Call of Duty's coming. Battlefield's coming. Like, and then they got the nerve to piss off their base right now at a moment where you're more desperate than ever. So back to this. With Truman, I don't know him, obviously. When he said he did that NCA system that he got wrong at Destiny 2 launch, I'm going to be honest, that's not good on your resume because I remember that period. Why does
Bungie like egg on their face? That's what I'm trying to get here. Like, this dude's like self-owning for most of this message he put out is what I read. I was like, what's encouraging? Like, I've been here for a while. And he's like 3 times I fucked up while I was here, and now I'm your leader. Like, what? Dude.
Because what it is, the Destiny community is so astute. We know what everyone's done for the most part.
Everyone's got the receipts.
Yeah, so it's like trying to get ahead of the call out before they call you out. Like, wait a minute, wasn't when you there when the raids were whack and the rewards were trash? Wasn't that you? With so people got the receipts. You know what I'm saying? So that's where we are. So look, this is what I think. I have no 100% proof on this, but I am of the belief that Pete was pushed out. I am of the belief.
Had to be.
Sony is like, bro, if you don't push that resignation button, then, we could do this the easy way, the hard way. You're going to do it this way. God. And you're going to, because this is a man that relishes control. This is a man, from my understanding, for people in the building, who is very my way or the highway, didn't take a lot of the receptive feedback, have all these grandiose ideas and take no responsibility, and then again let go of the people who are actually serving the community. That's what I've heard. I don't know him, I'm just telling you for the people that I know. So it's we'll see what happens. I think ultimately it may be a net positive, but the only thing now is who remains. And then what does Sony do, right? So I have faith in Hiroki Totoki though. I like me some Hiroki. I ain't gonna hold you. I like the way he moving over there. So he don't play no games. So I do. Part of me, I never wish for anyone to lose their job, but part of me likes restructure based on inefficiency.
Look, bro, this guy's got more than enough money. We can be hyped that Pete got fucking canned, bro. Like, this guy, he can sell a few of his cars if he's running low on funds. Like, let's keep it a buck.
I am a person who celebrates and respects the data. When the data says you ain't doing what you're doing, then I have all about, all the evidence to say we gotta go another direction.
Gotta go.
Kind of thing. So we'll see I don't know what Justin's gonna do, but I guess all in all, my thing is this. Last point. They need to, the only way, in my opinion, for them to get some positive will and stuff, they got to announce Destiny 3 at some point.
That was going to be my only input. I'm with you.
No one cares about this thing. In every Destiny purist's heart, we know it ended after Final Shape. We know it did. That was the perfect send-off. So this was trying to force the action, lead us in the marathon. I don't even know if marathon's dropping. I'm going to be like, remember that last statement from the Sony rep?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We'll see, maybe. It may be March. Maybe not.
That only tells you how deep that plagiarism rot ran, bro. And like we talked about when it first broke, it's like that costs money to like rebuild existing assets, overall texture sheets and all that shit. Like, that's a lot of time. You're not even moving the game forward. You're replacing what you already had. And we're going to talk about Sony's comments about them not wanting to fail big anymore. That's a new thing. Like, we fail. I got that. Yeah.
We got to fail differently. Not like, and these are, Bungie's in the business of big failing. so they like to fail explosively. So like, nah, fam. So that's what I feel. They got to give like one little content update and say, all right, guys, our heads are down, all head, steam ahead to Destiny 3. And then we go away for a little bit and you just in the cut doing that, and this is just some live service thing to upkeep for a little bit. That's just me.
I agree.
Yeah.
No, Destiny 3 is, I think, their lifeline. And I'm sure PlayStation knows that. I think Bungie knows that. I think the only benefit from what I see here is this guy's only repertoire is Destiny. Like, it's all he talks about that he did.
Yes.
Like, so you got a Destiny guy at the top. I think no matter what happens with Marathon, I think this game's DOA. Like, I don't think you come back from that for, like, again, I always say, like, yeah, people always default. They go, well, the masses. And I'm like, well, the masses don't get it unless we start that conversation. If we're like, it's not it.
Yeah.
It's unless it's Call of Duty, it's like very hard to just break through and be like, well, fuck with what we say. So I just think that's dead and gone. And if PlayStation is not interested in failing big, like we'll talk about a little bit later with Concord, again, I still think this project could be canceled very easily. I don't think it's a hot take. But I think if they're like assessing what's our best chance of success, it's like Marathon, which is already a very contaminated product and no one was really asking for, or what people really wanted, which we've talked about last week, like giving the people what they want. They want Destiny 3. Go make them what they want. Like, I know the developer, from what you told me, the developers know what the fans want. You know, this happens a lot though. It you know, when I talk to Mark Dara, like I always think back to that conversation about the Dragon Age remasters and the remakes, and like the developers knew what the fans wanted. EA didn't care, and BioWare would have had to fund it themselves. It's like, it's the same shit here. It's like, I'm sure they know, like, we want to do more Destiny. Destiny 3 is it. Like, who the fuck wants to work on Marathon after that kind of blowback? Who wants that stain on their LinkedIn profile?
Yeah,
come on.
I feel bad.
You know?
I'm cool with all those guys. Community director, Marathon. I feel bad. It's like they're in an unenviable, position of, something that no one wants, and you're leading that, and then the prognosis just doesn't look strong, right now. So I get it.
Yeah, no one wants a job where it's like, oh, I get to stand in front of the loaded gun and deliver news on the thing everyone's like ready to shit on. Like there's no question marks. It's like, yep, we're gonna take this one down too. So not fun. Not a fun time. They need to do the thing people want, which is Destiny 3.
Agreed.
Let's hear from Tim Schafer. We got an answer to a question we've had for a long while. Like, what's going on beyond Keeper, which is coming out later this year? And they spoke to IGN at Gamescom 2025. And while we don't know what the upcoming games are, he did say, quote, I'm working on stuff. The studio is doing multiple projects right now, and they're all original IPs because we did Psychonauts 2, and that will hold us for sequels for a while. So that does rule out a Psychonauts 3, which, fuck, man, that sucks. Also, there were people talking about, like, would they ever do Brutal Legend 2? And they're, that's not happening either. So I'm just noticing real quickly here on this article I linked, IGN has a Xbox Games Series tier list. And they have Fusion Frenzy in the D tier. Wow. They also have Viva Pinata in the D tier and Crackdown in the D tier. It says this list is the average of 835 contributions. This is an awful fucking list.
Yeah, I don't agree with Viva the Fusion.
Forza is in the S tier above Fable, and Call of Duty's in the A tier.
Wow.
I hate this.
I didn't think that. He said I hate it here.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is an interesting list.
Here? Like, what kind of the community doesn't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
All right, what do you make of Tim Schafer saying multiple projects in development, all new IP, no sequels? We were wondering, do they have more cooking? They reconfirmed that. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling about let Tim cook with his creative juices. He beats to his own drum. He's there's no other person like him in the industry. And I was concerned, obviously, during this whole shakeup, how does a Double Fine, survive in a climate where Microsoft is Microsoft gaming, right? Kind of thing. So I like to hear him talk, and I like to hear him talk about multiple projects, and I like to see the creativity. Yes, would I have loved to Psychonauts 3? Absolutely. Psychonauts was amazing. But there's a part of me that's like, you got to let developers do what they want to, and if they got the creative juices to do an original project, by all means. Now, I will admit, I haven't been paying attention to the Keeper stuff. I got to really get back on that. I've been so head to the ground and see, because I heard like there's been later updates or trailers. I just want to know what the vibe is. I don't know what the energy is. Has anyone spoken on it yet? Is it like no one's saying anything strong, or just not too much?
I'm going to be open to trying it because again, of how wrong I was with Psychonauts 2, but I have not really tapped into it at all. It's not like a game I have like hype for. It's
right.
One of those things. Like, so I don't know what the temperature is for it right now.
Yeah, because it's like Lighthouse the game.
Yeah,
little Lighthouse the game.
I'm
like, all right,
as much open-mindedness as possible.
I'm trying.
You know, but like I in the terms of like going out of my way, spending my free time watching videos on it. Nah,
yeah,
like I'll pick it up and see what's going on here.
For sure. So that's where I'm at. I believe that's a smaller scale compared to Psychonauts. Much smaller scale anyway. So look, I'll pay my eye on it, but I do want to see what his bigger stuff is, you know, that he's got planned. So that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, I do wonder how collect our bag Microsoft is feeling about no sequel Tim over here.
Yeah, no, for real. In a climate, right, where people are getting laid off, they want big games and all that stuff. We have to be honest, Double Field doesn't necessarily fit that profile.
No.
So for me, I think he's one of the great minds. Remember we were talking about, we forgot to add Schafer to that list as far as great minds.
Yeah.
Remember when we lost Ferguson, right?
True.
Yeah, he's one of the great minds. And it's just like, you know, I don't want to see the OG. This is an OG. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to see him go. So yeah, we'll see. I'll definitely looking forward to what they got cooking. I do like the fact that he said multiple projects, though. That at least gives me a little hope, maybe, that we got things cooking. And
that rug pull could happen anytime, any place, anywhere, right? So we'll see. But until then, looking forward to Keeper and whatever else Double Fine's working on. Next up here, Hollow Knight Silksong. It finally has a release date and it's out September 4th. So as you're listening to this, it'll be out that same week for you free feed listeners, at least. Now, what I want to also highlight is the write-up Jason Schreier did about why the game took so long. Because most times when a game takes this long, it was a disaster. We were stressed. It was really tough. Get ready. I'm going to read this whole thing to y'all. I'm going to jump ahead a little bit just to cut as much of the reading as possible. But this is a great story. We've been having fun, Gibson said. The whole thing is just a vehicle for our creativity anyway, and it's nice to make fun things. The lengthy production cycle wasn't the result of development challenges or obstacles, they said. They just needed all these years to ensure that Silksong was exactly the game they wanted to make. It was never stuck or anything, Gibson said. It was always progressing. It's just the case that there wasn't, that we're a small team. And games take a lot of time, and there wasn't any big controversial moment behind it. The Silksong saga started in 2017 when Team Cherry released Hollow Knight, a Switch version released by the end of the year. By the end of 2018, millions of fans were raving about its polished gameplay, distinct style, and impeccable vibes. As of today, the game has sold 15 million copies, Team Cherry told me, making it one of the most successful indie games ever. Initially, Gibson and Pellin had planned to release an expansion pack revolving around Hornet, one of its key characters, but in February 2019, they announced that the expansion had grown too big. It would instead become a full-fledged sequel titled Silksong. Hollow Knight had been massive, and their plan at the outset was to build a smaller world for Silksong to ensure that the game felt just as deep. They'd implement an elaborate quest system that would offer players reasons to backtrack and revisit old locations. In contrast to Hollow Knight, which had already had a single town full of shops and characters to meet, there would also be multiple towns, each serving as a hub for quests. Even at that point, we were recognizing that it was going to become another thing to rival the scale of Hollow Knight, or probably exceed it, Gibson said. And then, because of how we work, obviously the world ended up just being just as big or bigger. And the quest system existed, and then the multiple towns existed. Suddenly, you end up 6 or 7 years later. It all came down to their development style, which may have been too much fun. Gibson and Pellin were joined by programmer Jack Vine, composer Chris Larkin, and a few contractors who helped with programming and testing. Started off by designing the core gameplay for Hornet, the game's slick protagonist. From there, it was easy to implement and test out new ideas, even as the game grew bigger. We're very fortunate that we have a development method that is so enjoyable, Gibson said. Not exactly sure how we stumbled into that. Everything comes together quickly. You can see results fast. Ideas turn into something that exists in the game almost immediately before your eyes, and that's very satisfying. And that allows you to go off on those tangents and make weird characters because someone's offhandedly mentioned a weird character as an idea, and the other person laughed, and that's enough. You're always working on a new idea, new item, new area, new boss, Pellin said. That stuff's so nice. It's for the sake of just completing the game that we're stopping. We could have kept going. The downside of this methodology was that it could have lasted forever. I remember at some point, I just had to stop sketching, Gibson said, because I went everything I'm drawing here has to end up in the game. That's a cool idea. That's in. That's a cool idea. That's in. You realize if I don't stop drawing, this is going to take 15 years to finish. During the development of Hollow Knight, Gibson and Pellin frequently posted updates and talked to players. At the end of 2019, Team Cherry posted one more update about Silksong, then went silent, much to fans' dismay. We felt the continued updates were gonna sour people on the whole thing, because all we could really say is we're still working on it. They wanted to particularly be cautious about avoiding spoilers. Much of the thrill of Hollow Knight came from accidentally stumbling upon secret passageways or breaking down walls to find hidden bugs. Silksong has plenty of its own secrets that they didn't want to detail before the release. Plus, they thought Silksong would be out much sooner. Instead of popping up and bugging people for the sake of it, it felt like our actual responsibility was just to work on the game, Pellin said. Probably at the time, we thought we'd go quiet for a year or two and the game would come out. In 2020, as COVID disrupted most video game productions around the world, Adelaide was able to stave off the worst of the pandemic, going months without new cases, which allowed Gibson and Pellin to continue plugging along on Silksong. It seems a little odd knowing the rest of the world had such a dramatic and isolating period. Here we are going to cafes, having parties. Again, bro, they're in like this. I hope you understand why I'm reading this whole thing. They were in a whole different fucking world. Like this, their COVID story is even different too.
Wild.
Amazing. All right, we're nearing the end here. Silksong briefly resurfaced in 2022 during an Xbox event and promised all games that would be shown there would be out within a year. Xbox doubled down on Twitter saying the Hollow Knight sequel would be out before June 2023. And at the time, they all thought it was true. They don't blame Xbox. They say, we genuinely believe that was the case, Pellin said. There was a period of 2 to 3 years where we thought it was going to come out within a year. But the game kept growing. Silksong had more elaborate bosses than Hollow Knight, more gameplay systems, and more interactivity. Gibson and Pellin wanted objects in the world to react to Hornet's various tools, which required a ton of drawing and animation work. I think we're always underestimating the amount of time and effort it'll take us to achieve things, Gibson says. It's also that problem where, because we're having fun doing it, it's not like it's taking longer, this is awful, we really need to get past this phase. This is a very enjoyable space to be in. Let's perpetuate this with some new ideas. The longer development lasted, the more pressure Gibson and Pellin felt to ensure that everything was as fine-tuned as possible. They'd already spent 4 years on it. Why would they rush now? More time.
This is the funniest story. I'm so sorry.
It's unbelievable. It's exactly what you want to hear. The more time they spent polishing some parts, the more time they needed to apply to consistently make sure it was the same across the rest. There's a level of finish that has to be met throughout the entire game, Pellin said. All the way the systems interact and the hidden stuff that pops up later, it's multiplicative. And as you add stuff, the process of tying it all back together just increases. So throughout development, Team Cherry remained tiny, which may have extended the production time, but also saved them from having to slog through managing and delegating. We don't want to mess with the formula and then find out it's not fun, Gibson said. I used to manage teams in the past. I don't really want to ever do that again. Staying small also meant eschewing the production practices commonplace at many game development studios. What is Jira? Gibson asked when they asked if they used a task management application. Is that software, Pellin said, adding that they briefly used Trello before their account was deactivated because they didn't use it enough.
Wow.
Perhaps the biggest reason Silksong took so long was that Team Cherry never had to worry about one thing that keeps independent developers awake at night: money.
That part. That's the whole part on this whole. I'm sorry, this is funny.
No, they're balling. This is the great part.
Yeah.
During the production of Hollow Knight, they'd stayed lean, sometimes living off leftover triangle sandwiches that their office neighbor would bring them after meetings. My dad would sometimes pop up and give me $20, Gibson said. I'd be like, oh, I'm having coffee today. Thanks to their first game's massive financial success, Gibson and Pellin no longer have to scrounge for leftovers. For Pellin, who has 2 kids and a third on the way, that's provided an inestimable peace of mind. For Gibson, who said he spends most of his time at the office, it hasn't changed much. I live in a very basic 2-bedroom apartment, he said. Sometimes I think, what would be better is a 1-bedroom apartment because there's even less to maintain. The game has continued to generate revenue by reaching new players, perhaps in large part due to the Silksong buzz. When the studio announced Silksong in February, this is the most amazing stat of it all. When the studio announced Silksong in February 2019, Hollow Knight has sold 2.8 million copies. The game has sold another 12 million since then, allowing Team Cherry to keep working on the sequel indefinitely without having to worry about running out of funds. We're very lucky in that regard, Gibson said. I don't ever really think about it that much. Maybe that's the privilege of it. As the years went on, the hype kept building. A Reddit dedicated to the game filled up with nonsensical blabber and made up tweets, which people called silk posts, a variation of the expletive. Meanwhile, chat sections for video game streams like the Nintendo Direct were plagued with Silksong when? Gibson and Pillin tuned it all out, rarely going online. They say they never read comments on YouTube or Reddit, although occasionally friends or family would send them some of the funniest ones. It's nice that people are passionate about the game and that they've obviously formed their own strange or very exciting communities around it, Gibson said. It feels like we're going to ruin their fun by releasing the game. Once in a while, people would show up at the Team Cherry office, sometimes with their children, perhaps hoping for a Willy Wonka type of experience. Inevitably, they would be disappointed by what they found instead. It's a grubby room with cardboard boxes, Gibson said. Their walls remain the same dull avocado color that they were when Team Cherry moved in more than a decade ago. They never even put up art. They've been too busy making the game. In early 2025, Gibson and Pellin began to see the finish line and started making plans to release the game in fall. Players, desperate for information, devoured every scrap of news, like the announcement that it would be playable at a museum in September, hoping that it might finally be the year. Both Nintendo and Xbox said during live events that Silksong was planned for 25, but they had been down this road before and fans were cautious. Meanwhile, Team Cherry kept working. The shape of the game had been finalized for a while. The last year or two have been all about the details, adding small encounters, polishing everything, tying it together. And they're still working to finalize things until the last possible minute. As we spoke with Silksong a little bit more than 3 weeks out, I spotted programmer Jack Vine in the background tweaking code for one of the game's console ports. Gibson and Pellin said they're happy the game is finally coming out and even happier that they will get to keep working on it, which they said they find enjoyable even after 7 years. They haven't burned out or shown any desire to take a break. Instead, they're already making big plans to add extra content to Silksong in the months and years to come. Launching it is obviously quite exciting, Pellin said. What comes after for us is equally as exciting. The most interesting thing now is that we can add to it next. We've got a plan. Admittedly, some of the plans for that stuff are kind of ambitious as well, but hopefully we can achieve some of it. That's the write-up. Appreciate everyone bearing with me there. I just thought it was really fascinating that normally it's like the wait was so long. We got into fights. We hated each other at one point. We ran out of money. I pulled out a loan. None of that. They just had a lot of money to ball out with and just kept going because they were having fun. Crazy.
Bro, it is so many thoughts went through my head. So first of all, salute to them from the standpoint of what a massive success the first game was.
Yeah.
That is insane. You drop 2.8 and then from there subsequently make 12 million. You know, it's 12 million copies. Then, like you said, in a climate where people are struggling in a post-COVID, they're chilling. They're okay. And then it's like, yeah, we
don't even think about it.
We don't think about it. We're just having fun. We just like, I just think about that. I think about the Rod Ferguson story and I think about the Sean Layden story. And I think about Ferguson from a development standpoint. In any normal situation, bro, you cannot take 6 to 7 years talking about you going to drop a game because you would never be in that situation. And the reason why I brought up Sean Layden is because I was like, this is one of the anomalies. In a perfect world, we want everyone to have the Hollow Knight story, right? Mm-hmm. You put the passion in, you create this amazing game, people are find it receptive, and then it just goes off, right? It's a zeitgeist. Then you're afforded time and development. The sad reality is, as fortunate as the Hollow Knight devs are, there's so many more stories of people who put out a passionate project and it didn't get the visibility and it didn't sell and they're out of here. So what it showed me is like, again, the volatility of the industry, because it's just like, man, these guys were chilling during this time and just allowed to have fun, right? We want more of this, but I just feel it's just not realistic. Like this right here to me is the wildest story reading this. I was like, wow, like, could you imagine if everyone could do that? It's like, it would be a better world, but I just got to be honest. That's why I did push back with the short stuff, because it's not realistic. That is not happening in today's climate. You're not allowed that amount of development time. You're just not, you know what I'm saying, kind of thing. So salute to them. I think what's funny is they're still going to put more content in and they're going to have crazy stuff. But one thing I want to give a credit though, this game is a beautiful piece of art, masterpiece feel kind of game, and the bosses and everything that comes with it. So look, I'm not pulling from them. This is going to do well. I know people that I spoke to they're being treated like the Elden Ring in indie. Like, don't drop when they drop.
Yeah. I even think big games of marketing should actually like move out of the way. You know?
Yeah. Don't I know
some games are underestimating it for sure.
Yes. That's why I can't get mad. Like, they're getting treated like they GTA. Like, better move a big Hollow Knight come. Watch out.
Yeah.
It's that kind of energy. But salute to them just to learn and to hear how they were moving during it and how their creative juices are and how, like, you know, they just continue to want to make a better game. And like I said, we all ideally in a perfect world would love for us to be like this in game development. Like, that's the dream, right? Like, oh my God, like, what an amazing story. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, it's good to see after such a long development cycle, it is a positive story because we've never really seen that before. And it's good to see that some more of these are cropping up. You know, Expedition, when I talked to Guillaume about that, like that was another example. Like, we're seeing more of these pop up. Some teams are really figuring it out or have figured it out or have built. In this case, I think it's just the nature of like, they built their business smart. They didn't have any fat to their business. They had the necessary parts, which happened to be 3 people. That's a lot easier to maintain if your $15 indie game is just selling over the years, you know? Yeah. So I also, it helps when like one of your leaders lives in a 2-bedroom apartment.
2-bedroom flat.
Yeah.
Bro, the fact that he said from a tech standpoint, he's like, we didn't even know what Jura is. Like, Jura is like the industry standard for QA and bug testing, right? Yeah. And the fact, like, that is wild to me. And he's like, yeah, and Trello, again, one of these industry standard type planning softwares. Hey guys, you know, on this date we're gonna be doing this. Yeah. I've used Trello before. You know, just
I don't like Trello much. I've tried
it's okay. Yeah. I actually
like
Milano
team. Milano.
Yeah. Okay. That's
Milano. Yeah.
Yeah. That's good. That's good. That's good software.
Yeah. Milano's all visual, so it just clicks.
Yeah, it's visual. Yeah, I see how you like it. I see how you like it. Yeah, Trello actually, like, when I'm going to convention, I'm setting up appointments. That's what I use. I don't use it when I was doing game developer stuff, you know, as a studio, but I feel the fact that they didn't know what any of that stuff was shows how like homely and just like process. 1-bedroom apartment. Like, we didn't update the studio. And there's a part of it is to be commended though, right? To stay like, yo, we're not spending above our means. We got the biggest game going. We still back in this very modest. Yeah. You know, because again, flip side, Bungie, you get, you know, Destiny, yo, build out 4 new studios, build out a new office, 6, you see what I'm saying? Like, people, so it just shows you the extremes, right? These are fascinating stories to me. I just find this stuff really interesting.
Next up here, Xbox Ally pre-order dates have leaked for those who are interested. This is according to Deal Labs' Bill Kuhn. He writes, quote, following our recent investigations and after the postponement of the first appointment scheduled for August 20th, we have been able to identify a new potential date for the opening of pre-orders. However, this information should be taken with caution given the frequent calendar adjustments in recent days. So, pre-orders for the Xbox Ally and Ally X are now expected to start on September 25th, 2025. We will, of course, continue to monitor the situation and will update this article as soon as new information is available from our side, end quote. So this is coming out in October. How do you feel about that? That's really... Am I bugging? Like,
no.
That's close as hell.
It's close. Yeah. I'm just mad because I'm like, man, I was hoping I had this before Tokyo.
Yeah.
I wanted it for that 13 hour. You know what I'm saying? That's what I wanted it for. But it is what it is. Right? I got to deal with the old joint for now. But yeah, I'll be there. Me and my niche device that I'm spending the grand
for. All right. Next up here. The reason that Switch 2 ports of Xbox games might be delayed has been revealed. It's kind of caused a bit of a stir online because it looks like Nintendo is being a bit cagey with their development kits. This comes from Digital Foundry, quote, there's been a lot of talk lately that Nintendo seems to be almost discouraging Switch 2 development to some degree. This is John Linneman saying this. He says, I've spoken with plenty of developers where they were told that their game, they should just ship it on Switch 1 and rely on backward compatibility. There's a lot of developers that are unable to get Switch 2 dev kits. We talked to a lot of devs at Gamescom this year, and so many of them said the same things. They want to ship on Switch 2. They would love to do Switch 2 versions, but they can't get the hardware. It's really difficult right now. I don't know what Nintendo's mindset was with these decisions. I don't really understand the strategy because, like you said, even now, developers are struggling to get the systems. And I know that some months ago, when we were hearing things through the grapevine and talking to people, there were some weird exclusions with some big developers struggling to get kits for the game. For what I've heard, there are also some weird inclusions as well. Some indies were included, which is nice to see. But there's that Campfire game, you know, the Campfire game, and they're getting kits. And some big developers, on the other hand, who develop AAA stuff, aren't necessarily in the pipeline for their kits. There's some weird stuff about discouraging Switch 2 development explicitly for some games, a limited subset of games. Like if you're doing a pixel art game at 240p, you probably don't need a Switch 2 kit. But there are very few games on Switch 1 that wouldn't benefit from being ported explicitly to Switch 2. The thing that's really stark to me too is at this point, we've seen very few proper Switch 2 editions post-launch. I don't think we've seen any, hardly at all, really, from third-party developers in particular. Obviously, we saw No Man's Sky. I think 1 or 2 games in the mix there, but really, it's been a slow trickle of titles earning that Switch 2 edition badge. I really want to see more movement on that front. I hope it's a temporary thing. I hope that in a year or two, we're looking back and saying, well, that was a really weird decision, but if it was fixed in time, I hope that's what we're looking at. End quote. So good stuff from Digital Foundry here, but we had talked before that, Xbox was like definitely getting held out on some of this stuff, but what do you think the idea behind this is? Like, third party is what made the Switch 1 tick. It's not like they don't have third party, but to tell them like, hey, just put it on Switch 1 back compat, like you're good to go. It's really weird, really, really weird. And my only thing I think of is that these developers would be like rushing to get the Switch 2 ports out because everyone's like, Switch 2 is going to be big, and it has been big. So it's like, oh, we're rushing to get these ports out. And does Nintendo want to like stagger it out a little bit where like these, part of the lifeline of the Switch 1 for me at least was like, oh, that thing I already played is now here. I'm going to buy it again. Or this sounds ideal. I'm going to buy it here this time. Do you think they are kind of leaning into that and trying to galaxy brain it a little bit? Like, what's the vibe here for holding games off from coming to Switch 2, presumably Xbox as well, where we thought they'd be part of the launch. We thought we'd see like Phil at the Direct, but now we're starting to see these stories. And it's like, well, that has to be Xbox because they want to bring their stuff to Switch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would love to talk to the Punching Up boys. Shout out to Brad and shout out to Gene and obviously Mama Micah. Look, this is straight. It's kind of, I'll be honest, Little Rubs would be a little wrong. Only because it's like, I feel, maybe I shouldn't say wrong. It's just interesting because to me, this is a very controlled strategy. And the vibe I'm getting, Maddie, is kind of like, we want our first parties to shine specifically. You see what I'm saying? And let's be honest, they are one of the few where their first party sells in ratio to the amount of units that they have out there in players' hands, right? So there's a part of me that's like, it almost feels like this VIP, like, okay, CD Projekt Red was able to get one, right? They're able to do the Switch 2 port, whatever. They're picking and choosing. And I don't like them telling certain developers, if you're not on the VIP list, oh, you can make a Switch. You don't need a Switch 2. You make that Switch 1 back compat. So now what that's showing me is that you are trying to force the cross-generational market. You don't want to cut that Switch 1 market off, right? And I get it from a financial standpoint, but I don't like it from a console consumer standpoint. Like, bro, I brought this tech. I want developers to be able to make for it and not have to deal with that. So yeah, that's interesting. That is Nintendo trying to control the board here. And it sucks to me. Like I just like, bro, like let people rock. Like what is this thing going on? No one says that you can't stop making Switch games, but it always feels, Maddie, like a bit of a mini mandate.
Yeah.
And my biggest game, honestly, is Metroid Prime 4. Shout out to my brother Teddy, who's out there for logging it at Gamescom. And man, that looked phenomenal. You know what I'm saying? And I'm with the Switch getting there. You know what I'm saying? And then let's ease on. But they seem very intent of not doing any form of a hard break, and we're gonna get all of this. And let's be honest, the Nintendo, so people gonna get in line. I feel bad for Xbox because I know, think about how much money they could be making. Bro, you part of this equation. What you mean I can't get a dev kit?
Yeah.
What you mean? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So what do you think about it?
Yeah, I find it's strange because I don't think it's consumer first mentality at all. And I think that sucks because the Switch 2 has proven to be I think a great system. Like I all controversy aside, like I really love my Switch 2. And like I love that I can fire games up on it and it's a little bit more worry free. There's not like I'm seeing the compensations being made everywhere, the sacrifices being made everywhere. I love that about it, and I want to play more games on it. And so I feel like for me, as someone who invested in it, like Nintendo's kind of set me up where I can't get the most out of my purchase, and they're doing it deliberately. And I know they have crunched the numbers, and I think your theory about first party is correct, because I'm like, otherwise it just reads as self-sabotage. It's like, oh, so you don't want me to spend money on your system and just go buy it on like Xbox Series or PlayStation instead? That's where, like, why? Like, I want to buy Halo on the go, dude. Like, I'm here for the Halo physical edition on Switch, and I want that Switch 2 version. Like, I spent money on it. Also, like, just a physical collector. The Switch 2 spines have been beautiful. It's
perfect.
Beautiful. But that aside, it's just it feels a little gross, feels a little gross.
I'm glad you said it.
Yeah. Especially because like some of these, it's like apparently Elden Ring runs like shit on the Switch too.
That's
like,
what
it's like not. It's like the ones that you're picking aren't even that hot. Like, what are we doing? Like you're like, we chose you, Elden Ring. Good choice, bro. Good choice. Now it's a huge story. This game runs like shit on your system.
But you said it like it was a knighting ceremony. We come forth, Elden Ring.
Yes. We
pledge your fealty for this bad port.
Yeah, dude. Like, I just look at that and think to myself, I'm like, you're hand picking them, and you're doing a fucking terrible job of like, this is the result you're getting from Elden Ring, which could have been huge. You combine that with like the game key card situation, and it just feels like they're holding themselves back. Like the success is there. I'm not saying like it's a failure, but I'm surprised with the penny pinchers up there. They're not like thinking the same thing I'm thinking, which is it could be more successful, even more. Like I went from thinking like I got like I think 4 games on my Switch 2 now, which is pretty good. But I thought like with the third party, I'd be like blasting down the gates, get me a ton of shit here. So they're holding me back from spending in their own ecosystem. And I want to buy Xbox games on my Switch. Come on now.
Hell yeah. I want to see how them joints run. Like, remember we talked about, the Halo LAN party could literally go down with Nintendo Switch. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got Gears Reloaded out here. Like, to me, it's a huge missed opportunity to Forza Horizon 5 is not on that device. Like,
100%.
And I get it. It's a very online heavy game, but there is an offline mode and they can work around it. And one thing I'll give Switch credit, I love them as the ultimate offline device.
Yeah.
Right? It's easy to play offline with them, and it's easy to play couch, co-op, and local. I love Switch for that. Yeah. That is like you got friends over, especially non-gamer friends. It's like, bro, you want to play some Overcooked? You know what I'm saying? Like, here's the take a Joy-Con, let's go. Like that Switch. It's pick up, play, go. And I want those sensibilities to be accessed. And to me, I'm with you, man. This is slimy. Like I want to control the narrative for our first party. It's what it feels like to me. When we want to get the maximum out of this space when our Metroid drops. We want to get the maximum when our Kirby drops. Yeah, like let us eat first, and then we'll let you in the back door of the club.
They get the leftovers.
Yeah, like they try to control the narrative because they know, in my opinion, they know certain games threaten. Part of it is
like,
smart.
Is it like we don't want COD on Switch yet because we want Metroid Prime to be the shooter? Is that
facts? Yeah, because we know PlayStation let everybody in, right? But the flip side, Nintendo look like, but look at they top. No one's playing their first fight. Maybe corporate Cog has to realize, they doing a smart strategy because they are completely benefiting from their own ecosystem, and they're looking at the big two like, nah, fam, we ain't let these foreign invaders dominate our storefront. So maybe it is 3D chess all along, and I'm wrong, but I'm like, damn it, Nintendo, we can't get a dev kit for some of these. Like, bro. Yep. Got to talk to Punch It Up, see how they feel about this.
All right. This next one's a little interesting update here. This was posted on the Xbox Wire, saying that cloud playable games will be included in your Game Pass Core and Game Pass Standard subscriptions. They say Xbox Insiders subscribed to Game Pass Core or Standard now have even more freedom to play wherever they are with Xbox Cloud Gaming Beta. As part of this insider experience, Xbox Game Pass Core and Standard subscribers will be able to stream cloud playable games inside or included with their subscription or select cloud playable games they own, making it easier to jump in from any supported devices. And we're expanding the ways players can experience PC gaming through Xbox Game Pass. As part of the testing, Xbox insiders subscribed to Game Pass Core or Standard will be the first time to gain access to PC versions of select titles, giving you even more flexibility and the choice to play on PC or a Windows handheld. So yeah, getting a little more bang for your buck if you're still subscribed to Game Pass. This is for, by the way, only members, again, of the Xbox Insider Program. So Lord Cognito, that's you, Mr. Feedback himself. So thoughts on this, sir? Increasing a little bit of the value of Game Pass.
At first, I thought this was a nothing burger. I'll be honest. At first, right, and then I was like, "All right, cool. You offering a little. You were offering more value to the lowest tier." And then I said, "Okay, Cox, stop thinking about yourself because you don't really utilize this as much, and think about regions where they don't have any type of console footprint at all, right? And for people to access." But here's the thing that really surprised me. So we've been doing our ILP Road to Tokyo streams and the whole movement, and yo, bro, the community, they got us there, man. They got us there. And
I mean, yeah, so you paid the price to get there, though.
I
saw
paid
that,
the prices.
that wig.
They had me as Rock Lee, bro. Did you see me?
Yeah, seeing you with hair was interesting, bro. I was
bro, did you see they had me with the whole suit, bro?
Yeah.
The what's the leg warmers with the knives?
Oh wait, you had like the full.
Bro, I
just saw you kind of huddled over the mic mid bar.
Bro, they made me get up and showcase because they wanted to make an example for my slander. So they was like, "No, you're gonna be #Cog Lee, you know, and you gonna get out here." And I had them stupid leg warmers and the knife tapped around my thing. It was bad.
Did you have a little vest and everything?
They had, bro. It was so tight.
Where'd you get the fit from?
Cause man, I don't know why you be finding these joints and they be bad accurate. And bro, they made me buy the eyebrows.
Oh no,
they got me, so they got me. You saw I had this. I had to put this on the bro. Hey, but bro,
now you got that forever connection. You will never forget Naruto now.
Oh, I'll never forget Naruto.
You'll always remember these characters.
I know all the characters. There's him, Pain, and the pig pen looking kid. What's the guy that you know, the one that do the dirt and the dust and the what's his name?
Oh man, I don't know. There's so many.
There's so many.
It's been a while. So.
Gara.
Oh, Gara. Yeah.
I like him. I see the older ones. I'm like, he matured. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I see why people love it. But anyway, long story short, we doing the streams. So we owed the community a stream. So we like, all right, what games are you going to play? So it's like Marvel Rivals. We're going to do this. And then somebody voted Halo. So we're doing that. And we're like, yo, none of us got Halo Infinite installed. So we sitting there like, man, that's 120 something gig. So I said, you know what? I said, King, Addict, it is on the cloud. Y'all want to try it? Just to see it. We could put it in real time and see if this is fraudery. A multiplayer game with the community, 12 deep. Bro, Matty, I'm not going to hold you. After the initial loading and maybe one brief hitch, we couldn't tell the difference. Even Attic was like, bro, I hate cloud stuff. And I was like, bro, I have to give them credit. This was more than play. He said, now, do you feel a little lazy? Yes, but he said, this is completely playable in a multiplayer competitive scene. And then he killing people. He's like, oh, you should be ashamed of yourself. I'll beat you on the cloud. I'll beat you on the cloud. I'm like, shut up. So he's like, my KD was crazy on the cloud, right? Yeah. But yo, they've come a long way. Now, is it GeForce Now come a long way? No. But I have to admit, I have to take it back to see the strides that they have done, as I haven't done it in a long time, to be honest. You stream, I think you use it more with the Logitech than I do.
No, I was gonna say I use it a lot, and it is really good. Like they've come a long way, because I always remember when they first dropped it in like the beta form for Apple devices, and they were like, try it on your phone, try it on your iPad. And I remember making a video about it. Like I was at my office and I had like fucking god tier fiber optic internet. I was like, all right, like let me try. I think it was MLB The Show, because it was the first year the show was on Game Pass. I was like, let me play a game with the Mets, and bro, this shit was like lagging it up. It was the audio was breaking. It was very, early days, but like now it's like I don't even blink, dude. It's really good. Now, Xbox, you listen to this. I want this as my primary way to play. I like an option. I like the option. I'm not interested in, jump into your games immediately. You don't have to install it. I was like, bro, give me both options. I will install every fucking day of the week. I don't care if like when I'm 50 and everyone's streaming all these games. I want to
No, you
download it. Have it
100. I want it local. I wanted it. The only reason why it works is like usually when I am done with a game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was I was speaking to Colin like 2 days ago, and then he asked me a question, and I was like, "Yeah, that's a good question. Let me check." And I was like, "Wait a minute, I don't have Avowed installed anymore." And I just wanted to check like the Xbox Game Studio logo, like the way does it come up on every game?
Yeah.
Right? Because I think he asked me, and I was like, "All right, cool." So then I was like, "Yeah, it does on Xbox Game Studio titles, but I'm not sure about Bethesda." But then I was like, "Let me fire up South to Midnight," which I don't have installed because I beat it. Let me fire up a Bethesda game because I don't have it installed. I beat it. I just did it on cloud. And I was like, boom, boom, boom. Here's the answer. Like that. So I was like,
good for the dipping the toe in the pool too. Like, I don't know if I want to play this. Play an hour in the cloud. Install.
Exactly. Optional stuff. So I'm with you. As an option, I like it, but I have to give them their flowers. We played a 2-hour session of Halo Infinite, new maps, 12 people going at it. Bro, it was pretty impressive. I was like, okay, they've improved.
Yeah, I actually think that was one of the games I did try it out on where I was like very surprised by it. So yeah, it's come a long way. So that's available for those of you who are Xbox insiders. Give that a shot. All right. New Starfield updates have been lightly detailed here. Bethesda posted a video with one of their veteran developers, Tim Lamb, who you may have recognized from some of the Starfield marketing cycle. And it was just kind of going through the life and times of Tim Lamb. But then at the end, get a little teaser of what's to come. He says, quote, "I think as it comes to Starfield, I'm really excited for players to see what the teams have been working on. We have some cool stuff coming, including free updates and features that players have been asking for, as well as a new story DLC story. I can't go into all the details just yet, but I will say part of the team has been focused on space gameplay to make the travels there more rewarding. We're also adding some new game systems and a few other smaller delights. There's been some really interesting stuff coming down the pipe from our verified creators. There's some fun stuff there. I just want to say thanks. We really appreciate the support and the enthusiasm. We can't wait to get into the hands of our players," end quote. So just a little something. If you've been paying attention to like some of the leaks and stuff, like people found a cruise mode was mentioned in some of the data mined code. So I'll be interested to see what they're doing here. But I really hope they're streamlining the space travel. That would be like, if they figure out, I don't mind the loading screen between planet and space, but when you're in one of these zones, if they just get rid of the loading, like when I'm in space, if I can, I mean, it's ambitious to ask for it in an update, but No Man's Sky, like, let me fly.
Oh,
and the Bethesda exploration experience evolves. And it's like, okay, now it's the roaming that you do on your foot can also happen in space. If they can get that, which is a big ask, but if that would be one of the big parts of the overhaul. And no doubt with all of this, they're going to add a bunch of points of interest, because that's the thing, bro. If like you could travel the system and in between are these things you could find. I mean, that's what people want. So I'm not getting too hopeful with it, but I am eager to see what it is. I don't think we find out this year though. I think given the rumors of like PS5 version next year and everything, I think this is like let them take their time at this point. Like there's no one's eager for it. So they are in a good position to just quietly work away and surprise a lot of people. And so, if they do as Nate the Hate reported, the Switch 2 version as well.
Wow.
Switch 2, you got Starfield on PS5. Here's the new DLC story. Here's all these features. Punch them in the face with it. That's your best chance to like get this game back on track, really. Yeah. And from there you go from, I don't know if they keep supporting this. If it answers a lot of the questions, it's like that hunger again of give me a third one, please. So yeah, I'm interested to see what it ends up being. But what are your thoughts on this? What Tim Lamb had to share?
Yeah, watching that video, I got a lot of feels.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you watched the video portion of it because
I skipped to the end.
bro. You gotta watch because it's for you. It's for you. I felt the way like forget the start. He starts off with how he started at Morrowind, and then he goes and then he's like, okay, that was like a dream project. I get down, and then he's talking about Oblivion and his contributions and the first time they implemented something. And from Oblivion to Skyrim, his contribution there, but he could tell like he got very gleeful when he started talking about Fallout. And he was like, hey, I was the one that suggested the rail gun. And I was just like, man, that's so cool. And you could see the passion, bro. It was so cool. And to see then obviously the way they are at Starfield. And I'm just like, man, like, I'm not going to hold you. It was such an emotional memory lane of where he came, and they're playing the classic themes, Matty. And I'm just like, man. So I admit, I got in the feels. I want to hum again, but I'm very hurt. I'm very cautious to hum. And, but I like that they're talking about it. I like that, we're getting, new game systems. They're talking about some form of stuff, the creator stuff. I did like the fact that they did say, hey, we're doing a story, right? So, look, they know how bad this thing was received. And I'm with you. Take as much time as you, it's definitely not this year. So take as much time as you need and really try to improve these systems. And then the last thing is, if the rumors are true, obviously with Nate the Hate, seems like Bethesda's on the VIP list, man. Seems like Bethesda's getting that call. Remember, we got the Indiana Jones, right? Indiana Jones coming to. I was like, how Bethesda surpassed Xbox Game Studios, and they got the invite to Club Nintendo. What's going on, son? So I thought that was funny. But nah, I'm pulling for Starfield. We know there's a lot to fix, and it's going to be difficult. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but man, I want to hum again, and I just want an excuse to go back. And I love the game so much. I'm willing to see if they can pull themselves out of this. So that's where I'm at.
Next up, Cog. Let's talk a bit about High on Life 2. You might remember that the first one included some movies that you could just sit down and watch the entirety of, which I thought was incredible. High on Life 2 is actually going to include 5 playable games within it. When speaking with IGN, Mikey Spano, who is the creative director at Squanch Games, says that they have games like Bible Adventures there, as well as B+ tier movie games that'll be emulated within the game itself. So you already know the comedic value, just with how ridiculous this game is, and throwing Bible Adventures in there. I cannot wait to see what they do with this. But again, bro, I'm very I cooled off on High Life 1 pretty quickly. Like I said, it was really funny. I enjoyed the humor, but I couldn't hang with it for very long because I was like, this doesn't feel fun to play. Mm-hmm. This again, bro, I watched that gameplay again. This looks fun. The skateboarding, the grinding, the movement, like that Sunset Overdrive, but first person. Still got that humor though. And I also love that they got this out pretty quickly. I'm very keen to see how this performs, how this feels when it gets into my hands. God, your thoughts on High on Life 2, including games like Bible Adventures, alongside multiple others.
I love it. When teams have time to put movies and whole other games in it, you gotta respect it. I gotta shout out my guys, 11-bit. A lot of people have not played the alters. The alters attempt stuff like this, like whole movies and stuff like that. It just adds to the immersion, the foolishness, you laugh. But yeah, High on Life 2, like the first one, the vibe was hilarious. It was fun. But to your point, core gameplay was okay, right? Yeah. But it seems like they have taken that feedback, and it seems like they not only we got the glow up, we've got humor again, but the game looks wild fun, and it looks like they're really pushing boundaries. So yeah, this type of stuff doesn't surprise me, but the fact that now that we know it's in there like that, they're going all out. So you gotta love it. Yeah, I will definitely check them out when they get ready to launch.
100%. I'm very excited for that. Also very excited for this one, and we have been excited for this one. Replaced. It's got another release window. They dropped an official trailer updating the development of the project. And this is set to come out spring 2026. And this is a meaty trailer. It's a 6-minute one. Devs talking over it a little bit, showing the breadth of the game. I mean, for this kind of 2.5D game with like kind of pixel art in it as well, it looks tremendous. It looks really, really good. So eager to see what they've been working on for so long, but the hype is justified here. I cannot wait. But any thoughts on it finally getting a release window? How are we feeling about Replaced after all this time?
Oh, bro, I played the early version of this, and we gave them the feedback. Man, this is such a card game. It's such a me game. Like
very cinematic,
atmospheric indie joint, and like I said, it had the combat. The backgrounds were crazy, and bro, I could not wait. And we just told me, like, please fix X, Y, and Z. Please fix the responsiveness. They're like, hey, we're taking our feedback. So it looks like from all reports that I've heard from people who have seen this new one and, got a chance to cover it, people are really hype again. So I'll be there, man. Day one. This is one of those ones for me. Like, this is going to be one of those, artsy fartsy cog joints that I get in there and I'm going to lose myself for hours. And I hope they pull it off because I love everything that they're attempting here. This game looks amazing to me.
Agreed. So spring can't come soon enough. No doubt it'll probably be slotted next to a spring, man. It's going to be slotted next to a million other games, but
of course,
still very excited to check this one out. Activision has responded to concerns about Call of Duty. We have a write-in here from Zane B. Says, hey, Dukes, news just dropped that Black Ops 7 will no longer carry forward content from Black Ops 6 as was originally announced. It's a slight bummer that there will be fewer weapons as a result, but as a COD fan who can't stand these literal cartoon skins, I'm very pleased with this decision. What are your thoughts on this change? They said in the exact quote here, hold on, I'm jumping, because this article includes both Battlefield quotes and Black Ops 7 quotes to kind of compare and contrast the two here. So with Call of Duty, they say, we know there's been a lot of conversation recently about the identity of Call of Duty. Activision says, some of you have said we've drifted from what made Call of Duty unique in the first place, immersive, intense, visceral, and in some ways, or in many ways, grounded. That feedback hits home and we take it seriously. We hear you. Throughout the development, Treyarch and Raven's North Star has been to deliver a spiritual successor to Black Ops 2 while taking some big swings. Over the years, we've had a variety of games and experience that fans have enjoyed, from the Modern Warfare series to Black Ops and beyond. Today, we wanted to share some of the ways we're approaching things with Black Ops 7, and went on to say that Black Ops 7 bundles and items will be crafted to fit the Black Ops identity. We hear the feedback. We need to be better at balancing toward the immersive core Call of Duty experience. I really got to say, I'm surprised with how much they are bending the knee on this. I think there had to be, look, the original report from Insider Gaming was that the Activision was like, we're not afraid. Like, we don't care what Battlefield does. But I feel like there has to be, like, that's posturing. There has to be a level of like, oh, their numbers are kind of hot. And they're, even though I don't agree with the decision, they're looking to annualize this franchise. And our fans are not happy with the cartoon skins. To tell your fans, like, hey, you spent all this money, it's not coming forward. Pretty ballsy to do. But that suggests to me some level of urgency that, like, they need to hold where they're at on the market, and they need to kind of go back to the core of it all. I don't think this fixes how people feel about Black Ops 7, but definitely, to me at least, good news. I don't like the cartoon skins, and I'll admit, I'm the one on the outside looking in. They're answering someone who doesn't touch their product. I don't know if that'll be to their benefit or not, if the people playing actually care, but I think it looks terrible, and it makes me not interested in wanting to play at all. What are your thoughts on what they're saying and how they're bending the knee more and more on this?
This is interesting. And this is where I always feel like when competition is good, right? This is clearly the Battlefield 6 effect. There's no question, because the initial statement to me felt like, hey, we heard you, but we ain't gonna do nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's how it read to me. Now it's like your man coming out literally saying, oh, by the way, we don't need Nicki Minaj skins. We want to keep it real. We want to keep it grounded. And you know what I'm saying? That's what the Battlefield people were saying. But what I'm trying to say is they're paying attention. And then we saw that data from that beta. And it was like the biggest beta going, and the numbers are crazy. Now, again, me and you both don't agree with Battlefield's decision to say, hey, they got to analyze it. But now they're like, yo, we are trying to be a contender to you. We're not going to do a one. See, that's even though me and you don't like it, from Call of Duty's perspective, like, whoa, wait a minute, young, but like, okay, you're going to be every year? All right. So now we got to take you. They thought most likely you're going to be the one-off, see you in 3 years, 4 years like you normally do. So now it changes things. And we got to see. And let's be honest, there's a lot of people that just likes, the gritty, realistic style. I have to admit that there is a big part of it. Now, I am like you. I don't really care for that skin stuff. To me, that's more Fortnite-y kind of stuff. I don't really necessarily need that in my, war shooter, whatever kind of thing. But I did understand the business aspect that maybe it's a whole younger generation that, I call it the Fortnite general. You know what I'm saying? They love that stuff, and maybe it just sells crazy kind of thing. But the fact that they're talking about it, that's a big deal because I know that's got to be a moneymaker. That's got to be a revenue stream for them. There's no.
I mean, I think they can do it. It's just like, don't get so ridiculous with it. Do the crossovers that make sense. Like, I don't want to see fucking like dudes from Futurama running around drop shotting me. Like, it's just that simple. You know,
like, have a mode for them to play.
yeah. Or that they could do that. They could do partnership modes. Like, there's ways they can still do it. I don't think they're going to outright abandon it, but like there are ways they can do it without being so, I think, irresponsible to what Call of Duty has been for many, many years. So.
Right. No, I get it. The only thing I just want to, I am empathetic on them only on one thing.
Yeah, sure.
Which is every year, because again, me and you are not the COD every year guys, right? But every year I hear, bro, same old thing, bro. They didn't change the same old. Here we go again. Then they do something different. Oh, bro, what the hell they doing, bro? Sure. You can't win.
Like I said, I don't look at Black Ops 7 and go like, oh, this looks fucking terrible. Or
dudes are saying that.
Yeah.
They're coming out with statements like, oh, no. By the way, this is not like Infinite Warfare. Don't get worried. We're not doing the double jump hop. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, dudes are on that. Like, it almost is. I feel bad. Remember, like, sometimes Halo community, I got to come for you because sometimes I remember when Halo 5 was like, yo, we got a dash. 80. Remember, dudes was clutching pearls. You got ADS. And Halo?
Yeah.
So I feel for them. You can never evolve the gameplay because these dudes they want it back like it's 88 and everybody's got to like, come on, bro. Like I understand from a development standpoint.
I sympathize with both sides because I do think Black Ops 7 dramatically looks like they wanted to make something else but couldn't. Like they just wanted to make like, what's the least Call of Duty we can make? Because we want to make something different. Can we make it just Call of Duty in name only? And I think they got away with it. I think the fans are making them pay. But, I think once it's all said and done, it's still going to be top 2 seller of the year, top 2 seller of next year.
100%. I remember during their worst times, which was Ghosts.
Warfare 3 as well.
And, people were like, we're not. As soon as I saw the numbers, I'm like, top number one of the year to date.
Is the baffling one. That game sincerely is terrible. Okay. And I know multiplayer, that might be where I think they got saved. I dove into it a little bit. I was like, all right, whatever. I've played it before. Yeah. But Call of Duty, as a nostalgia freak, like Call of Duty is home to nostalgia freaks. Like, oh, yo, you remastered all the MW2 maps and that's the multiplayer? I'm like, dude, they remastered the same fucking maps from like 2008. What is this? Or 2009. What is this shit? Like, it's literally a fucking like slapped together pile of garbage. But like for Call of Duty fans, they're like, yeah, that campaign sucks, but this multiplayer is like, and I think that's what got them out of that, like that was the worst I think I've ever seen it. Like Ghosts, I was there. Ghosts I didn't like. But I know that's like one that competitively people really liked, but Ghosts I didn't like, but I think MW3 had to be the worst, most vocal. It was everywhere. It was getting mastered. It was just a joke. The post-launch reports coming out, it's crunch. Like, Sledgehammer got fucked over. Like, everything was there, and they still succeeded. I get why they have that moment. Like, we're not afraid of Battlefield 6. Like, look what happened to us.
And what was the other one? Was it called Infinite Warfare? The one where they first attempted future stuff. That one got dragged too, and I was like, oh, this is the year they're gonna go down. Like, everyone's furious.
Could it ever happen? Like, never. Could it? I thought Advanced Warfare was also it. I was like, I don't like that game at all.
I didn't like that game either. Yeah. So that's why I say every time I'm like, okay, this is it. And then I see the numbers, I'm like, yeah, frauds. But I will say, if Battlefield continues this trajectory, the key for Battlefield is every time we get hype, they fumble the ball at the goal line and do something stupid, right? Sure. So they got to launch right. They got to have the extended support, and then they got to not piss off, their base. So, but like I said, if they land it, and the chances are stronger with Vince in tow, I will say that. Yeah, I agree. So if they then, we will revisit this and we'll see, how it is. But the fact you nailed it, the fact that they're bending now shows me the pressures are.
It's gotta be a little something, a little something. I don't know if it means like, hey, the Titan has fallen.
No,
but it definitely feels like there's a little weakness in this.
Oh yeah.
A little bit. Obviously you want to keep your customers happy. There's that too.
Oh, for sure.
But like maybe they just know they have such a stranglehold on the market that it's like we're just one move away from like just regaining where we were last time.
Battlefield smells something. Vince don't like them. That's the other thing. We got history. Yeah. Vince, you literally remember the fight for Infinity? He built them over there. So Vince going for the kill. That's probably why he's like, yeah, we're going to drop what they drop every year. What's up?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's on now. Like, you've got a worthy competitor that knows how you operate. Mm-hmm. So that's and then now building a similar structure with multiple teams to be able to facilitate their annual thing. We're going to see how this play out. But I have to admit, like, I have to start taking the Battlefield thing a little bit more serious. But I'm with you. Initially, I don't think they're going to get toppled. I think Call of Duty's still going to beat them for the first year.
Yeah.
But each subsequent year, and does the mind share go down? Like, it's going to be interesting. That we got to monitor.
Competition for it will be interesting. I don't agree with Battlefield trying to do annualized entries. I just think it takes away from what Battlefield does well, which is like you read the market, you offset things based on what people are saying kind of about Call of Duty and your own franchise, and you just find like this year is a perfect year. It's like, you found the weakness and like you're addressing what people want from 2042 to this one. Yeah. And it's such a winning formula. It's just like EA wants their own Call of Duty. So it's like,
I know. That's where the corporate overlords kick in. And they
literally even talked when I think it was Pachter talked about it. He literally described the Call of Duty cycle as like 3 developers on 3-year cycles. I'm like, damn, bro. I don't like it. I don't like it either. You want to get that NBA 2K first-person shooter experience? Be my guest. That Madden first-person shooter experience? Be my guest. But
that's what you listen. Dara told you how EA move. It's mostly sports guys. They've been wanting Battlefield to be that for so long. That's what I knew when they hired Vince. I'm like, oh, they're dead serious. They'd never let this go.
Put 4 studios on it. Yeah, something felt different. It was too good to be true. That it would be one off, and that would be it. But
same thing with college football now.
Yeah,
you see now college football every year.
Yep.
See what I'm saying? And to their point, I don't know if you saw the Piscatella, the Circana, they're back up number 1 again. It's going to be hard to tell EA no when they keep. It's like now worry about the Madden effect. Don't matter about the quality because they're going to get the sales regardless of you're the only thing in town on one of
the hype for the new season. Like we can be disgruntled Mets fans all we want. I still want to play the show every year.
There we go.
Yeah. All right. Let's dip back into hardcore games, shall we? We have more Clair Obscur on the way by way of yours truly.
Yes.
So I sat down to talk with Guillaume Broche. The interview's on my channel. It's about 50-ish minutes long if anyone wants to give it a listen. He was an awesome guest and just got to really pick his brain about a lot of things. But this was one of his big answers, was about, because without spoiling anything for anyone who hasn't played this game yet, like one of my big questions walking away from it was like, what is Clair Obscur? Like, you managed to kind of wrap the Expedition 33 story pretty well, but there's some things within it that I feel you could take the ball and run with and explore further. And so Guillaume said this when I asked him. He said, Clair Obscur is the franchise name. Expedition 33 is one of the stories that we want to tell in this franchise. Exactly what it will look like and what the concept will be is still too soon to announce. But what is sure is that this is not the end of the Clair Obscur franchise. And if it wasn't quite obvious enough, he also specifically talked about his process for when he writes sequel 2, saying there is little doubt that a follow-up game is on the way. So thank you, IGN, for quoting it. That was cool to see. But yeah, this is pretty significant. I mean, I think most of us assumed that a sequel would be happening, but he did say games, plural. So there's also that. I think there's more than just a sequel, was kind of my personal takeaway. I don't know if this got picked up either. This was the main headline that came out of the interview, but he also did mention they're cooking on more for Expedition 33. He said, we might be cooking. So yeah, they're providing some sort of update, it sounds like, down the stretch. What it may be, I don't know. If it's DLC, if it's like a big expansion, more story, I don't know. But they just did a mirror edition, which had like the full game with all its updates on disc. So they're continuing to plug away at this thing. And he did mention in the interview, because I asked him, I love asking, especially new devs, this question. he's not new, but like new teams, this question is like what the feel is once you launch the game, not just like the emotion of it, but like you learn so much on that journey. Did you feel satisfied when you got to the end, or was it like now that we know this next game will be sick? And that's what he got into a bit, was like the idea of, you know, they did learn a lot. And by the end of this game, they're like, well, now we know everything. Game 2 is going to be our best easily. But he said in the interview, he kind of went, now we're kind of going, oh shit, everyone really likes this. And
pressure.
It seems like there's a little bit of pressure where he's trying not to focus on what people liked about this first game. He wanted to get away from it to some extent. We don't know to what extremes, because I asked him, like I said, Final Fantasy's been a comparison. Like,
yes,
are you doing same mechanics, but it's kind of like an anthology where, you know, the story is different, but like you still have your magic and you still have your weapons and all that stuff. Like, he didn't really answer that fully, but it seems like that could be where they're headed. But there's a lot of pressure there. I think they feel it. I think they understand it. And it seems like they're really going to take their time doing it. They had a really great publisher as well, which I believe helped them a ton. Yeah, Kepler was they were actually the ones who set up the interview with me. They have a great communications team, which was awesome. They were very friendly. And Guillaume also just like a great dude. Like I, you know, after the show, he's like, yeah, I heard you mentioned like game development stuff. He's like, if you ever need help, let me know.
Let's go.
And so he's just, like, and I wanted to say, like, that's been a case for every developer I've interviewed.
That's awesome.
Fargo offered something that I couldn't believe, and I was just like, wow, awesome. So, you know, he's a great dude. Like, devs care, man. Like, I think what I've learned with a lot of this is you see how much the bad decisions usually come down from the tippy top. And while these people do have strong influence, many of them are like artists that just care. But it was an honor to talk to him because, you know, to me, I messaged him this as well after the interview. I said, I think you guys are going to be very important for this industry moving forward. And also, I think him in particular is like an individual that we'll be talking about for a long while. He gets it. Especially, you know, one of my big questions was, hey, man, like, plans change. You had like huge success here. Like, what is the plan now? And, you know, he did mention like, yeah, plans do change, but they're trying to stay true to their mission. Like, they're not growing their team. They're staying with the same team. And I think that's really good. Like, again, they get it. They're like, we found our formula. Like, this is our core. And when we need help, we'll go beyond the castle gates. We'll pluck someone somewhere, sign into a contract, get what we need. Thank you for your time. Move on. So free agents really benefit from there, which is what they're doing is going to be, I think, a very common development strategy for many years to come. But I just think what they do is important beyond the game. You know, like if people want to have like a kind of feel good listen of just like someone who gets it, who like gets we made a lot of money, but like we're not really changing things. Kind of like the AA version of what's happening in some ways with Hollow Knight, where it's just like these are people who obviously they need money, but like they just kind of care about, you know, the product. Like they just care about their studio reputation. We got into the pricing of the game. I was like, you know, because I thought of Colin. Colin was like, I think they regret it. I was like, do you? And he's like, well, he talked about the challenge of like breaking through the AA vision that many of us have, myself included. He even referenced himself. He was like, yeah, you know, when you see like the $50 price tag, you're like, oh, it must be a shorter game, or it must not be like as good. And he was like, I was afraid of that. And like he said, we got trapped by that at first. Fortunately, like we broke through, but he said they could have they thought about charging more, but they didn't because it spoke to their studio's values more. It also spoke to like they didn't want to create the expectation of like, yeah, we could have charged for that much and maybe people would have bought it for that much, but like then that just changes the expectations of what we as a studio are going to make. And so they're very future focused. So it's a great interview. He shares a lot. And I was really honored to speak with him. And again, I think he's going to be very important to the industry moving forward. And I greatly anticipate his Game of the Year victory speech.
Woo! I'm hoping, bro. I'm trying not to be biased because I love them, man. I love them. They are a shining example of what I want this game industry to kind of be. And first of all, I'm so proud of you. You know what I'm saying? Like this is like so cool for people, visionaries, to be sitting down with you, picking their brains, sharing these type of stories. Because one, we need to learn more. I've always been a fan of getting the information from the source. I don't claim to know everything. No one does. And although there's a lot of people that like to tell us how things are going, but when you got it right from the source, it's undeniable, right? And the beauty of this story is it was a wake up call to the games industry.
Yeah.
It was like, hey, you don't need to have these exorbitant budgets. You don't need to have thousands upon thousands in your team, right? And you got this one guy who, created this team and a vision. I agree. Granted, they did outsource some stuff out and all that. But again, it's efficiency, right? It's how you do it. And what it could be is a reset, an example for a reset on how game development could go so that now we could be efficient. And look, with the $50 price point thing, right? That was a big thing at the time, right? Because we were like, oh, okay. Because some people may look at it, oh, look, that's, perceived value. You're underselling. Mm-hmm. You could get way more. And I get that, but you could sell more copies. And that's what we saw also with the Oblivion thing. And that also got scooped by you. The Oblivion proximity. I saw that scoop from the article. Oh, yeah. You got scooped with that because it was kind of like, remember the talk was, see, people forget. Hindsight's 2020, but the talk coming in was, yo, Expedition's coming out. It looks great. We're not worried about Oblivion too much. We don't know what they're doing, right? Yeah. But then with the Oblivion visual, we like, oh, this is that. Oh God, what's going to happen in Expedition 33, right? And he, in your interview, was kind of talking about at first some of the trepidation about feeling kind of a way, right? Like, oh wait, it does affect us. But then, like, you know what? I woke up and we're going to be fine, or something to that effect.
Yeah, he just woke up and just felt good about it. I don't know. Yeah. He just knew it in his soul that, I think he just reconnected with it because I remember he didn't say in our interview, but he said in another one where they just knew they had something. And I think what happened is he got away from that and probably reconnected with that like grounding sense of like, yes, we made a really great game here. But
what I want to tie it into the first point is that not only was he confident, he knew he had it, but let's be real. Having that $50 price point also helps because now people go, oh, wait a minute. I could get both. Like, that's 40, that's 50.
No business decision needed to be made. Yeah.
No decision. And I gotta plug a little game, but I still got an Xbox Day credit on that. Did you talk to him about that a little bit?
I did ask him about Game Pass. Yeah. I gotta listen to he did not comment on any.
He want to get the balls. He want to get the balls up.
Yeah. I was like, I said, how did you feel? Because again, I had Colin in my brain a little bit during this interview. Some of the things Colin has said in passing, like, did they probably regret Game Pass? So, I didn't expect Guillaume to be like, yeah, honestly, it just didn't fit his character, but I felt I'd ask him anyway. Like, how do you feel about like Game Pass? And, he seemed very happy with like that. A lot of people were able to play it. Again, because the game was made cheaply, it wasn't like they really lost out on it. But he said for future stuff, he's like, I can't really say because he doesn't want. He had more answers for me, but we had a talk before. Like, you don't want to wall the guy in. Like, of course, people will hold you. The Phil Spencer effect. Like,
facts.
How can you not look at that and be like, yeah, I don't want to be held to something that might change. Like, So when to me, what was the most valid about that interview is like the things he did say, like, hold him to it. Like, we're keeping our team. Right. That's fucking awesome, dude. Like,
it is.
You usually hear about the layoffs or we're growing, we're getting a second team. Like, even as much as I love Larian, they immediately were like, we have 2 teams now. And I'm just like, okay, that's a lot. Like this is a team that just had like viral success everywhere.
Yeah.
Millions of sales. And they're like, we're staying the same. Like, maybe they'll swing harder and can push a little bit more. And maybe they'll go from 50 to 60, those little things. But I think what really helped them was like just being that 50, like you said, and just not forcing people to make a tough choice. And I think a lot of people who are in marketing are going to study that because it's like, that's why I think these games can release now next to each other. If they're not all 80 or 70, it's like, well, a little 30, a little 40. It's a lot, but like that's 2 games for the price of 1 now.
Right. And in fairness, because there's been a lot of talk about Game Pass effect on artistry, and this is the game of the year, being able to come out in a climate that it had these multiple entryways to get it. Right? You got the nice price point, you were multi-plat, and you were on a service for visibility. Because let's be real. I wouldn't have known about that game if it wasn't head front and center in an Xbox showcase next to other games. Like that's what I get. I'm not trying to comment later, but it's like, bro, like it's balance to this. There's other sides to this that people are not talking about. That game is actually a product of part of that. That's all I'm saying. And again, there's other examples where, yes, I do agree with Layden. This is not the B versus Layden thing. I don't want to make it too, but I had to bring it up because this was a point I noticed last week. Yeah. And one of those things is I do agree with a lot of what he says. Like now, where I agree is like, well, maybe how does that work for like a Outer Worlds 2 or the bigger games, right? Yeah. I think that's a fair criticism, you know what I'm saying, kind of thing. But I look at Expedition 33 and I'm like, wow, I like how that structure worked out for them, and they were able to almost get like all these little multiple revenue streams. Yeah, get the satisfaction of being able to complete their game and get it out there. There's value to that, you know, kind of thing. But no, I want to get back on point, which is the fact that Clair Obscur is an overall title for potential series of things, and the Expedition 33 is one portion of it, right? As a person who loves this world, like, man, like the thought process of being able to go back in some form. Because to be honest, when they first launched, the vibe I got from Guillaume was like, like when we got it out, hey man, don't talk to us about no sequel. Those are kind of his comments early, right? So they tend to talk to you and be like, oh no, this is a world. We got the what?
Yeah, that means they're already working on something.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the thing he said they're cooking on is like an expansion that kind of gently sets up the future a little bit more. You know, I mean, there's already things like threads that they can pull out that are in the base game, but I think they're gonna. I think they're trying to set the tone of like, expect very little from us and we'll always surprise you, because they seem very modest about how they're approaching things. Like I already have my expectations despite them delivering one of my favorite games ever. I'm like very subdued, like, okay, let them do their thing. We'll see. You know, they've done a really good job of that.
Really good job.
It was awesome to talk to him. If people want to check out the full interview, it's on my channel.
Oh yeah, I'm going to hit that tonight.
It's an easy listen. It's 50 minutes. It's shorter than the other ones I've done.
Nice.
All right, let's go through some quickies here. Atari has acquired 5 Ubisoft games, all set to be re-released on other platforms, including Xbox. The 5 games are Cold Fear, Child of Eden, I Am Alive, Grow Home, and Grow Up. The Atari CEO said Ubisoft and Atari both have a legacy of crafting worlds that players can fall in love with, games that resonate with generations of players, not for just how they're played, but for how they made us feel. We're excited to reintroduce these titles while also exploring ways to expand and evolve these franchises. So I am very, very interested in this because I love Child of Eden. So Ubisoft went through a really early 2010s interesting stretch where this is when they were doing AC Unity, which, by the way, I'm not like one of those YouTubers who have come out and been like, I played AC Unity all these years later and now it's good. Like day one, bro, my review was hot on that game. I was like, this shit is the future. And they just walked away from it after Syndicate. I was like, damn, man. But before that, leading into that, they had like Valiant Hearts. They had Child of Eden. They had like these little gems that they would just pop out from now and again. And, you know, I Am Alive, like these little weird games. Like Ubisoft just had this artsy fartsy, like Rayman Origins, here he comes, like little games that would just come out. I miss this era of Ubisoft so much. It really was like a time that I know I appreciate in the moment, but knowing how far gone we are from that, it's like I deeply miss it. So I love what Atari's doing here. Atari getting a little active in the market. Bubsy 4D making some noise, especially with Sonic fans. With that, I was texting Jason about it. I was like, bro, the physics in this game are better than a fucking Sonic game. Like, you guys got something here. Like, I know, like, 'cause he was telling me about this. He's like, we're doing something crazy. You said the same thing, right? You heard the same thing. He's like, I can't believe we're doing it. It's really crazy. I'm like, what could it be?
Yes.
Did I tell you what I thought it was?
What you thought?
So, like, when we got like a briefing about an event, it was like, it said like anthropomorphic and 4D, right? And so my brain went to...
Where you going to? Let me see what you were.
This man right here. Because see on the back of the box, it says the first ever 4D action
4D
game.
action, yeah. You was going time sweeper, baby.
So poor Jason's in my text, and I'm just like, I sent him the screenshot of this, and I was like, can a man dream? And he's like, close.
Vintage Jason, salute to the homie.
Yeah, I just thought the shit was so funny. I was like, yeah, they probably thought like I was so underwhelmed. But Bubsy looks great. But Atari out here making some interesting moves.
Yes, sir.
So how are we feeling about this?
It is interesting, man. You see the resurgence. And again, like you said, we talk about the Bubsy joint. They got a lot of stuff cooking. Be on the lookout for some other stuff they got going on. That I thought is really interesting. But this is interesting because it's almost like picking up these like very cool titles from Ubisoft. And then again, am I clear that these are set to be re-released on Xbox? They're not multiplayer? Do we know?
I think because this is an article from...
just because it's coming, this is an Xbox site, right?
Yeah.
But it just got to be multiplayer.
Yeah, this is just because it's an it's a
right. Xbox site. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, for Xbox, but it's multiplayer.
It's multiplayer. So, no, look, this is cool. And Child of Eden, rave reviews. A lot of these a lot of potential here. And I think the vibe I'm getting is these acquisitions seem very measured. These titles that they're picking up are very measured, that I think kind of fits within what they're trying to build. And I like it. There's a lot of love and care there. So what you laughing at?
I had a moment. I was like, actually, I think I'm getting it mixed up. I did get it mixed up. It's still a cool move.
Okay.
Child of Eden is a musical rail shooter game. I was thinking of Child of Light.
Child of Light, yeah.
Most people listening are probably like, oh, this poor guy. Glad I caught that one on air. Yeah, Child of Light. Still some good games here, though.
Still good games.
Yeah, I thought it was Child of Light. I was like, man, they're going to bring it back.
You thought it was one of your joints.
Yeah. Still one of the best games Ubisoft has ever made, if anyone has not played it.
No, they got these ones to me have a lot of potential. And there's a lot of people that really love a lot of these games that want to see more from them. So me personally, yeah. I'm with it. I'm with it. I'm willing to see what they do with these titles.
Right on. Let's hear from the legend Ken Levine. He talks about Judas in a random PlayStation blog post. Let's read. He says, we know. We've been silent for a while. It takes a lot of time and energy to make marketing material like trailers, and we're all focusing our efforts on finishing Judas. But we also miss the days of having a more direct relationship with you, the gamer, so we thought, why not start releasing some devlogs? Through these, we hope to communicate more frequently to update you with new details of what we are working on without spoiling too much of what Judas has in store. The goal is to keep this pretty lo-fi, meaning more frequent updates than before, but not necessarily always with fancy trailers and super polished final imagery, though there will be those as well. So the feature update. We've just finished a major milestone, Villainy. Villainy is a central feature of Judas. When you play BioShock or BioShock Infinite, the villain is always going to be the villain. Fontaine, Comstock, they're always going to be the bad guys. In Judas, your actions will attract members of the big three to you as friends, but ignore one of them enough and they become the villain. From there, they will get access to a new suite of powers to subvert your actions and goals. The clips below demonstrate just a few of these features. This is just one example of how the big three can retaliate. The more dangerous and character-specific stuff will be kept a secret for now. Eventually, you'll have to make decisions about who you're going to focus your energy on and who you'll wind up alienating. They also have a focus on character. They say, one of my personal favorites of all time is Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor because of the emergent gameplay made possible by their Nemesis system. This system allows you to develop small relationships with multiple orcs. However, their goals were a little different than ours because there are so many different orcs and they don't have the time to develop into characters. And by the way, I just want to pause here and say, I love that he's just saying this out loud because, I'm sure WB is like, oh, you like that, huh? You do? Well, we have a patent for that. So what's going on here? In Judas, you're going to get to know these characters intimately. We want losing one of them to feel like losing a friend. We want to play with that dynamic. We want that choice to be super hard. The big three are all going to be competing for your favor and attention. They can bribe you, save you in battle, talk shit, and the other characters, and share with you their darkest secrets. But eventually, you've got to decide who you trust and who you don't. In BioShock Infinite, there was a lot of energy invested in developing your relationship with Elizabeth. By the end of the game, you knew everything about her, her abilities, her hopes, and dreams. But the truth is, she knew almost nothing about you, the gamer playing Booker. In Judas, the big three observe you as you play, and they have feelings not only about how you approach combat, hacking, and crafting, but more importantly, your interactions with other characters. As part of the Villainy milestone, we also completed the biggest Judas playtest yet, where new players experience this feature firsthand. Every time we test, we learn so much, and we love having that level of knowledge when working on the game. The testers shared tons of valuable feedback on the weight of decisions and how it impacted outcomes. Their interest in learning more about character motivations and how moments where the big three helped or turned on them changed their future decisions. They also shared key art that you'll have to go look up for yourself. Maybe you've already seen it by now, but it looks really, really good. Very kind of System Shocky. So we're really happy to finally show this off. I've always personally been a huge fan of Drew Struzan's work and that era of movie posters. This style, the style is great at presenting films that have a big cast like Star Wars, and Judas has a big cast. Outside of the lead roles, there's going to be more than 100 speaking parts. If you look closely, there's probably some details you might be curious about. Let's just say there's some stuff in this game that we're not going to talk about right now, but everything here is relevant. There's one thing we're sure you want to all know. When is Judas coming out? And while we wish we could give you an exact date, we're not quite ready to finalize that. As you know, release dates have a way of slipping by, and we like to avoid having to change the date after we announce it. But we know Judas is not really a game until the players get their hands on it, and that's a day everyone on the team is working toward. Oh boy. Okay. I'm telling you, bro, this shit is going to break choice and consequence if they pull it off. Whew. This whole villainy update, reacting to how you play. Like, I am so excited about this because as someone who played, I recommend people play System Shock too. Like, you get to see Ken in his choice and consequence bag, his RPG bag, which I had never seen before, right? I had seen him in the narrative bag, right? Like, here's your BioShock, moving and listening to narrative stuff. Like, we've seen him of all of that sort of stuff, but System Shock 2, really interesting game to look at his portfolio from that angle and just see like these hardcore RPG elements packed into one of his style of games and sort of like what that brings to the table and how I think he's leaning into that way more than BioShock here. He's smart to talk about BioShock, but I really see a lot of System Shock here more than BioShock. So I think this all sounds great. I am very excited for like it's one of those games like you come out when you're ready, bro. Yeah. I'll be there no matter what. So, Cog, your thoughts on what Ken has shared with Judas?
Dope. I love the evolution on systems, especially the villainy system, and how, they're going to be vying for you and your attention. And what I like is just the intimate aspect of saying, okay, I recognize the Nemesis system and its greatness. First of all, shout out to him for being ballsy enough to mention it, because like you said, it's patent territory, certain people are outside, but we've all felt that system was one of the greatest in gaming, and why haven't we got anything else? And I like his further commentary on like, hey, we're going to iterate on this. We want these losses to feel personal. We want you to connect. We want it more than just to be generic orc kind of energy, kind of thing. And I love that when he says he wants the choice to be super hard. I like that. As a person who is the biggest fan of choice and consequence. That's one of the main reasons why I love RPGs, because it's one of those what I consider the water cooler moments. All right, Matty, so when you got to that part, what did you do? Word. Oh, that happened? I didn't even know you could do that. I didn't even know that scenario could happen based on these amount of choices or whatever. But now you put the Nemesis aspect of it on steroids, so to speak, right? And you like, bro, sounds extremely ambitious, extremely promising. So take your time, do what you got to do. Clearly, you're being afforded time for a reason. You know what I'm saying?
Especially with how BioShock's shaping up, that like, we had to bring in the finisher. You took your time.
Big bro, big Ferg over there. So this is, and then we got a little key art and stuff like that. I was watching I think Hogue had me laughing. He said, I thought the bottle was Pedro Pascal for a minute. The sheriff hat dude, you know what I'm saying, in the art, guys, but now that let Kevin cook, Ken do it. He's doing his thing, and Ken, let Ken cook and let him do his thing, and it's just shaping up. It's sounding amazing. I like his approach. Like, look, I could do all these big blast offs. It's been a while since we talked to you. You know what I mean? But at the same time, we're going to do these smaller, pointed kind of things. Smart.
Sounds like they're getting close anyway if they're doing that.
Yeah, for sure. So I like what I'm hearing.
Let's catch up a little controversy here. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, long seeking a release date, finally coming out. Some of the previews have been in an interesting area. I want to recommend people, if they're interested in this game, check out Eurogamer's preview, I believe it was.
Okay.
The woman there did a really good job, like breaking down in a thoughtful way, like, hey, I'm an old school fan. I love the first Masquerade Bloodlines. Here's why. This one doesn't remind me of that. In some ways, that's okay because like the gameplay, the action, the stealth is pretty good, but also a lot of like the choice and the expansion of what makes these games like RPGs doesn't feel like it's there. And you might be interested in this, Kyle. You might want to look into this because this comes from Chinese Room.
Oh, this real interesting. Yeah, Charles, yeah, a lot of interesting. Yeah. Okay.
So I'm trying to see this game as fairly as I can, which is tough because it's one of those Dead Island 2, we got passed around by a lot of teams type of games. Gotcha. And the original minds behind it got kicked out. And so, it's just like a messy game. So you can only hope for like just a finished product that feels decent.
Right.
But ultimately the previews have been very interesting. Then they're attached a bit of controversy there. So what was revealed for Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 was you can choose your clan at the start of the game. And two of these clans in the La Sombra and the Toreador, apologies by the way, if my pronunciation's incorrect. I have not finished the first one yet. But they're only available as part of what's called the Shadows and Silk add-on pack, which is $21.99. Or if you buy the premium edition, it is $90. The standard game is $60, by the way. So this is day one DLC, and two of the clans of the 6 that you could pick from are walled off from DLC. This is some Mass Effect 3 day one shit, right? I haven't seen this in a while. IGN asked Paradox Interactive, who were the publishers behind this game, why they did this at Gamescom, and they said it was a business choice. Now, the community manager at Paradox, Debiella, said the following in a message on Reset Era, quote, "We are listening to your feedback about the La Sombra and Toreador clan access, and we're making adjustments ahead of launch to reflect this. We'll share more information about what this means as soon as possible," end quote. Now, it's not for sure what that's going to be, but I hope this means they are just like, no, like we'll sell you some other cosmetics, because bad decision here, man. This is, again, I immediately think have I told you the story about me with Mass Effect 3's day one DLC?
Nah, I never heard the story.
So what was I, junior or senior in high school, right? Pull up to GameStop. It's time to get Mass Effect 3, right?
Cool.
Well, your boy's a little weak-willed at this point in his life. There's an attractive woman behind the counter who happens to be making the sales here. And she's just like, yeah, like there's this day one DLC for Mass Effect. And I'm like, I make the smart choice first. I'm a high school student with literally no job. I'm making YouTube videos, barely getting by here. Like, nah, sorry, I don't got that. She's like, please, for me. Like, she starts hitting me with that joint, bro.
Get that commission.
Your boy had the fucking noodle spine. It was like, because like she's just getting her quota, bro. And she just sees this kid who, would just, okay, yo, you like me, okay? I'm like, all right, so I throw the extra $10 down, get this like fucking crap DLC, and I'm just like, man, like I always remember that moment. I was like, I've never been hoodwinked like that ever in my life outside of that moment where I was like, that was weak, Matty. That was weak. You gotta be stronger than that, bro.
We wasn't strong in that moment.
Yeah, I know, bro. I could use the high school excuse all day, but I was like, you knew better. $10. That's $10, dude. Like that was my lunch for the day. What was I thinking?
What was that? What was that? What was it? Firestorm?
It was the
what was the DLC?
Oh my god! It was with the I'm forgetting all my Mass Effect terminology. The character that was
that was the one with the alien was
starts with a J, I think.
Javik.
Yeah,
Javik. That's right. Javik was not.
Yeah, unless you bought it. So like, when they were selling me on that, like there was a part of it. Don't get me wrong. I'm still a huge fucking Mass Effect fan. So I was like, I need the complete experience. But like, bro, they got me bad because they're like, you got to buy your own. EA was balling, bro. Here's the day one DLC, online passes. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That's what this is giving me right now. To bring it full circle, that's what this is giving me now. What do you make of this current DLC kerfuffle over at Paradox with Vampire and how they seem to be responding, but will they make the right response?
Yeah, this is not a good precedent here.
They also call it, again, like a business choice. Like they literally talking like us. It's a business choice.
It's a business. But bro, it's like, how you got factions behind a paywall? How you got something that's core to your game experience? And now I'm going to assume, and I'm going to defer to you. Like, is it one of those games like where, what was it, like the Star Wars or something? But remember you told me where like you get faction reputation or something like that? Is there any of that in this game?
I don't know, to tell you the truth. I know this is part of the character creator though.
Character creator.
Like, you pick your back your clan.
So
this is like, yeah, like what you're thinking is correct. Like this is a core part of your game for sure.
Yeah, I don't like none of this stuff. Like that. That's boring. Like you want to sell a skin, all right, fam. You know what I'm saying? You want to sell, hey, you buy this for $20, we'll give you. You've already prepaid for the season 1 DLC. Okay, fine. All right. I choose to pay for some future content early. I'm gonna don't lock some key mechanic plot faction behind some paywall.
Nasty stuff.
Yeah, so now these people gonna have this exclusive thing. Like, what's the benefit? Like, what if they have like crazy ability? Like, we start to get into that slippery slope territory. I can't get jiggy with that. I can't.
100%. So
hopefully they change it though, because I like
change it.
Too.
You know, we'll see. Yeah, but for now,
probably the publisher is probably, I'm assuming, pushing this. If I had to guess,
this is coming out October 21st for anyone still interested.
Gotcha.
All right, Naoki Yoshida, one of the big bosses at Final Fantasy, particularly Final Fantasy 14 and 16, had the following to say about new consoles. Quote, "When I look at things from a gamer's perspective, I feel there's no real need, to make new hardware because I think right now people are happy with the Xbox Series X, the PS5, or the Switch 2. And honestly, from a gamer's perspective as well, hardware is just expensive to buy," end quote. And how do we feel about this? Because I agree, like the increase of what these developers can do will feel marginal, but the price is going to be absurd. And it's becoming more and more enthusiast, and I'm not expecting like, I mean, you just had to be there. The jump to HD TVs, that felt like even the jump from the 360 to the Xbox One and PS3 to PS4 felt tremendous. Like games were not fuzzy looking anymore. If they were like trying to have high fidelity, facial animation went so far, scale went so far, but it feels like this jump has been so minuscule, and so many developers have left behind the fundamentals of what make them great developers, like optimization, where like Unreal Engine 5 is like, just like, it's unbelievable the state it's been released in, where like these games are suffering. So I just look at what's happening here and I'm like, yeah, I kind of agree. Like, do we really need a new generation outside of like, it's time to, wind up the hype cycle again? I don't know. It feels a little different this time around. Like it feels like we're still just getting started to me.
Yeah, no, you're making a lot of good points. I mean, he's not necessarily wrong for a lot of reasons, because look, I'm a techie, yes. So any new tech, I'm the guy spending $1,000 for the niche handheld. I'm the guy that's going to upgrade, because console is where my preferred place to play is, as opposed to PC, where it's kind of my workspace. But, we've already got the black hole games, aka the Sinister Six games, where people are staying on their consoles. But to your overall point, in terms of graphical fidelity in the jumps, we are in the land, and I'm going to agree with Charlene on this one. Diminishing returns.
Yeah.
We're seeing it's very, like, you've got to have the proper setup. You've got to have, the VRR with the, the frame. Like, you've got to have all that to see it. It's still minuscule. And then also, remember, this is supposed to be the ray tracing era, right? And we're seeing like the performance hits when you include that stuff. And let's be honest, it's okay. Like, I'm not seeing like, oh my God, because this has ray tracing and this does not, this is such a leap. I'm not seeing that. So to his point, look, I get it. And then let's talk about the elephant in the room, which is these consoles are not cheap and they're not bringing the prices down. The prices are continuing to increase as the generation goes on. So I get it. And again, this is where Nintendo kind of swoops in again with the, hey, we ain't go all out on hardware.
Yeah.
But look how we're doing well. I get it. As a person who buys consoles and loves consoles, my primary place to play, yes, I will be day one when there's a better version, but not the masses, and not in this climate with the economic conditions the way they are. People have proven with these kind of Sinister Six games and everything that's going on that they're perfectly comfortable staying where they are and not necessarily needing to make a jump.
100%. This next one, Cog, I know we're going to have extended thoughts on here. Herman Hulst spoke with Financial Times alongside other studio heads at PlayStation. And it's an interesting interview with some key quotes coming out of it. One, for example, is, quote, "I don't want teams to always play it safe, but I would like for us to, when we fail, to fail early and cheaply." He says in response to Concord, we have since put in place much more rigorous and more frequent testing in very many different ways. The advantage of every failure is that people now understand how necessary that oversight is. IGN writes, Financial Times spoke to multiple Sony studio heads who said that this oversight means more focus on group testing, more communication between internal Sony studios, and closer relationships between the studio's top executives. Quote, if we're heading toward a giant landmine and there's another studio making exactly the same game, that's good information, end quote. Jason Connell, art director at Ghost of Yote studio Sucker Punch, had said. So, according to Financial Times, Hulst wants studios to be thinking about how their IP can be turned into bigger and bigger franchises over time, following in the footsteps of The Last of Us and Uncharted. Quote, we take a very intentional approach to the IP creation, understanding how a new concept can turn into an iconic franchise for PlayStation that can then again become a franchise for people beyond gaming, end quote, he said. So how are we thinking about how Herman is thinking here, Cog? Want to fail early. Want things to be big, bigger than big. How are you feeling?
I mean, Concord was a wake-up call for them, you know, and this was something that he greenlit, and, you know, salute to him for at least, you know, getting in front of it, not running from the question and what's going on, because most people don't survive the biggest failure in gaming in that way. And for the fact the game that got pulled from the store, like, bro, like this is crazy. Like that was unheard of, unprecedented. And, you know, the famous quotes, we thought this was going to be our Star Wars and all that other stuff. And I respect the attempt from a live service standpoint, because I know you want one of those. But what it showed me now is that, like, okay, the lesson learned is we cannot have these exorbitant budgets go so crazy. And he says, like, if we're going to fail, we're going to fail early. So what it showed me is they knew their recognition on whatever it be the play test or what was going on from feedback. That process sucked. Let's just be honest. Like, you should have known not to drop that and invest all the way that. So also, but the key word to me is cheaply. That's the key word, because again, through the Insomniac leaks, we learn how crazy these budgets are. Yeah. They're ridiculous. So now it's like, okay, if we gonna fail, we can't fail like that. You know what I'm saying? Kind of. That's what I read from that. So, you know, I think the lessons are going to be interesting in terms of how it applies moving forward. How aggressive are they going to be moving forward with live service? How aggressive are they going to be with their first party offerings, right? In terms of scope, budget, you know, that kind. I'm very curious about that stuff. I look at Ghost of Yotai, which I'm extremely excited for. I got my pre-order. I got my custom, you know, PlayStation 5 Pro thing. I support it. You know what I'm saying? I got the $250 mask because I got to get the match. I got to get the white to match the black. You know what I'm saying? So we doing that. Like, be clear. But it's one of them things where it's just like, I need to see if their model still works there. I have questions.
Sure.
I'm not sure. Now, what I like is what I saw when me and you saw that State of Play, and I saw smaller. I saw, you know, getting back to roots. I saw Japanese sensibilities. I see creativity, and I'm seeing. I told you, like, all these interviews, you with you know, Sam4 Interactive, me with obviously with Lizard Cube coming up with Shinobi and stuff like that. Like, you're seeing a reset of how these games are gonna get made. A little cheaper, a little smaller, and not as crazy. And that's what I'm sensing from them. In addition to, these games are going to go on more platforms, provided they do well on said more platforms. So, this is, I got to give them credit. I didn't think they were going, Sony don't usually talk about stuff like this. They don't usually, like, anything that went bad, move it on. Or you don't know that it failed. It'll be canceled before it got out, kind of thing. So this is one of the rare ones. This is one of the rare ones where we get some learning from them and some, you know, being from admission and contrition to that. So it was interesting to read. I thought that was a good read.
I agree. Last bit of news. We'll talk about what we're playing next. Skate. Yes, indeed. The one that's been long in development, long in testing, is entering early access on September 16th, where more of us can get involved. Man, dude, I loved the original Skate games. They, you know, I mean, I grew up skateboarding a lot, but, like, you know, Skate 1 is one of my favorites. Like, just, it's pure skate culture. Like, you know, getting the sponsor, and getting the new fits and getting the new decks and the new trucks and the new wheels and just like kind of making that all about your grind. This new one, man, I gotta try it. I never really liked the whole live service approach for it, the always online approach for it, of people just like dive bombing off of like fucking ramps and buildings. And I mean, that's what's happening, bro. Like I watched a friend stream and like everyone's just like jumping off without their skateboard, and the whole meat sucks for it. It's the vibe of it, like the color even of it. It's just, it doesn't feel like it's a skate game. So I hope the gameplay is really nice, even in early access. I will bend my early access honorable code for this one.
Okay.
I do want to check. I have to dip my toe in the pool here. This will not be a Matty nose in the air like I played and I will move on. I need to give this like a full submerge, because I don't talk about it much because like it's never really relevant to my content. But like, yeah, Skate was like the game for me for years. I played Skate online a ton. Like, I mean, like, you know, you'd have to match everyone's tricks. Like that game was my life, dude. I love the first Skate. Played it on PS3 a ton. Skate 2, famously, where I made one of the worst trade deals of my life. I gave up my entire old Yu-Gi-Oh collection for Skate 2.
Hey, yo.
And I didn't even like Skate 2 that much.
God damn.
Skate 3 was solid. Like that too. But yeah, man, Skate 1 just holds a special place in my heart. I want this to be great.
Yeah.
I can't act like I'm jazzed about everything I'm seeing, but that's the old head in me. I'm looking to be proven wrong.
You ain't feeling these rooftop jumps, and you ain't feeling all this over the top, on top of the skyscraper stuff. You ain't
the color, the energy of the game. Yeah. It's like, who are we making this for? You know, like,
I got you.
You know, if Tony Hawk could come back strong and like connect with that skate culture and the way that it was, like, why couldn't you? You know, so it's not like it's lost upon you here. You had plenty of other skateboarding games to assess, but I digress. Cog, your thoughts on Skate entering early access September 16th? Very busy month. Will you be making time for this one?
I'll be watching from afar. You know, I know how much you've been wanting this one, and first of all, how long it's been. Bro, I know how long it's been because I know who the lead developer is on that, or was. Hopefully, he's still there, because at the time, bro, one of the lead devs on Skate was the head at one point of Xbox Live.
Wow.
Yes, and I met him. This is back when Mike Ibarra used to work during at Xbox. And
deep cuts here.
Bro, I'm gonna give you the deep cut. And I remember he's like, let me introduce you to my mans. He's like, this is the head of Xbox Live or whatever. All right, cool. So we built, and I remember picking his brain on a bunch of stuff, you know, behind the scenes, but I remember the announcement. I was like, oh, he left for EA. Oh, okay. He doing a studio. Like, that's a bit, and I felt energized because I was like, oh, he's a skate guy. Like, that's his thing. So I'm like, all right. But that was like almost, a decade ago? Like, how long ago was that announced? So what, I got to find out, A, if he's still there. B, man, this has been a minute, bro. Like, I don't know what's going on. So I'm just like, part of me understands your frustration. And then I do see the colory kind of vibe feels, I don't know where they go for. I will give you this. As a person who's not engrossed in skate culture, as the casual outsider looking in, this doesn't scream hardcore based on the imagery. The imagery seems soft, Disney a little bit. And I am worried if they're going to really tackle your sensibility. When I see kids on skyscrapers jumping, I'm like, ooh, you looking like you going, like you Fortniting it a little bit. Yeah. That's the vibe I got. So when you said it, that's what I'm feeling. I'm like,
yeah, bro, the Bales were like a big part of this game. Like I deep Mr. Matty cut here. Wasn't even pre Mr. Matty days. One of my first successful videos ever on YouTube on like an old channel. I don't think I have anymore, but it was a skate bailing montage. Like, because the whole of meat was like such a, am I twisting with Tony Hawk? Anyway, the bales in this game were like fucking crazy and like brutal, bro. Yeah, and like that was a big part of the DNA of the game. And like people would watch these bail montages, like, oh, that really hurt. I don't know, but it's kind of like twisted when I think about it. I remember stacking all my physical games to set up my camcorder to record these bales. Like it goes that deep, right? Like we're to the origins of me, of who I am. I mean to interrupt you, but yeah, just like
No,
when
I
you
love
go
this.
away from that essence and that tone, it's like, yeah, tangibly speaking, it's like Veilguard. It's like it's a functional game.
Right.
You can't really hold it and be like, it's really bad. But it's like when you get away from the essence of something so much, it's like you lose a bit of the soul with it.
Yeah, and is it live service?
Mm-hmm. They were actually doing microtransactions in their testing phase. Yeah, that's a great reaction.
Just said,
yeah,
pulling for you, brother. I'm pulling. I don't know.
There's some skate whales out there that have made this game possible.
Really?
Yeah, I guess so, because the fact that this game is still alive and people were, I know there was a part where they were testing it, or they mentioned like when you get your money, like you're going to get it back and you'll be able to spend it. I forgot what it is, but
it's free to play.
Yeah.
Is a free-to-play online massive multiplayer skateboarding sandbox set in the city of San Van Amsterdam, featuring cross-progression and cross-platform play. So if I had to guess, this thing is probably going through multiple iterations. If I had to guess, it arrived now at the free-to-play model, and that's why it's taking long. They're like, how can we...
I think since the start, to be honest with you, I think
it was. I was actually correct. So from jump, they were like, "Yo, this is free to play. This is from very beginning announcement."
I want to say, yeah. Like I think this has been. I mean, this has been clear for a while.
Okay, no, fair enough. Thanks for the correction.
Because I don't know if I had an announcement though. To be fair with you, yeah.
I think that what it is they're trying to figure out how this game can survive in this climate. And my concern for you is that definitely rooted in the sense that you may not get, because the first one, the ones that you love, I'm assuming they're single player, they're gritty. Was it like a multiplayer thing?
It had multiplayer. Like you could do free skate online. Like it was a single player game, but then you could go online. You could play skate, literally like the skate game. I don't know if you know what it is, but like, like I'm going to do a kickflip, and it's like, you got to match the kickflip. Like it was a game in basketball. Horse.
Got you, a horse. So they had horse in that. Okay.
Yeah, they had horse, but it was for skate.
For skate.
They had free skate, so you could like find spots around the world with your friends and just like skateboard together. But that was really it from at least Skate 1.
What was your core method of access? Like, did you do the online stuff a lot, or were you doing?
Yeah, I did it a decent amount. I don't think multiplayer is like this crazy idea. Like skating together was a big part.
Okay, so it was a thing.
It was part of Xbox Live culture. Yeah,
got it. Okay, no, I
stand. I'm doing it that way.
That's the key. Yeah, that's the key. We'll see. I just, for some reason, the tone just feels a little soft.
Dude, skaters are not like this, bro.
Yeah, it don't feel like.
Yeah.
I know how, when I used to watch them dudes, it don't feel hard enough. Like, I'm like, but we'll see.
We'll see. Cog, it's time for what we're playing. Of course, we've been playing The Outer Worlds 2. We'll talk about that, but I think priority one's got to go to you, my friend. You've been playing a very special video game, a franchise that gave birth to Lord Cognito. Let's hear about Shinobi Art of Vengeance. Wonder if anyone picked up on your teases throughout the weeks of like, I'm playing something, can't wait to talk about it. How are we feeling, Cog?
This is a wild one for me. This is such a full circle moment for me. And usually, I'm just going to be brutally honest. I think me and you share this. Usually things that we love, that we cherish with our heart, tend to get bastardized, tend to come back in a whack way, tend to not respect fan service. So, Matty, I'm terrified. I'm going to be real with you. Now, granted, we know the announcement. Y'all know the history. Y'all know how much Sega and Shinobi means. Shinobi means to me, and it made me a Sega kid. And from the arcade days of, playing this game with a quarter and just being mesmerized, the era of ninjas and the era of, it was such a difficult game that I remember like being in awe of a kid who could play it in one quarter. It was one hit, one dash, that kind of thing. And some of these bosses were just insane with the difficulty. So, the local story goes, there was a kid named Don. He was in my hood, and they used to call him Shinobi Don. And I would go to the laundromat and just watch this kid beat Shinobi on one quarter. I'm like, wow. And that plants to see. One, I love this game. I love this art style. I love this Sega company. I keep seeing this logo, Sega, everywhere I go in the arcade. But the thing starts like, okay, I want to own that. I want that in my house. And then you learn the subsequent years, they bring the ports, and you're like, that's not really what I played. But then when you got to the Genesis, Revenge of Shinobi was like, yo, this is a reimagining, but this is dope. And okay, and it's a continuation of the arcade story. He's grown up now. He's no longer orphan, yada, yada, yada. And they introduced a lot of things. But, yeah, and obviously the pop culture boss is Spider-Man's in it, Godzilla's in it, Batman's in it, Terminator's in it, or Rambo's in it. Like, these are bosses. Revenge Shinobi was wild to get away what they tried to do. And it had like fail state endings, you know, where you could save your wife or she could die while fighting the boss. There's a spike thing. You're fighting the boss. If you don't beat the boss in time, you lose your wife. You have a bad ending. I've never seen that in video games before. I'm like, oh, okay. Then we get to Shinobi 3. Shadow Dance was a spinoff with the dog. Still cool. Genesis version better. But then we get to Shinobi 3. Now, I could fight King on that one. That was the first time a home version, they was way better than the arcade one. So we get down to Shinobi 3, which most consider the definitive game. That is where they took the gameplay to the next level. The animation, he can hang, he can climb, you have the dive kick, you have so many cool new mechanics from a gameplay standpoint, next level. So we get here, right? And Shinobi's been gone for so long, right? There were versions that we don't talk about. Saturn, that's not Joe Masashi, that's Shadow Legion. They went this digitized graphics form. Yeah. Then there was Shinobi PS2. And I know a lot of PlayStation guys like that Shinobi. It was their first attempt at 3D. And my attempt, they were trying to cash in on the Ninja Gaiden wave. Just very hard, very repetitive. Not as good as Ninja Gaiden. And again, the main character is not Joe Masashi. The last Joe Masashi game was Shinobi 3 Return of the Ninja Master. So here we are now. We get the announcement, super game, right? We're like, okay, boom, what's going on? And you see the little clip that they're bringing back, and Shinobi's an IP. You find out who's doing it. Okay, it's Lizard Cube. I remember Lizard Cube. You guys co-developed with God Crush Games on Streets of Rage 4. Okay, who's the lead director? Ben Fekay. I know Ben Fekay. I interviewed him at Streets of Rage 4. He did all the art. He's literally responsible for why Streets of Rage is why. I said, oh, we got hope. So now I'm getting into that bag. Okay, he's behind it. Let's see. And then I saw the initial trailer, like maybe a couple was like beginning of the year last year. We go, whoa, this is a very painterly art style. This looks cool. But Matty, I'm nervous. This is Shinobi. And I'm going to just be brutally honest. If this game would have come out and they would have just said, we're just going to give you, you know, a new Shinobi game that's literally Shinobi 3 with a Revenge Shinobi, but it's a new can of paint. It's the same thing. I'd have been good. I'd have been like, okay, that's what I expected based on the team size. If that's how I'm coming into this. So I fire this game up. I'm like, all right, let's see. And I'm playing it, bro. And I'm just like, this is fucking amazing. And I'm like, but Cog, you're biased. I'm like, this is the most amazing thing. I'm like, the combat is, oh my God, the art style, the only thing I could play was like maybe the music, but I was like, okay, he has managed to turn Shinobi into a comprehensive combat system with sword attacks. Then we have amulets that have passive moves. We have outstanding platforming to the point where I'm like, I could tell you're influenced by Ori. Then you got the nerve to turn Shinobi into a Metroidvania with huge stages, backgrounds that scale, abilities that open up that allow you to get other things. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, nah, Cog, you biased. You're too close. You're too close. So my number one litmus test, let me send this over to Lord Addict. He has no connections to Shinobi. And he be coming in waiting to hate on something I like. So he'd be like, I was like, do me a favor. Because at the time, remember, Ragebound's out. And I'm just like, okay. And I'm sitting there, man, I'm like, damn, that Ragebound's good.
Yeah.
And I remember Shinobi put that demo. I'm like, oh, they must be nervous. Because people forgot about Shinobi, right? So I said, do me a favor, Addict. Put on Ragebound first. Tell me how you feel. And then I want you to put on Shinobi and tell me how you feel. So he put Rage. He said, no, it's cool. I like it. It's okay. So he puts on Shinobi and he's like, Cog, this is an amazing game. I'm like, wait. I was like, he's like, no, bro. He said, you're not bugging. He said that. So I'm like, okay, cool. So let's get to it. So basically what they do is you got your strong attack, your light attack. You have the kunai. And what I like about this game, Matty, is this. So the combat is what I consider flow state combat. So what he did is he took the best things from the best Shinobi games. He's got the kunai from Revenge Shinobi, right? But what that does is slowly can build up an execution meter. Then you have the classic Shinobi, the dive kick, the double flip. Then he's got what I could, these things are, their special was called the Nimpo. So basically it's left bumper and you trigger, you map it to an attack. So you have one that he shoots fire. That's like a special move. There's one that he can counter. He can counter enemies with a water stance. And there's all these other abilities. And then it becomes a dance. And the key where it gets to the next level is this. You can attack enemies and you build up a hit count, right? When you build up this hit count, what ends up happening is now, if you have passive amulets on, hey, if you get 15 hits in a row without being touched, now you do extra damage. If you do, 10 hits, but based on the amulet, your kunai does more damage. Or, hey, one of your Nimpo abilities is stronger. So it promotes this flow state. Hey, I'm not going to try to get hit combat, right? Then you couple that with what is called they call it the ninja flip. So basically it's like this. If enemies surround you, and I hit you, Masashi could flip around the enemy and then attack from the other side. And then you could keep this dance going to kind of play evasion. So it's attack and evasion. It's this balance. So that's what I'm like, okay, now we get into a state. Now you couple this with amazing platforming, right? And it's like, okay, we got a little bit of a wall run. We have a little bit of an Ori dash. We have it starts to become a dead. Then the enemies start getting tougher. You start getting, armored enemies. You get enemies that are very aggressive that come at you. You have so many move sets. So basically what you do in the game kind of encourages you to find secrets, or what these things called the E&E death squads. And the death squads basically are these super challenging areas that if you'll see like a little skull. And if you hit it, you're like, oh, there's a death squad here. Yeah. So if you hit it, now the game wants you to basically challenge you on some of everything that you know with all these very difficult enemies in a tight space. Sometimes these spaces are platforming spaces where there's spikes on the ground. You got to move around while you're dealing with these enemies. And it's a true test of kind of what and they're optional. You don't have to do it. But the thing where the game shines is that everything you do is rewarded, right? Then I didn't get into what they call it, the ninja. And these are like, okay, he eventually can get claws to get to specific areas of the map to climb and scale. You get, the ninja glider. You can hang down and float from different areas and stuff like that. And that opens up other aspects of the map. These stages, first of all, this is the greatest, be careful, of this generation. This is the art. You thought Streets of Rage looked beautiful. The animation of the art on Sho Musashi alone, spectacular. The enemies, the character. I want to shout out his background team. Whoever's doing the art for these stages are gorgeous, right? The only nitpick I can say as a hardcore Shinobi fan is that I feel like T. Lopes, your man that did Ninja Turtles. Yeah. He's got a couple of joints in here. I ain't gonna hold you. Especially the boss track. The boss track. We're gonna get to the bosses in a minute. Fire. But like, bro, it's a very smooth, understated kind of vibe. He's not going for like super bangers, but he do got a couple of. So that's my only thing. I was like, the music is good, but I wanted more bangers because I could see he got it in him. But I saw some tweets he put. He was like, I made a conscious decision. We went for a whole vibe, and I get it. But he got some joints. Especially like I said, boss stage, desert stage is crazy, and he's got like two others. Now here's the other thing. Then the game, basically, as you progress, you also find these things called ankle riffs. These are the most challenging, old school, platform tested. Like, bro, some of them are platform only based. Some of them are combat only based. And it's not like the regular game where if you die, Musashi's kind of stays there, and then you get a chance to respawn right at the spot. You die in those, you're back to the beginning. So again, these are for the hardcore.
Back to the core of it all. Okay.
Right. And now you have this, like I said, you got this whole skill tree. You got this whole gear list. You have a shop where every time you find these Abora relics, you can unlock new move sets. You can unlock new things. You got this ninja knee to the kick that helps you with armor facing enemies. And then, like I said, these nimpos, these left bumper. Oh, wait, I'm forgetting the greatest feature of the game. Sorry. Excuse me. Executions was the things I didn't know I realized I needed in a Shinobi game. So basically what happens is if you get a couple of enemies weak, they'll have a Japanese symbol over their head, right? And what happens is when you're in that flow state of not getting hit, you press the execution button, left bumper and then right bumper. If those guys still have those symbols on their head, no matter where they are on the map, Musashi will teleport to everyone, instant kill.
Oh.
And then it's a reward. You get some health back, you get some kunai back. So you want to set it up, right?
Yeah.
That becomes a dance. Bro, it is so amazing, that part. And then, of course, the classic stable Shinobi thing is the ninja magic. And he's got a couple. He's got one that, fire comes up the screen. I think they showed that in the trailer. Yeah. He got one that you could use strategically that gives you your health back, 75% of your health back. Some of those are good for boss battles. But this is where he won. He modernized and evolutionized Shinobi into the next era, but he paid so much fan service and Sega service. And there's a part where I literally almost had to stop and put a tear in my eye, bro.
Wow.
He brought back, without spoiling, an iconic boss from an older Shinobi. Has the nerve to have a story in a Shinobi game. Let's be clear. Shinobi is not known for no story. They are garbage when it comes to story. I will never sit there and say, Shinobi's has one of the best narrative. No. Any Shinobi fan knows the most you got with a Shinobi game was terrorists. You get a wall of text in the beginning of the game. Terrorist organization has come. Joe Musashi's here. Then at the end of the game, the end, and it's still cinematic. That's all you got. But why he got the nerve to try to have voice acting in this game? Why he got the nerve to try to have any resemblance of a coherent story? Now, granted, it's ninja nonsense and foolishness as far as whatever. Now, there's one controversy that will rub some people the wrong way. The controversy is, I don't mind this, but if anyone wants to nitpick, go at it, which is Joe Musashi as the silent protagonist, right? So this is the funny part. Like, dudes will be having full-on conversations with you, and Joe Musashi will be like,
That's it? That's all he is?
I ain't gonna spoil. He got one word in this game towards the end, which is funny, but I was like, okay, now I like it only for this. It kind of adds to the mystique. And then it's kind of like, I don't want my Joe Musashi like, hey guys, we're going to go. I don't want that. But I understand if someone doesn't have the connection to the series I have, I think it's a fair criticism to say, yo, bro, what's up with your man? They talking to him and they acting like they understand him. And he just, Master, the village is broke down. What do we do? It is funny.
Just like, does he have like a text box with things that he's saying, but he just grunts, or is just he grunts at everything?
It is literally ... I love
that.
So I get it. If people will come for that, fair. I am happy that in the history of Shinobi games, we actually have it. Now let me get to the bosses. Wow. Mechanics, phases, scale, callbacks.
Yeah.
Tough. Some get tough, bro. Some are true skill checks as far as what you've learned and what you can get away with. And this game is huge. That's the thing that surprised me, man. Like, so you'll have stages, right? And then you'll get to a new zone, and the zone will have like 3 stages and 3 bro, these stages are huge. And then when you beat them, they'll let you know the percentage of how long they are. Say like, yeah, you did that, but you only did like 67% of it. So it encourages you to go back. And one of the cool things they have with the checkpoint system is you can teleport. Once you unlock the checkpoint, you can teleport to any portion of the map where it is to go back to get secrets. Now that you got more ninja, more abilities, more tools, maybe I can find more secrets now or areas that I legit can't get to, but now I know I can get to, kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I put about 20, 25 hours in it, about 87% completion, completely satisfied ending. If I had to nitpick, I wanted a little bit longer, just a little bit longer. I would have loved that. But man,
I remember you telling me it was like a 20+ hour game, right? So you wanted more than that.
No. The game was way bigger than I thought it was. I was expecting this going to be like a 10-hour jump and be done. This game is huge. It's larger than you think. And what I meant to say is like I would have liked more. Once I beat the game, I want the ending. I wish the ending was a little longer. The ending of the game, is what I said. But the callbacks, the nostalgia, in addition to this is the best Shinobi game ever made. It's not close. Like he did that, and yeah, I was super impressed. I was blown away, and like I said, we have some content up that would be Addict, King, and Soft talking about it, and just kind of gushing. And yeah, he did that. He did that. I would assume moving forward, based on how he moved, he did Wonder Boy. Sega loved that. They licensed the IP to them. They did Streets of Rage, Sega loved that. They licensed the IP to them for that project. They loved what Lizard Cube's art so much. They partnered with Sega on this. So sky's the limit now.
What he has next. Like, I mean, I know we're enjoying this moment, but like, do you have any series that come to mind? Like, I mean, it seems like they target the old school, right?
Yeah. Well, I spoke to him, and we got some content coming out. When I got an interview coming out with him soon, I'll probably drop it Sunday to give you a Duke exclusive. I'll probably drop it Sunday right after ILP. We interview Ben, and we talk about the game development. We talk about the whole process, and one of the things that small team, less than 10 people. This is a small team. And the vibe I got is he loves the 2D space.
Yeah.
He like, this is his pocket. Yeah. The former comic book artist. This is a guy. And Sega was just it was serendipitous because Sega was looking to revive Shinobi and a team. And then they were looking maybe at them, and then Shinobi's his favorite franchise. Shinobi is his first game, so I connected him on a spiritual level. We here,
perfect.
You know what I'm saying?
Perfect.
So, and you could see the love and care for the character. And then I asked him, I said, bro, like, you got a lot of things in this game. I'm like, how much of it was your input versus Sega's input? And he said, no, they gave him some as far as Japanese sensibilities, but everything is his me. I'm like, yo.
Wow.
Oh, that decision was you. That decision was you. Yes.
Beautiful. And I'm looking forward to listening to that.
Yeah, that'll drop most likely Sunday after ILP. It's ready to go. But yeah, bro, this is one of those rare moments in life where something you love exceeds expectations. And you go, wow, grown man tears. I teared. I was like, man, there was 3 moments in the game for the heads and the Sega heads where you go, oh my God, that's special. Right. And then, but my judgment is Addict. He's millennial. He has no connection to the series. None of this nostalgia crap, Cog. I'm going to tell you if this is... And he's like, bro, when I knew, he was like, yo, bro, because we were game sharing it at the time for the review. He's like, bro, when can I get back on that, bro? I'm like, really? He's like, yo, I'm trying to... And he's like, nah, bro. This game, he said, this is one of my top games of the year.
Wow. That brings it to you.
Bro.
Game of the year for Lord Cognito? I mean, we got a special year. You love your Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. You love your Expedition 33, but this is the soul of Cog, and it's the best Shinobi game ever. Where does the objectivity end? This is one for the ages. You might not get another one of these for a while. Is it Game of the Year for Cog?
I'm not going to go there. Okay. I'm going to go, it's arguably the best platformer this year.
Okay.
I think they deserve an award. I think when it comes to art, look, I've got to hold it to a standard from, a narrative standpoint. Yeah, it's better story from a Shinobi game, but like, am I putting this against, what I'm saying? Kingdom Come Deliverance is ridiculous, what I'm saying? But I will say, no game is married platforming and combat in this. It's a unique, there's really not, it's a little Dead Cells, it's a little Ori, and then classic Shinobi with like it's a lot of things that is unique. So they deserve to get some, at minimum, art style, at minimum action platforming, and at minimum the indie categories for sure. Like they need to. I mean, I don't know if you consider this indie. I don't know if what's the terminology? Sega publisher. The team is less than 10.
But the small team,
and it's all them because I got the thing. Sega just oversaw some things. Okay, here and there, but. Sure. Yeah, it was all Ben and his team, but it's up there. I don't want to get crazy because, I love this thing, and that's where I was at. But, bro, when you get a chance, man, I would love your feedback on it. And, man, Shinobi, he did that.
I want to play this one. I don't know when, though. I tried to get my code.
I know.
Yeah, they got the Hollywood treatment on me. So
I won't say don't do that to me, man.
It's okay. So it was just that's a business decision where I was like, all right, then I'm gonna take my talents elsewhere, and I'll hit Shinobi up maybe in the holiday season if I'm feeling it or something like that. But yeah, it was definitely one of the optional ones for me. But I'm more importantly, I'm glad this story ended well, right? Like where it all began, but then I think of that preview, it's, Summer Games Fest, getting that moment, getting in there, that glimmer of hope, like, oh, this actually might be it. Got people like Brad coming in saying, yeah, dude, I really liked it. And then
Gene hit me, was like, yo, I played it too.
Mm-hmm.
Gene said raving things. I was like, okay. I got the Brad and the Gene co-sign. I was like, okay.
Yeah. So I'm glad that this is the most ideal scenario for you, because
bro, it's
what any fan of the Shinobi franchise deserves. I'm glad you got the best possible outcome.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, crazy game. But we got to talk about this other thing that we.
Let's get into it.
So I'm gonna let you start.
Outer Worlds 2.
Mm-hmm.
What's the temperature on the preview right now? Have you checked what's the street saying? If you haven't checked, that's fine. But
I checked like one or two people's things, and it was like it was cool. It was okay. I felt like people were like good. You know what I'm saying? But like I didn't see like oh my gods. You know what I'm saying? I didn't see that energy yet. You know what I'm saying?
It was pretty impossible too. So. Let's frame it first.
Let's get it.
We played an hour slice of the game. It was the prologue of the Outer Worlds 2. We could, at least in our case, I think they had the same build at Gamescom, but in our case, we were able to play it on our Xbox Series X or S. You can download it via the Insider program. So we got to play it here at home. I played it through on my end 3 times eventually. Okay. I think when I recorded my video, I did twice, and we had so much time that I was like, I'll do it a 3rd time to check yourself run. I ended up running through it 3 times, so logged like close to 3 hours into it. I got to trust my gut. It was. This is informed by being part of a lot of previews. I didn't see anything that necessarily I went like, well, I don't know. I mean, there's only one thing I saw that I was a little iffy about, and that was the player choice dialogue. I'll get into that later.
Okay.
For me, though, it was not that anything I saw, I went like, oh, the shooting's bad, or it looks bluggy, or it's not cinematic enough, or anything. It's just a really weird preview for an Obsidian game, to the point where my skeptic came alive a bit. I think back to my Veilguard preview, and you kind of learn a valuable lesson there with Redfall. You learn a valuable lesson there of like how these things can be framed, and how it's very easy to fall into the mindset of like, I hope this is what it is, and I feel like we might be leaning there, but you never know until the full game's there. So this is a little more cut and dry for me, where I was like, I just have to assess what's here. I can't go on speculation and oh, it's Obsidian reputation. We know they're going to give us good shit. For me with Obsidian, like I felt what Xbox did here with this preview was like a bad call, because it felt like they were leaning on Obsidian's reputation. Like you could see skill checking, but you could never see like, what's the reactivity within the environment for that? What's the reactivity within the gameplay, within the story? And as someone who deeply covered the Outer Worlds 1, those previews were completely different. Like we got to roam completely open zones, actually see the breadth of the game. And we're 2 months out. If they do another preview, they might not. If they do another preview, I hope they swing way harder and show way more, because I just did not get to see the things that make an Obsidian game great here. I got to see shooting and stealth gameplay, and I can talk a little bit about level design and how I think some of that's improved, and you can see some of that carryover from Avowed. But I also saw one element of Avowed in the player choice dialogue carrying over that I didn't like. And
what you saw? Because you played it more times than me. So give me an example of a player choice that you did like.
Yeah, so the one I pointed out in my video, and Avowed was dripping with this shit, was like, talk to this dude who's in the. You ever talk to the dude who is in the little booth by the bridge?
Yeah.
He's like, hey, get over here, please.
Yeah.
So go over. I talk to him, and he's like, again, we can't spoil certain parts of what happens in the prologue, but something pops off. Right. He's like, what's going on? What's going on? I heard something over. He's freaking out and stuff. And like one of the dialogue options, it's just in brackets. It says, twirl your pistol. I happened. And I'm just like, no.
You ain't like that.
I call it meme writing, bro. I'm like, it's the type of writing that sounds good when you're like bantering with friends in text groups. It sounds good when you're on social media. It's that sort of meme writing, but it Reddit writing, but it's not good player choice dialogue. And there were a couple of moments like that. That was the one. That was the big one where I was like, oh, I got to talk about this now. Like, it was, like it went from like, I wouldn't say that, but like the thing for me, that now we're, two Obsidian RPGs in a row where I'm like looking at some choices I can make as a character of what I want to say in response to things. And I'm like, I would never say any of these fucking things.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And that just can't happen. It just can't. It's one thing if you're playing as someone, like I'll talk about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 in a second. Like I'm playing as Henry. So shape the personality into those dialogue choices. Of course, that's fine. But in this case, it's like, this is me. And all these choices are so like, whoa, hey, a die happened. And like, twirls your mustache. And like, that was in Avowed. I was like, oh no. So that was the only negative I walked away from this with. But I really had to just call it as I saw it, which is like, yeah, man, nothing here horribly tipped me off. But like for a game that, look, man, let's assess the situation around it. You start at $80.
Yes, I know.
Go down to $70. I did not realize this when we talked about it last week, but that Companions trailer is getting fucking smoked by people.
Really? I didn't know people didn't like it like that. Wow. Okay.
I'm not exaggerating. Like, and I went like, first I saw it on the Obsidian page. It was like mass downvoted, people making fun of them. I was like, all right, sometimes like people just find that nest and they just bury into it. I'm like, okay. Then I go to Xboxes, PlayStations, IGNs, GameSpots, and just, it's everywhere. I'm like, wow. Like, people do not like how these companions are being framed. They didn't like the I'll talk about it a little bit. The anti-romance statement within the trailer.
Oh, yeah.
That pissed a lot of people off. And I get both sides of it because
you got team romance.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, how would I want to?
You got what you wanted.
I'll talk about it real quickly and then get back to the point. The problem with what they did here, like Obsidian's done multiple RPGs in a row with no romance, and nobody has cared because when we sat them down, like when we talked to Carrie Patel, it was like, hey, why? Right? You asked her. It's like, hey, why? And she's like, basically the answer she gave us was like, we want to do it right if we're going to do it at all. That wasn't the case here. It didn't make sense for the story of these characters. Great answer. When we do it, we want to do it responsibly. Outer Worlds 1, it's like, you can't have Parvati's story if you can sleep with everybody.
Right.
So we didn't do it there. Beautiful answer and backed up by your work. Even in the case of Avowed, a game I'm a little lukewarm on, it's like, yeah, like you backed it up. Like it was the right choice, I think, because based on the writing quality, I probably wouldn't have wanted to do romance in that either. So Outer Worlds 2, when your response to like no romance is like antagonizing your audience in a trailer, like me, I'm not team romance, but I gotta go out for the romance bros for a moment and say like,
you get what you get.
Yeah, guys, come on. Like, why are you trying to kick the hornet's nest when you've been fighting this uphill battle? So to my original point.
Okay, fair enough.
Trailer slips, price point problems. People are trying to kind of hate. Before that, I think people were really trying to manifest hating on this game for reasons that I didn't really agree with. Like, just like its artistic style, which I'm like, the Outer Worlds 1 looks very similar to this, and I think we were okay with that. So that aside, I'm like, you got to swing. You got to like make a statement. You got to give, like, for me, this is the double-edged sword of previews. You've got to give me something to work with. Like, you got to give me an Obsidian game so I can talk about the Obsidian game. When you give me the introduction, which is an hour long, it's like, again, this is a double-edged sword. They take the risk doing this. I take the risk doing it because the risk I take is like, well, I played an hour and I might come out being like, I played 30 hours of the Outer Worlds 2. I beat it and I think it's really fucking great. But what they gave me, I'm like, this is an Obsidian game in some ways, but this just feels not there. So I got like a weird feeling out of it all, because I'm like, why? Why would you handle it this way?
Is your question. Okay. I see
it makes no sense to me, but ignoring the even preview situation, it's just what I played. I was like, okay, I see some glimmers of hope. Like I'll talk about some of the little reactivity, but in the terms of like big choice and consequence, didn't get to see that. I didn't get, these maps or these zones, these planets you go to are apparently way bigger. Anything the Outer Worlds 1 did, maybe even Avowed.
Right.
Didn't get to see that. I didn't get to level up in the game. Like it's an RPG and I get to level up. Like,
I get where you're going.
It wasn't a good preview. It just, they didn't show enough to get me excited. And I'm someone who was on the optimistic side of the Outer Worlds too. So I hope they do a second round of previews and go like, okay, we can get this one back. But that's a double-edged sword again. what if you double down and then I and others play it and we're like, whoa, man, okay, wow, they're really not cooking here. I mean, that's the risk they take. So I'll be interested to see how they respond to it. But those are kind of my like thoughts in a nutshell for my preview video of just like, there were things I enjoyed,
right,
or things that I was, okay, cool. But it felt like a preview built upon studio reputation alone, because some people are going to see like the skill check options like speech 1 required. And they'll be like, Obsidian proper. They did it again. It's like, no, like any RPG fan knows, like you got to see how that shit plays out. You can, especially Avowed, critiques aside, my personal opinion aside, Avowed was a lot of flavor text. Like, here's your background. You know, you're the Adirian envoy, but like you were, you know, a posh gentleman at one point. Right. How does that influence the people around you? It never did. It was always about just like flavor text. Like, you know, I talk a little bit like this, and that was it. It was cool in this game, for example, to be walking around the environment, and I chose the professor background in my first playthrough.
Professor too. That's funny you said that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I interacted with the chalkboard, and because I was the professor, I was like, I can see what's here. That's cool as hell. So again, that's where I say in my preview, I'm like, there are things here like glimmers of hope for sure, but I can't look at Outer Worlds 2 and be like, yeah, like they're absolutely cooking. Like any doubt that Obsidian created with themselves around Avowed and their RPGs is cleared now. Certainly their marketing team's doing them no favors at all. Certainly Xbox's price choices have done them literally
that's a fact. That part for sure.
So like I do feel for the Obsidian team, because again, underneath the prologue wasn't bad. Just to me, I'm like, beyond the prologue might be a fucking amazing game, but they might be sitting there like, here we go again. Like, you know, it's a big uphill battle for them. So I feel for the team. I want to see the full game. I'm still planning to play it. It's not like it's derailed me completely. Has it cooled me a little bit? Yeah, sure. But like, fair. You know, nothing like I'm out of my seat. Like, oh boy. Yeah. This was not like Mind's Eye where that's one of the only previews I've done where I went like, delay this shit.
They're in trouble.
They're in trouble. Now, I didn't get that vibe here. I could be wrong. Again, that's the thing. It's the double-edged sword of a preview, but I don't want to monopolize the conversation. That's kind of where I stood. We can get kind of deeper into it based on your experience, but how are you feeling playing The Outer Worlds 2?
A little different. But look, I get it. You know, for you, Avowed didn't hit. Avowed hit for me minus the major end choice and consequence. And I think where I differ from you, I'm noticing now with my RPG playstyle, is that I love when the thing about this game that I like is that you got your background, you got your skill traits, you got your traits, right? Yeah. So for me, what I like is that normally that stuff usually is conversational based only. And it's like, oh, well, you're such a professor, so you can talk this way, right? Or whatever. What I like that they do in their games is I do like what I consider the physical / contextual utilization of trait and skill. But what I like a step further was like the professor. I'm not used to the background having an effect outside of just a conversation. So when I go up to the chalkboard and I say, oh, I can decipher this. I'm a professor. There was a section where, because I had the luck trait, right? And luck, I believe, gives you what was like plus 15%, critical hit in combat. But generally luck, I'll be honest, in most games, there's usually not a visual or physical representation of it.
Yeah, it's just a percentage chance.
Exactly. So I remember getting into a combat situation, crouching, and there was some like panel right to my right or something. And because I had luck, it was like, hey, based on what you do, you might be able to do something with these marks. Boom, let me do that. And then that set off this trap that was next to 2 enemies and then took them out. And I was like, yo, there was another thing where I picked observant as one of the traits. And then that opened, you know how like in Skyrim, you have what you consider when you crouch in Skyrim, the little eyeball come up, right? So it's like this eyeball, like if you're in the vicinity of something, if you have the observant trait, the eyeball will pop and then you'll see like a direction of almost like hot, cold. You're close to something. One time it opened up a cabinet and it was just like, okay, basic stuff like, the stim pack or whatever, in the thing. Another time, bro, it moved a whole side panel out. I went through like this whole different tunnel area and a different part of the map to approach.
Level design was my favorite thing.
Yeah, I was like, I'm in love. From the beginning of the game when I got to the ship and there was a door, they were like, go get your key or whatever. And there was one door I see it was half open, it's broken, but it was like, yo, Brawny 1, you could open it or whatever. I'm a sucker for that stuff. I know you hate it. I am a sucker. I love that. It's like, okay, there's a build that based on what you did or picked, you could choose them. But let me get to my issues. My issues probably different. I did have issues with this though. My issue, yes, it is very short. This is the prologue. The thing that I noticed off the top is like, the thing I like is they trying to do this like what I consider transitional cinematics, where you'll talk and then they'll okay, we go into this new room together with the companions. Yeah. All right, this, that. I'm like, all right, we're going for the immersion. Where I gotta get them a little smoke though is that I still see the faces. And the faces, I'm like, okay, I gotta come to grips with the Black Rock on this one thing. Is that as much as I love them, and they, in my opinion, make quality games are the best Xbox Save Studio, it is clear as day now, we are not the AAA graphical fidelity studio. We have glow up. We're AA plus. We have we have glow up on this engine, how smooth it is. Obviously, we got our performance, fidelity mode, and all that other stuff. Mm-hmm. When it comes to the corridor and the shooting, great. Where I saw the deficiencies was the faces. I was like, yeah, like that's a AA face model, in my opinion, right?
And the animations also, a little bit too.
Yeah, the animations there. I'm like, that's where the budget's at. And then also, when you're at the ship, when you're at the control panel before you fly into the world or do what you're about to do, I'm looking at space outside the windows and it's very static. It didn't look as good. When I landed on the planet, I looked up in the world, I'm like, stars kind of look static. Even I felt Outer Worlds 1 environment and the stars look better, you know, at least on this portion of the demo that I saw. So that's why I was like, okay, y'all fidelity, y'all not that. You are the hardcore RPG kind of thing. So let's get to the thing. So obviously you had the backgrounds. I think it was like with the convict and all that other stuff. And you got the flavor to gambler or whatever. So I went professor. Then I think between the positive traits, I was looking at what the positive traits do. And they had like, what is it, brawny and the sliding and stuff like that. But I think I went with lucky and I went with heroic, because what I wanted to do was probably a mistake for this demo because you technically don't get official companions in this demo. And I'm like, damn, I wanted to go with a very high companion build where my companions do extra damage. They have extra health. Because I wanted to play it like Mass Effect, or I'll order them out and do this. Yeah. But for the sake of this prologue, and without spoiling, you don't really get a chance to do that in this, right, kind of thing. Yeah. So that was that. Let's talk about the other choice. So, what I did notice is you pick a trait, but if you pick 2, you have to adopt a negative trait. Mm-hmm. And if you adopt the negative trait, it was like dumb returned. Whereas like, I was like, okay, you can pick dumb, where it's like out of these 12 skills, 5 will never increase. And you will never. So I thought that was interesting. And then they had this one, I want to know how you feel about it. What was a trait? I forgot the name of it. I think it was kind of like witty, right? Yeah, witty. I wrote it down. It was like, big for faction reputation, where it never falls below neutral. So factions are willing, because we know factions play a big part in Outer Worlds. There's always like 4 or 5 factions, whether you do the gain favor or whatever. So it said willing to forgive past transgressions, huge on effects for factions. So my question is, I'm like, wow, they got a perk that won't allow the joint to go neutral. I will say, I don't know how I feel about that. How does that work? Then there's a negative perk called abrasive, where it was like, no matter what you do, then you will never go above neutral. And I thought that was interesting, because like factions play a huge part in Outer Worlds, but like space's choice and all these things. So that part I do have question marks. I don't know how that works and how, you know, I feel about that long term, that those groups can be controlled with a perk, you know, ability kind of thing. Because factions do play a part. I'm sorry, you were going to say something.
No. I was just agreeing with you. Yeah, no, I don't want to interrupt you.
No, you got that. So then, you know, the gunplay. So for me, this is the strength of the game. The strength of the game to me is, as a person, look, I like Outer Worlds 1, but I ain't like the combat in Outer Worlds 1.
Sure. Yeah.
I was not a guy. The combat felt so snappy. The gun felt so good. One of my favorite things is running, sliding.
Yeah.
Bro, pop the headshots, or slide and then hit the dilation. Now I'm doing my max pain. So I was like, I like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So the combat now, why I say I love the combat is and I gave them smoke, Matty, on this one part, because the combat's dope, but you could tell the game is also trying to lean into stealth. I'm like, oh, you're leaning into it. Like you got perks that do it. You see the visual cone of the enemy versus their perception of how much they could see you. I'm like, okay. And then when it pops off, you see the little the radar on the map. I'm like, oh, we're getting into a Destiny battle. Let's go. But then you get behind someone that I hate that. And I told them to their face. I told them at the first preview event, I was like, oh, where's the animation where I'm like, nah, man. So they hit me with the answer like, oh, well, based on the skills and, we wouldn't want it would be. I'm like, but you got to put an animation, bro. And you know why I got to give them smoke? I was
like, how is there not a mandate after Redfall? Like your stealth takedown, like that stealth takedown went down in infamy.
Yes.
On Xbox, I'm like, you got stealth?
But it's even worse, Matty. They themselves, Obsidian with Avowed, had the stealth god hand.
Yeah,
you gotta give me the god bro. Come on, don't give me the clink. Nah, no clink. And there's no special animation, bro. I want the stuff. I need this because you're gonna make me lean into it if you do that. And this game has so many things. You can operate from other paths, other entries, stuff like that. So I did feel the strength of the game was the combat, minus the stealth. To your point, we have to see how choice and consequence would truly be realized. So I understand your trepidation there coming from a value like you gotta see because we got such a small slice. And this is where I'll go to your overall point where I do 100% agree with you. Your overall point is this. Truth be told, this preview wasn't necessary. Let's be honest. This is 1 hour. It's a pro. Hey, thank you for allowing me to cover it, and I'm gonna give you my honest opinion. But it's like I look at it two ways. Where August, okay, cool. You give a 1 hour prologue. So to me, I gotta read it like maybe you're a little nervous, and I gotta
on that.
I have to read it like. Yeah. And let's be honest, right? The $80 price point, which we felt was completely unfair to Obsidian, right? Yeah. And now you're coming off that, so you got the negative egg from that. Yo, this game ain't worth. Because I could imagine, that's why I was hard on a little bit on the graphics. I'm like, I could imagine if this was $8, I fired it up. I'm like, people gonna be like, oh, bro, what's up with the faces? This is not even, you know what I mean? That type of diatribes and those dialogues.
There's a level of me that kind of feels even after seeing it and playing it myself, that 70 might even be pushing it a little bit from what you see visually. It's that's again where it comes down to content. If the content is sick, and there's lots of ways to play it,
then it doesn't matter.
My favorite game's KOTOR. Like,
exactly.
When do I care?
As long as the gameplay is dope, is all I care about. But what I will say is that where they're solid is their engine. The engine is smooth. It controls nice. It feels good. Their reflections and corridors. And again, the demo that I played was way better than this. The first one that I played at Gamescom LA, where I had different weapon types, it was a big chunk of the game, that I played for. And I was like, I wish you played that. Cause I'm like, I feel this was not a good thing to do. Like, you didn't need to do this. Like, what you should have done is give people what we played, where they had 3 specific builds. You had more weapons. You had the skill leveling up. I'm like, that would have got Matty at ease. This is like, I don't know why we felt the need. We had to get this out of here. And it's so short. Right when it's about to start heating up, you're like, here we go. All right, guys, that's it.
Yeah. There'd be more beyond the prologue. I was very surprised when it ended there. I really thought they were going to give us a little bit of the intro of the game beyond that. Because, I mean, again, I love the first Outer Worlds. So that's why that's the main thing that has me holding on is like that plus not seeing anything alarming.
Right.
It's like, those two are keeping me afloat here. But it's like, I just... hearing that, I'm like, that's the vibe I got. Is like, I felt very like we need to do something to assure people.
Yes.
And unfortunately, at least last I looked, I have like the #1 preview on YouTube. I'm just like, I'm sorry, I feel really bad, but like,
no, it is what it is.
It didn't work out. Bad plan.
To me, it's a combination thing. I feel bad because this is what I feel is happening. It all started with the Xbox Game Showcase and the Fable delay. we all know Obsidian wasn't supposed to be, Outer Worlds wasn't supposed to be in that spot.
Yeah.
Outer Worlds was an added spot. So then you compound that, again, hindsight's 2020, not their fault. They gave the IGN first look, super exposure, super thing. So now we had that coming into a showcase that's going to be a direct focus that we already know about. So now that brings it down. Then here comes the $80. Boom. Oh, God, I'm not paying it. Yeah. Boom. Then that brings it down. Now it's like, oh, in my opinion, whether the pre-orders dictate or not, they may have been in panic after that. So now it's like, hey, we got to show them more. Here comes a companion trailer or whatever. I think that's what's going on here. And it sucks because from what I played, I'm telling y'all, the joint I played against last year, it blows this away. And I was like, this is what I'm talking about.
Why you're more even keeled than me.
Yeah, like, I'm like, y'all not showing right, or y'all just panicking and trying to just get this little quick 1 hour. It's a 1 hour. It's like, I was like, really? This thing is super short. So the thing though that I will give them credit though that they didn't have, that they added in this one that they didn't have in the first one. I like when you do a significant thing or respond a certain way, and it says, "Oh, that's going to be remembered. Oh, he going to remember that."
Yeah,
I
saw that play out one way because I replayed it. I can't get into pure details because it's like one part of the demo that they're like, you can't tell people this happened. Yes. But basically, I told the dude that like in my first playthrough, I was nice to him and like something happens and like everything's groovy. In my second playthrough, I'm like, get the fuck out of my face. Right? and something happens to him and he's just on the floor. He's like, oh, if only you were like nice to me earlier and shit. And I thought that was hilarious. That was I loved it. That's how I was like, that's proper Outer Worlds. Like that's the good shit. So again, there's pockets where that's why like I made it very clear in my preview. I was like, look, I didn't see anything. It was like, this is bad. But I was like, you guys got to sharpen it up and do another preview and make it like. Yes,
I feel this was an unnecessary thing. Yeah. As a person who loves getting access, don't get me wrong. Hey, you want to send me, you want my feedback on this? Sure, I'll give you feedback. I just felt we didn't really need this particular one. And the other things, I mentioned the cinematic joint. I want to give credit though. And I think our first Outer Worlds had this. I do love it in combat. I like the dismemberment. Like you
bro, it's
terrorized. Blood, gore. You see arms and legs, bits of people that you blown up. And you can kind of loot.
It's very Fallout. Like I shot an explosive barrel, and I literally walked up to a dude, and he was just a torso with like every limb missing, and then I went to go loot like a chest, and his arm was laying over there.
His arm was right there. I could loot.
Yeah, I thought that was great. I love that. So
look, again, I just hope that. If they're going to do one more, do that one, the proper one, and let people level up, let people see the different build. Let's see what they could do and truly show the scope of the game. But I know I'm still comfortable with it, but I cannot get mad at you or anyone who experienced this and was like, "Whoa, I don't know." Like, I'm not sold either way. I totally could understand that coming from just this particular showing.
Yeah. So. Those are my 2 cents on it. I think the level design was the thing I felt best about, which we saw a little bit of that in Avowed, like a little bit more flexibility in the gameplay approach. And I thought this game had that in a way where like your opening area that when you first go in and you like pull down the lever and then the gate opens and there's like these sentry bots, like you can deactivate them or if you had a certain skill active, some guy who's with you is like, oh, actually I just moved something over there. And because your engineering is high enough, like you can go through that tunnel. And so I went through and like crawled underneath and like got completely around their security. Like there's a lot of crafty level design here that I think can be great again if skill checking plays out really well, like we kind of described here. So the pieces are there to make a great game for sure.
Quick question: how did you feel about the physical interactivity with the way, like for example, you move a device or you use the health thing and put like, or none of that really? You're like, okay, that's cool.
You mean like the auto dock and stuff, like the stuff that was in the environment, or
kind of like? I felt like I don't know, maybe I'm reaching too much. Like one of the reasons why I like Indiana Jones is the physical manipulation in first person,
the actual like
touching and stuff. And I thought they put more of that in this. But how did you feel about it? Did it just sway you either way?
It felt a little. It's tough, man, because I feel bad because like I don't try to rate. Outside of Bethesda, I don't try to rate games on that because Bethesda Game Studios has an engine like custom designed to make all these objects have physics. Like for all the complaining people do about Bethesda Game Studios graphics. I'm like, if you want like UE5 looking Bethesda games, like you trade a lot of that. I mean, like, the performance of Oblivion Remaster isn't good, but you trade a lot of your, I mean, even more, I should say, of your performance and whatnot by getting rid of that stuff. So in the case of Outer Worlds 2, you know, I there was a lot of objects in the environment that I was like, oh, I probably should be able to pick that up. And my brain just quickly adjusted to like, oh, I can only touch whatever's highlighted.
Right.
So it kind of felt a bit like set dressing. Again, that's why I like Bethesda games, because even down to like a
littlest there, But what I meant is more so like, there's times where it's like, hey, unlock this or hack this, and you see your character physically. That's what I meant.
No, I love that stuff. Yeah, that's
like, I love that.
That's like New Vegas. Like that's you know what they do. Like you interact with something, it's like, oh, is your medical skill this high? Like you can do this thing, except it's just all text based.
Right.
This game like having the engineering where like I opened up a hatch and like I'm using a wrench and stuff. I thought that was cool. Okay. So yeah, I like that they have that stuff. Again, the bones are here to make a great role-playing game. It's going to come down to writing and personality, I think, man, because it does remind me, it's going to sound like a death sentence, but I don't mean it this way, but it does remind me of Veilguard, where I'm like, okay, the bones are here to make a great game. Like, oh, I saw some choice and consequence. I saw some good action combat. Like the visuals, while not Dragon Age, it's not like it's an ugly game. It's like, okay, cool. Like there are pieces here. Outer Worlds 2, same feel, but like when you kind of like, I don't know, man, when people are like doubting your companion game and like Obsidian's properly known for great companions, and then you give me a preview where you hide your companions, I'm like, how am I supposed to feel? All right. I get this tough spot they're in, because it's like, okay, we're a couple months to launch. Do we just hold out for the review codes and hope for the best? Do we try to shoot another preview in there to inject a little bit more like, hey, we also got this? Or are we burying ourselves by doing that? Like they're in a tough spot, in my opinion. But if I'm the only one, I haven't checked.
Yeah, I haven't checked
Twitter, YouTube. I haven't checked the streets. Like, I don't know if people are like, I could be on an island. I don't fucking know. I don't care. But, it's just one of those things where if people share my sentiment, I do worry for them a little bit, because it's probably a tough decision.
No, that's fair, man.
All right, let's talk about a couple other games I'm playing.
Mm-hmm.
Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 continues on. So we went back to Trusky, Cog. We went back to the region of Trusky because we had some business to take care of, right? First off, I just wanted to, I'm like banging out all the side quests at this point. So I just wanted to take care of business.
Mm-hmm.
I also had to make a pit stop to, the Tomcat, right?
Pulled up on Tomcat.
You told me about the Master Strike. This feels a little cheap. It's like my one critique of the game. It's very essential, because now I'm suddenly like, oh yeah, you want to go? All right. Like I'm going to cumin camps. I'm dicing dudes up. It feels a lot more approachable all of a sudden. Yeah. That combined with, I've been, I had Elder Scrolls brain. Like Elder Scrolls, you can pay people to teach you things.
Right.
You learn more skills. But by just playing the game, I never really make use of those. So I never spent my money on it. So going into KCD, I have my brain in that spot. So when I see someone like, can you teach me something? I never bother. I have all this Groshin laying around. So as I'm touring the map, making these pit stops, I'm like, train me, master.
Yes.
Getting some lessons learned, leveling up, getting perk points, back in my flow. Not tough to love anymore. Having a great time here. So cleaned up the region of Trusky, did every side quest I could find on the map. One of them was bugging out. It was like listed, and I exhausted all the dialogue options, and like nothing was happening there. So I don't know if like maybe it's something I have to come back to later, or
Do
it's
you
possible
remember the quest? Who was it?
It was the guy with the saltpeter, I believe it was. It was like, I think it was the Master Miller. Master Miller. I think I'm getting Metal Gear brain now.
Well, the dude Miller, he got beef with the other crew.
Yeah,
there's a crew of them, and then he wants you to go over there, sabotage a whole bunch of stuff. That one.
No, I did that side quest line though. That was great. Okay. I love that one where you had to
was good.
Climb up the pole and steal.
Yeah. And then the ending where all of them, I was like, damn, that's crazy.
I love how many ways it could play out, because I had to save scum a little bit here, but like I accidentally antagonized a guy who like guards the pole. I was like, go on a date, and then like he was like, all right, thanks, bro. And then I accidentally just mindlessly clicked the next dialogue option, which is like, yeah, bro, what about your brothers? And like getting in his face, and he's like, that's it. And so I'm like fighting this dude in his own home, and I knock him out. I'm like, the guards are looking for me. I was like, I can't.
Yeah. You gotta come save that.
Yeah, so I had to go back on that one. But no, the quest involved the guy who ran the mill. and it was like one of the tutorial guys, and it branches from there into something about like guns, and then that's where it ended. And like he had a side quest marker on him, so I went and spoke to him, and I exhausted all the dialogue options, and like he had nothing started. I was like, okay, strange. So that was the only one I left behind. So now I'm back in Gutenberg. We helped out Jan. We took down a little human camp.
Yes.
Successfully, much more successfully. The first time, bro, like,
oh yeah,
I was close to a breaking point, bro, because I'm in Gutenberg. I'm definitely underleveled. My stealth game was not on point. I'm caught in like a save loop where like everyone's running out and fighting the humans and they're dying, and I'm like, bro, I'm gonna fail this whole side quest this way. Then so I had to like reload deeper and go back, and I was like, I hate this feeling, bro. So fought with it a bit, but we're past that. So this next human camp goes a lot quicker, a lot smoother. This game, by the way, I mean, I know it's been established how beautiful it is, but when it rains in this game,
oh my God,
to me, it's something about like when it's about to rain outside, it gets a certain gray, blue outside.
Yes.
This game is the most perfect depiction of that. I love how it looks when it's about to rain. It's very cozy playing this game. I feel very snuggled in.
Yes.
I love it, bro. I found a guy in Gutenberg who had an arrow stuck in his head.
Oh, yeah, man. The divine,
yeah. He's like this divine dude. So I'm like, all right, this is a great activity. I got to dribble a little arrow in the knee joke. Love that.
Yes.
But then there's a whole side quest tied to this man. And like, I just finished that last night. I thought that was great.
Yes.
And it looks like it's setting up something else.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just very impressed, man. I'm very, very impressed. It's right now I'm heading to the actual, like, to Gutenberg itself now. Like, I was in the region. I was in the area, but now I'm actually heading there to meet up with Catherine. We've already rounded up all of the Dry Devils people.
Dry Devil, baby. That's right. Yeah. The crew.
Yeah, so we already rounded up the crew, successfully got everybody on board. I don't know if there's like a way you could fail it where like maybe you can miss one, but I got everybody. So that was cool. That was mission success. Now we're meeting up with Catherine. I'm going to start moving the main story forward. I've done like 25 hours of side content, done everything within the region. It's time to start shoving a little bit here. So we're going to see where we go. But yeah, dude, just loving it. Having a lot of fun. Having a lot of fun. I'm glad I hung with it. I'm glad I came back to it. Just a really, really good time. So yeah, I'm just excited to play more and hoping I can finish this in the midst of a very busy review season that's building up for us here.
Yeah,
but
I'm proud of you.
Speaking of which,
let's go.
So like I said last week, played Metal Gear Solid 1. Absolutely loved this game, Cog. So now peeps at Konami, they're like, here's your MGS Delta Snake Eater, the MGS3 remake. I'm like, I gotta check this out. I got to. I'm starting to become a Kojima believer in the fullest sense. I'm not doubting anymore. You know, I see kind of the range he's got. There's some days Kojima's on and some days he's off, but man, I'm like, this game, I feel so stupid, but in a good way, because it's like I know I'm saying things that people have known for a while, but he thinks about things so differently with that game. I'm like, well, now I get this, and there's this whole foundational understanding of Metal Gear Solid. I gotta check out 3, even for a little bit. So I hopped in. I played for like 4 or 5 hours. It's really good. It's Metal Gear as you remember it. Good quality of life enhancements I'll get into, but here's what I'm doing. The business choice is to stop. I want to go and replay MGS2 now. So then I can go into 3, play it in full, and get the experience that I never got to have. Right? Mm-hmm. Now that I'm there with the foundational understanding, because when I played Metal Gear Solid HD Collection, it was just 2 and 3. So I always assumed the first one was just kind of unimportant in the scheme of things, especially when there was also just Metal Gear games that are now in the Master Collection. Because I didn't think much of it. But now seeing how like important it is, how fucking amazing it is, I'm like, dude, I can't just go into 3 now. I was like, it was like I was just doing my job. I was like, damn, this is so fun. But I'm playing and I'm like, yeah, I'll stop now. I was like, no, I'll do like another little bit more. I was like, no, I'll stop now. So I'm like, all right, so I uninstalled, but there was a defensive uninstall. It was like, because this shit's like 90 gigs. I was like, get out my hard drive. Like, okay, you're out. So that's what we're doing. Quality of life enhancements are great. Mm-hmm. You know, they kind of done what Resident Evil 2 remake did a bit, where it's just like, hey, this has standard camera control, standard moving and aiming, and No worries about anything else in that department. They do some changes under the hood, like, when you're in the grass, unless you're holding R1, you can't do the first person, which I thought was a weird choice because I like that MGS3 nerfs bushes is what I say. Like bushes in stealth games are OP. You can see everything. No one can see you. But in this game, like if you walk around in the bush and someone's looking, they're like, huh? What's that? Just like, out in MGS1, they see your footprints in the snow and they know someone's been around. Like that crazy level of detail.
Yes.
So I love that they did that. So removing, unless you press a button, the first person option, I thought was like a little bit of a weird choice, kind of disconnecting from, I think, what the intent of it was. Like, yeah, you're more hidden, but you really can't see when you're prone and you're in tall grass. So that was there. You can change the actual controls themselves though. So there's like the aiming format, the style of game, like the legacy style, which gives like more of an overhead camera, or the kind of new style, the more modern style. So you could choose between those, but then you could also customize your controls. There's also a legacy color palette you can apply to it that's similar to the original game. So it's kind of like that UE5 blue appearance. But then on top of that, you can go to the legacy. You could go to a couple others and see the game in a different light. But the legacy, I think, looks the best.
Nice.
Because of the way Kojima shot this game, if you look at side-by-side cutscenes for this game, incredible how, with just like a little extra facial animation, how immediately current these scenes feel and are shot better than most games nowadays. But that's his thing, right? That's like he's always been the movie guy. So his way he does cinematics have always been fantastic. I was reminded of some things. I don't know. I put up my Retro Rebound impressions. I don't know if the Rebound audience agrees yet. I haven't had a chance to associate with the folks. I do think the opening of this game, while iconic, is really fucking slow, dude. Like, until the title card hits, then I'm like, yeah. But man, before that, I'm like, cutscene, and then cutscene. Grab your backpack. Like a fucking 10-minute long codec sequence. And I'm a lover of the codec stuff. I'm just like, I was immediately reminded of what I felt when I first played this game and what I felt when I tried it out, like when it was first announced. Again, I was like, yes, little oldie feeling. And the other change they didn't make is like like do you remember MGS3 how like the maps when you ran around, like it wasn't one big open area, like you'd run to an area and it would load into another. It was the Starfield stealth espionage, if you will. Yes. But they didn't change that. So some of these levels feel like PS2 skeleton, like very confined. But when you see how beautiful it is, you're like, well, why is it so small? So I think they could have kind of strayed from the vision there and interconnected them a bit more. And that's why it becomes all the more perplexing. Why does it perform like this at times, man?
That part.
Why, like, if it's such a like uncompromised PS2 game, why does it perform poorly? And it goes down to what people always say, like, Unreal Engine 5 does have its problems. There are new updates that have helped it along. But one of the main problems with Unreal Engine 5 is how, say, artists are packing in their assets and how they're utilizing texture sheets. And like, it's a lot of technical art stuff that's catching up with these developers. And because of the lack of optimization that's becoming now a standard, because we're just throwing raw power at these people that they think they can just brute force things, you get something like Metal Gear Solid 3, where developers back then, the reason games, not every game was stable, of course, that's never been the case. But back then, the reason games were like more stable and artistically driven, where you had to solve problems because of the lack of power. There's no coincidence in that when you give these developers even more power under the hood in the consoles that they're playing on, the PCs that they're building for, and then the engines that they're building it on, that they're trying to shortcut these changes that are, it's baseball fundies, bro, but it's game development. It's like, you got to feel the ground ball before you can hit the home run, and that's what's happening here. So it's easy to just be like, oh, my Unreal Engine 5, but it goes deeper than that. This is a fundamental issue. That's why some teams are putting out Unreal Engine games that are not full, like super compromised, because some do have good practices. It comes down to good practice. And so I was disappointed because I was like, oh, here's another game that has no business running like shit at times. I noticed it more in the cutscenes, like it would transit when it did like a crossfade to switch cameras. Yeah. Also, it's like, and then we're back. In the gameplay itself, I mean, I played it. I became a quality mode, bro, with this one, bro. I tried to play I played on my base PS5, but playing it with performance mode, it was that kind of Vaseline 1080p dynamic resolution. I'm like, yeah, this doesn't look bad and the 60 frames are nice, but you lose so much of like, I'm here for the, I can deal with 30. I'm like, I'm here for the remake. Like, I want to see this game looking nice. So
I got you.
I went quality mode with it.
Quality mode for the stability.
But yeah, it's definitely a safe remake. My take is I wouldn't have had it any other way.
Okay.
I think with the relationship that Konami and Kojima had that was broken, I think it would have been wildly disrespectful to go in there and to change anything dramatically with MGS3, which is considered by many as masterpiece.
Gotcha.
So I think they shouldn't have touched much, which they didn't. I think on top of that, just, if this is a research, like, was there a choice? We're going to do a new Metal Gear game without Kojima, or we're going to remake some of the old stuff. Again, I think this is the best choice. It's the best outcome right now for Konami, who's trying to kind of mount a comeback still. Like they're yet to take that bold step forward. Like they're remaking the old joints. Like Silent Hill 2's back. Silent Hill F will be a test. Yes. Metal Gear is back. Are they going to do another Metal Gear without Kojima? Because
that'll be interesting.
We're seeing, for example, like what happened with 2K. Like we're going to make a BioShock game without Ken Levine. Okay, good luck, man. Like we see what happens. The story was so bad that, like, at least based on Shroud's report, they laid off a ton of the studio because of a narrative review. Wow. Can you imagine how bad that shit was to lay off people on a team because of a story?
That's crazy.
Yeah, bro. Like again, you want to make it without the auteur, without the luminary, the visionary that is Kojima. Best of luck. I think this is the best we can get right now from Konami when it comes to Metal Gear. And hey, dude, there's a lot of Metal Gear to touch up. Metal Gear 2, Metal Gear 1, like, it's plenty here. So yeah, I've been enjoying it. I've uninstalled though, not out of anger or frustration, but out of, I want to go do MGS2 and dive back to MGS3 and just experience it how it was released at this point. Like hit MGS4 afterwards. Fuck it, man. Let's just go all the way. So decent stuff here.
Yes, sir.
All right, Cog. Let's get into the news. This actually literally leaked the second we stopped recording our show last week.
Let's go.
Forza Horizon 6 will be set in Japan if a leak by Windows Central Gaming is to be believed. First spotted on the Instagram of an Australian car import company, Colton Classic. They posted that Cody was shooting cars for the next installation in the series. The car, however, that he was taking photos of to scan in-game was none other than apologies on my pronunciation, by the way, K-E? K? Car?
It's K.
K-E-I?
Yeah, I think it's K.
Forza Bros, you got me.
Forza Bros, you got us.
Attack me in the comments. A K car that was brought in from Japan. For those who aren't even Forza Bros, that was assumed by many to be the location of the next location in the series. The big surprise is that, according to documents seen by Windows Central Gaming, Forza Horizon 6 may be announced at Tokyo Game Show this September. This has since been corroborated by outlets across the industry, such as Video Game Chronicle and insiders like Nate the Hate. Raisin has the right in. Salutations, Dukes. It's a me, the ultimate Forza bro, Raisin. If Nate the Hate is to be believed, Forza Horizon 6 will be revealed this year at Tokyo Game Show. My dick is so hard at the thought of Forza Horizon game in Japan. I hope Nate the Hate is right. I hope and pray Horizon 6 releases day and date on PlayStation. What are y'all looking for in Horizon 6? Do you want more of the same like me, but in Japan? Look forward to y'all's thoughts. Can't wait to put 800 plus hours into Horizon 6 kind of day. We're praying for the mental health of Raisin. This man doubled up on PS5 and Xbox and put hundreds of hours into a car game. Cannot be me, but bro, this is all you. First person I thought of when the announcement broke. I know this is a big one for you. So let's talk, Cog.
Clearly.
This is big money for Xbox incoming here. Forza Horizon 6, giving the people what they want, set in Japan. Announcement this year was not on my bingo card, especially before Fable. Thought Fable would get the kind of, big reveal and the date and everything like that. So the other Playground game is getting some love in 2025. What's our thoughts and feelings on the leak and on the expectations of Forza Horizon 6? Because I'll just say, simply put, I kind of want more of the same. I'm cool with that, but what are your thoughts?
This is huge. Wow. First, the leak itself, right? And I felt bad for them because I'm like, this Classic, these guys just blew up a magical moment. Like, if these rumors are true, this sucked for that team, because think about us not knowing, right?
I had no expectations.
Zero expectations. So I'm like, all right, next year's Fable, whatever. We I did mention Halo. He said Forza series. Whatever.
Next year, but we thought it'd be announced next year.
Exactly. So, and here's the thing: it's every franchise kind of has that locale or thing where you go, in case of emergency, that's a slam dunk, right? So we go for all these years, like, man, when they gonna go to Japan? When they gonna attack that? To not only do that, I gotta give them credit, because like to give this announcement is generally like a showcase.
Yeah.
This is maybe a Keeley or a developer direct. To give that to Tokyo Game Show, the region, which I happen to be there, so I wouldn't be mad that you guys decided to do it. Like, we like it's magical for us. I'm like, yo, if this is true, we will be there. Them announcing it in the Tokyo Game Show to give the home region that level of reverence for that announcement is huge. Then, the Forza Bros, like, we got to just get to the point. We got to keep it real. Like, Forza is the number one Xbox game studio IP. Yes, you can say Call of Duty, but we got to be real though. Like, it's just by default. It's sad to say for Matty.
I need to watch this man's mouth, please.
Due to the the fall of Halo a bit. Gears, we got to wait for E-Day because Gears, but it's just terms of numbers. The fact that Forza 5, I don't know if the Shikana came out, is in the top 10 of year-to-date sales. It has only been out a couple of months on PS5. That's insane, right? So, and it's the number one PlayStation sold game. Like, it's crazy. So, you already got 5 in people's hands, right? Hopefully, they get, or what you call it, Switch gets a 5, at some point, but maybe not. Because this we know is going to be a multi-platform release. You've already set up PlayStation. They're ready to go, right? So now you got the number one IP that's not named Call of Duty or, maybe Oblivion. And you're going to have a multi-platform release, and it's going to be in Japan. Bro, next year is insane for them, because you're talking E-Day, a potential Halo remake, Fable. This is literally core Xbox sensibilities. And Forza, a new Forza Horizon, which, let's be real, Motorsport Horizon's the champ. Yeah. So this is out of here. Like, they're going to go insane with just the sheer amount of copies they would sell. And now the key is going to be when it's going to be released, right? Is it a top of the year game? Yeah. Is it an end of the year game? Those are the questions that we got to see. But all I want from them, for the Forza Bros, I do feel like you gotta give some form of a nighttime street racing mode.
Yeah, you gotta get that Tokyo Drift on. Come on now.
You gotta give us a drift mode. You gotta get, like, at minimum, upcoming DLC. Like, I would like that at launch. You know what I'm saying? You gotta pay. Like, that is a slam dunk. This is crazy. And the fact that car was discovered. And at first I was like, well, maybe they're just adding a pack, but too many now people have corroborated. Once Jez and Nate the Hate got all of it, I was like, yeah, it's going down. Yeah. It's a wrap. So I feel bad that you guys got leaked and scooped that way by that silly little cult.
It sucks because, dude, we're talking like, what, a month and a half?
Bro, they so close to nobody knowing what they're about to do. And again, it would make sense. 25th year anniversary of Xbox is next year. The core, the literally burgers, shake and fries all come back in addition with Fable, and all most likely are all going to be multi-plat. They're going to do so well. This is a massive announcement. Yeah. So I was surprised to see this, but wow.
I'm excited to see the game. I'm very curious when it's releasing, because that's we've always had like just wildly incorrect guesses on when things are coming out, because you look at them and you're like, I think that's coming out soon and it's far, and vice versa.
Yeah.
I don't know. This part of me is like, wouldn't be surprised if this was just like, see you in February.
Wow, right, top of the year, right? Ready to go. Or some March, February. When does GTA come
out? Spring.
But we didn't. Did they give it?
No, I don't know. May 26th.
Okay, yeah. When is GTA?
Hold on, GTA 6, May 26th. Yeah.
Okay, if they could get out there, if it's ready, because we have to assume it is, in the sense of Playground's been sitting for about, what's the last Forza? What Forza Horizon was like? It's
Forza Horizon 5 was 2021.
Oh yeah, 4 years, baby. We time. Oh yeah, it's time.
That's
It's
what I said,
time. Yeah, they're probably ready to go. So yeah, if they could pull off February, March, because February seems to be the new thing, in game development now this year. You want to throw that bad boy at the developer direct. Hey, follow up at what you saw at Tokyo Game Show. We'll have more to talk about you at the developer direct. And if it happens to be ready at the top of the year, again, crazy year.
It's going to be a very interesting stretch of months for Xbox because you also have the Halo announcements coming in October. So they're taking things. I mean, granted, with the way third parties now filtering into developer direct, it's not really a lock like it used to be in, like, say,
Correct.
We're like, oh, we're going to do all first party stuff now.
Right.
So, I guess they can use these slots for announcements for their own fan bases. But it's going to be very interesting to see, like, if these games get dated, when we can expect them all. Because, like, the Halo one, I'm thinking, like, that has to be. If this is like an Xbox anniversary year, like this has to be in November.
Yeah, gotta be. You gotta line that up.
Yeah,
there's too much history. You have to. Yeah,
you have, even if it doesn't need it, it's like, well, fuck, am I kidding? It probably does, but like, it just like it has to come out then.
Yes, I agree.
So especially after Halo Infinite missing that window that they were trying to do, like you might get one back. Yeah,
right? This is to get back.
Yeah,
I agree.
They have the opportunity to do something special there in all seriousness. So I think that one's deep in the year. E-Day is anybody's guess, right? Like there was rumors it was coming out this year, right? So is that a top of next year?
I don't know,
man. We gotta do some sniffing around, get some
sniffing around on that one for sure.
Yeah. But Forza Horizon 6, Japan, for me, Raisin, just to answer your question again, I'm hoping for more of the same because I did enjoy 5.
Yes.
Not to your extent, but I enjoyed it. Thought it was a good game. Hey, like I learned this recently that Gran Turismo like doesn't beat up cars because I guess it's part of like the light deal with these cars, which I find just kind of crazy because I love games like Burnout or Need for Speed where it's like vicious car accidents.
Yeah, you said invisible damage.
One off the road and whatnot. Yes. I always like that. So yeah, if Forza wants to go and play ball with Arcade Racer Matty, they might got me there. Let me get on my car, jog around this world. I don't know why, but like let's get out. Let's get out from behind the wheel in these Forza games. Let's do a little interesting interactive career mode, shall we?
Okay, all right.
I don't handle all my business from my car. Let's make this a little more immersive. Let me create my character in 5 for a reason, right?
For a reason, right? Let me see him outside of just a podium.
Yeah. Like, dude, imagine that. You like pull up, you like get out of the car, you walk in the laundromat, you're like, who wants to race? Like,
little career mode.
Yeah, little career mode.
I feel you go. It's gonna be interesting to see.
Any Fable tech to kind of, you're like, yo, those facial animations are kind of nice. Cog, hear me out. I might be onto something here.
All right.
Bring in the natties. Bring in the casuals. You need to attract more non-Forza bros.
I'm not mad. I just think this with a simultaneous PlayStation release is going to go bonkers. Could be one of next to GTA is going to be. GTA is the thing, but it's going to be in the top 3 to 5 of the year if they're able to launch.
Agreed.
Multi-plat. It's going to be crazy.
Agreed. All right, that's it for the news. We just have one more coming soon to Xbox Game Pass. 2 games for you here. One already out, and by the time you're listening to this, the other one will be out. Gears of War Reloaded heads to Game Pass on Series XS, PC, and Cloud. You can check that out now. There's also Dragon Age The Veilguard in Game Pass.
Wow. Didn't they get a PlayStation bag too?
So they're available everywhere for free. So
wow.
Not surprised, but Series X and S, PC, and Cloud. So for me, of the 2, please check out Gears of War. That would be my suggestion. Pog, any thoughts?
No, these are obviously big games to add to the service, so it is what it is. Gears Reloaded, big release, obviously in conjunction with Helldivers on the same day. I see the cross promotion by both companies, so huge day. Dogs and cat sleeping together kind of week. Yeah. Everyone's going crazy. Yeah. But it should do well, and I'm surprised to see Veilguard. EA is pushing hard. Let's just say, hey guys, play this. Please.
A little bit. Yeah, I mean, it's done, but you know, this is probably the extent of the bag they're going to get.
Yeah.
And so if anyone's curious and you want to really just see what's happening over there, give it a shot. Why not? Who knows? You'll appreciate good writing afterwards. That's for sure. All right. Game Pass pick of the week. I picked Gears of War Reloaded.
Yeah. Come on.
I feel like you have to. This is one that I know a lot of people are, we've already experienced this one before, but I got to say, it's been cool to see the Gears resurgence, seeing it on my feed again, seeing the excitement still high for it. We've played this one before, Xbox fans, right? Like we got Gears remastered for us back in 2015, I want to say.
Jesus,
2015 or 16. Might even be earlier than that. But yeah, we already got Gears of War 1. We got that reloaded treatment already. But hey, it's back. It's looking better than ever. And if you want to reconnect with the essence of Gears, I think you should, because this one is very different from the rest of the series in a good way. Very gothic, creepy at times. It's still got the ridiculousness of the voice acting and the character proportions. Like, you still get a lot of what makes Gears. But again, this is a very like self-serious one. And there's something beautiful about playing a series that's so well known to this day and going back to that first one where they're making it and they have no idea what it's going to become and sort of what stuck and what didn't. So give it a shot. If you haven't played Gears before, listen to this show. I'm very surprised. But,
very surprised.
This is a good time to catch up. This is a good weekend game. They're very short, so you don't have to spend too much time with it. Great co-op game if you want to play with someone. I think Micah and Colin were actually playing this on stream.
Yeah,
so
that's awesome.
You can be like them. Be the power couple that plays Gears more together. I know Micah loves Gears.
She loves Gears.
Yeah. This is a big day for Micah. Big day for Colin.
Yes.
Colin gets to enjoy a little Xbox game here. Yeah.
Come on in.
Dogs
what is nice.
Really sleeping together here. It's not so bad now, huh, Carl?
Yeah. How sustainable is that fun? I'm being messy.
Anyway, Gears of War Reloaded on Game Pass now. That's my pick of the week. Pretty easy one, I can't lie, but definitely worth a look if you have yet to give it a try. It's a classic Xbox series for a reason.
Yes, sir.
Time to wrap this bad boy up, Cog. We've been here for a while.
Yeah, big one.
Hashtag of the week. What are we thinking?
Man, big stories. A lot of stories. Damn it. Trying to think. We were all over the place.
That works too, but I feel like we got to give it to your Shinobi.
I mean, I would love that. I would love that. Yeah. I would like let hashtag. Yeah, we can do DD Shinobi. We can do whatever you want to do. Vengeance, whatever you want to do.
Yeah,
I want to play homage to them because it's one of the times again. It's rare. It's a rare W for me with something I love. Usually being Met fans, being Xbox fans, being Shinobi fans.
Earlier, like you're like things get bastardized. I was like Xbox Mets, and
I'm like, wow, man, it's just so cool to see it. I'm so proud of that team, and again, I just can't wait for more people to play it. People been hitting me up like, I'm loving this. It's really cool, and again, shout out to Ragebound. They did their thing. And yeah, it is the year of the ninja. It is the year of the ninja. It truly is. And I just see all my franchises kind of come back, and it's super, super dope. But yeah, Shinobi's the heart. So yeah, man, whatever we want to do, hashtag DD Shinobi, whatever.
Shinobi DD. Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Got this deep. Let us know in the comments down below or on social media. I'm at G27status. Cog is at Lord Cognito. You can tag us there. Use the hashtag Shinobi DD. Let us know what you thought. Pardon me, of the episode. Otherwise, Cog, it's been an excellent one talking all things Xbox with you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back next week for episode 244 of Defining Duke and Xbox Podcast. But until then, take okay care of yourselves, and we'll see you next time. Peace out.
Defining Duke, an Xbox Podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is recorded from the United States of America. The show is conceived by Matthew Mr. Matty Plays Schroeder and me, Colin Moriarty, and is written and produced by Matthew Schroeder. Matty's co-host is Barry Lord Cognito Eversley. Defining Duke's executive producer is Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's shows, including Defining Duke, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer support level on Patreon, and we're thankful for your kindness and generosity.